399. It was a farce at the bow of the boat. The thunder was loud but the rain was small. Because the sword cultivator had used his natal flying swords and 2 of them were abnormal but there was no blood in the end, the onlookers felt that it was not very satisfying. There were about 200 people on the ferry and there was a lot of discussion. To the people of the Qingyuan kingdom, whether it was an immortal teacher who went down the mountain to travel, a cultivator who ran around for benefits, or a high official who brought his family to expand their horizons, it was not strange to ride on the immortal ferry. The picturesque scenery of rolling clouds and soaring red-crowned cranes was nothing to them. Instead, it was better to witness this kind of conflict with their own eyes. Everyone had their own opinions. Compared to the 2 parties involved, one was calm and the other was secretive. They chatted very enthusiastically. Their opinions were mixed. In the end, they generally reached a consensus that the young sword cultivator was too domineering. For such a small matter, there was no need to hurt people. He could have settled it with his identity as a sword cultivator, but he had to kick the man to the ground. This was not bullying, what was it? Only a little girl who was brought by her parents to travel the mountains and rivers said in a daze. Wasn't the guy who was beaten in the wrong first? The adults who were watching and talking nearby, including her parents who were well-matched in social status in the Qingyuan kingdom, pretended that they did not hear the child's naive words. They continued to guess the origin of the young sword cultivator. Was it Li Tuanjing's Wind Thunder Garden? Or was it Jingyang Mountain with sword aura? Otherwise, they mocked and ridiculed, saying that the legendary sword cultivator was amazing. He was so young but had such a temper. Maybe one day he would meet an even more unreasonable earth immortal and he would suffer sooner or later. The little girl said timidly, if the big brother who wore a white robe with a sword on his back did not have the ability to protect himself, wouldn't he have been bullied by that big group of people? The adults still ignored the childish view of the child. What could a child know? No one paid attention to her. The little girl was a little angry. She ran to a place near the railing of the bow where there were fewer people. She stood on her tiptoes and looked out. Those clouds were like the biggest in the world. She was envious. She reached out her hand and made a few grabbing gestures. Then she stuffed them into her mouth and patted her stomach. Satisfied, she stopped sulking with those adults. She actually wanted to play with the person who looked like little charcoal, but she was too embarrassed to do so at that time. Moreover, her parents had warned her that she could not be as casual as she was at home when she boarded this ship. Later on, when such a big incident happened, she did not dare to go over. The little girl suddenly realized that the man beside the railing not far away was especially good-looking. Compared to the big brother who was protecting charcoal, he was even more in line with the description of a handsome man in the books. That person was about 30 years old, but he still gave off a vague impression of being young and full of vigor. He turned his head and looked at her. The little girl quickly turned her head and pretended to enjoy the scenery. The man smiled and imitated the little girl. He stretched out his hand towards a floating white cloud that was shaped like a mountain near the ferry. Then the snow-white mountain swayed slightly, and a white line that shone brightly under the sunlight swam into the man's hand. He kneaded it into a ball of string with both hands. He smiled and reached out to the little girl as if asking if she wanted to try it. The little girl shook her head vigorously and the man threw it into his mouth. The little girl gasped in admiration. Her mouth was wide open in admiration. He was a good-looking immortal. That person leaned on the railing, doing nothing. This time he took leave to go out. Not only did he want to relax, but he also wanted to take a closer look at the young man who was very likely to be from the same sect. He was the governor of Qingyuan country, Wei Liang. He was not only the earth immortal cultivator who set up the trap to suppress yellow ox and kill wild cultivators, but also the gatekeeper of the capital for the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in Qingyuan country. The debate between Buddhism and Taoism had yet to truly end. Therefore Wei Liang, the governor who was older than the emperor of Qingyuan country, the right-hand man of the founding emperor of Qingyuan country, and the #1 strategist in the past, resigned from the current emperor. No matter how unwilling Tang Li was, after all, without Wei Liang overseeing the capital, and with the situation of Qingyuan country extremely complicated, the emperor of the Tang family could only bite the bullet and agree. After Qingyuan country's great ancestor established the country, he built lofts and hung portraits of the 24 founding officials. Wei Qian's ranking was actually not high, but the grandsons of the other 23 civil and military officials' grandsons were all dead, and Wei Qian only changed his name to Wei Liang. The immortal fairy named Green Clothes looked similar to the warships of the mortal dynasties on the huge lakes and rivers, but it was not fast and would take detours. Its purpose was to let half of the passengers on the ferry go to the famous Immortal Mountains for fun. They would go to a fishing platform high above the sea of clouds and use fishing rods made of special wood to catch birds and flying fish that were worth thousands of gold coins. They would go to a mountain peak full of inns to enjoy the magnificent sunrise and sunset. They would go to a certain immortal sect to buy seeds at a high price and then hand them over to the farmer cultivators to cultivate and plant. After they got back, they could either put them in their own yard to admire or bribe them in the court. There were also some mountains that deliberately raised some celestial birds and ferocious beasts. There would be cultivators in charge of bringing rich people who liked to hunt. They would accompany them all the way up the mountain and into the water, taking risks to capture them. In the years when Qingwan was full of flowers, Wei Liang had actually always been alone. In the governor's mansion, every time he married a wife, it was just a cover. Therefore he had no children. In a trance it had been so many years. Wei Liang squatted down and smiled. "Little girl, what's your name?" The little girl hesitated for a moment. "I'm called Yuan Yanxiu." Wei Liang nodded. "Words must have substance and order. It seems that there's an elder in your family who was the proponent of the Tongqing sect's righteous law theory. This branch of knowledge has been silent for many years. Then I guess that it was not your father who named you but your grandfather?" The little girl widened her eyes and admired this person even more. He could even guess this. Wei Liang smiled. "Let's talk?" The little girl trotted a few steps and squatted beside him. "Sir, please speak. I'm listening." In the distance, the little girl's mother had a worried expression and was about to bring her daughter back to her side. The woman's husband, an elegant middle-aged scholar, also had the same intention. On the immortal ferry there was no simple person. Only the old guest of the family who accompanied them shook his head at the middle-aged scholar and said softly, "Perhaps it's an immortal opportunity. It's best for us to wait and see." The husband and wife were slightly relieved and at the same time somewhat expectant. Wei Liang simply sat cross-legged with his hands on his knees. This immortal ferry sailed above a sea of clouds. Outside the railing was like a long snow-white river, becoming a ferry in name only. Wei Liang first asked the little girl Yuan Yanxiu's opinion on the previous disturbance. The little girl then told him her opinion. Seeing this immortal gentleman nod his head, Yuan Yanxiu was somewhat happy. Finally, there was someone who agreed with his opinion. Wei Liang slowly said, "You inexperienced children are all, how do I put it? You're like the most beautiful but most fragile porcelain. Whether you'll be able to enter the Hall of Elegance in the future or become a broken pot by the well depends on whether you teach it well. If you teach it well, the shape will be right. If you don't teach it well, it will grow crooked. Teaching by example and teaching by word, the latter is more important. Words are false, while teaching by example is true. This is because children may not understand the principles of adults, but they are most curious about the world. It's very difficult for children to understand and store the principles in their ears. Children can see more with their eyes, and it's easier for them to remember the general appearance of the world. It's relatively simple, black and white are distinct, and it's especially precious. If this imperceptible influence continues, they won't even realize it. Bit by bit, over the years, the world in their minds will be set and it'll be difficult to change it. Therefore, many seemingly inexplicable actions that go against other people's impressions after they grow up are actually traceable long ago. At the critical moment of polishing the tool, the words and deeds of the parents are very important. A reprimand that doesn't hit the nail on the head or a wrong action, but simply feels that their child is too young and chooses to ignore it. In the end, isn't it harming others, themselves and their children? Therefore, rewards and punishments must be clear, and parents must learn to set rules for their children. Benevolence and righteousness are the foundation of reason. Punishment is the end of reason. Wei Liang spoke steadily, neither too fast nor too slow. The little girl listened attentively, occasionally blinking her eyes. Wei Liang continued, "Therefore, when you're young, parents teach your children benevolence and righteousness. When you're slightly older, teachers in school teach your disciples benevolence and righteousness from books. The two complement each other. The former teaches you realistically and the latter teaches you at a higher level. Neither can be missing, and it's even more impossible to undermine each other." The little girl remained silent, and it was unknown if she understood. However, when others spoke, she still understood that she should listen attentively and not interrupt. Wei Liang turned his head and asked with a smile, "Do you know who's more willing to listen to others' reasoning?" The little girl shook her head. Wei Liang then asked and answered his own question. In the beginning, children listen to their parents. After that, students listen to their teachers. When they grow up, the weak listen to the strong, the poor listen to the rich, and the subjects listen to the king. For example, the people at the foot of the mountain listen to the people at the top of the mountain, and the people at the top of the mountain listen to the people at the bottom of the mountain. Then here comes the problem. If what the strong say is wrong, but the weak take all the words and reasoning of the strong as their standard, what should they do? Benevolence and righteousness are already very difficult to be effective, so there needs to be a law. There must be something in the world that is more revered than all the immortal spells on the mountain. It can make the so-called strong feel their hands and feet tied. It can make these people fear their parents' reprimand like a teacher's feather duster and ruler. Once they make a mistake, they will immediately be hit in the palm of their hand and they will know the pain. Wei Liang smiled brightly. You don't really understand, right? Of course she didn't understand. Her little brain was a mess, yes. Wei Liang laughed and said, "Actually, you've heard it. It's just that you don't understand it for the time being. However, you've taken it all to heart. You're better than many adults. Often, after they've suffered losses, they've only learned some small tricks to deal with the world. Little girl, although your cultivation aptitude is average, your family background is good now. You don't have to worry about food and clothing. It's unlikely that there will be a huge change in your temperament. In the future, if you marry a good man, your life won't be too bad." Yuan Yanxu was a little shy. When it came to marriage, she had played with her peers before. Every time, they would find a piece of red satin and cover the head of the bride. If the husband was the little bookworm in the Lu residence next door, she would smile more. If it was the little fat boy in the Ma residence, she wouldn't be willing to smile. Wei Liang stretched out a finger. "Seeing that you're so smart and sensible, remember one thing. When you grow up, if you encounter a huge crisis that you think your family can't handle, remember to go to the governor's office in the south of the capital and find a person called Wei Liang. Yes, if it's urgent, you can send a letter." Yuan Yanxu timidly said, "Teacher, that's many years in the future. Let's just forget about it." Wei Liang shook his head and smiled. "You can't think like that. Time is like water. In the blink of an eye, you'll grow up. In another blink of an eye, she might have already died of old age." It's just that Wei Liang didn't say such inappropriate words out loud. Wei Liang smiled. "A kind person will be bullied by others. Don't you want to be a good person? A wicked person can only be tortured by another wicked person. Do you want to be a bad person? A gentleman can be bullied. Do you think it's right to bully a gentleman? That's not right. It's just that talking about a person's good and evil is too complicated. Even if it's right and wrong, how to deal with it is still a huge problem. Just like today's disturbance on the ferry. If that young man with a sword on his back patiently tried to reason with that group of people, would they listen? They would listen with their mouths, but would they accept it in their hearts? Then what's the point of saying it or not? Because what that group of people is willing to listen to is not the real reason but the current situation. Both sides have parted ways. Once the situation is gone, it's easy to change mountains and rivers, but it's hard to change one's nature. Everything will go on as usual. Maybe if you sit down and reason with them, you'll get into trouble instead. Forget it, let's not talk about this. It's more comfortable to look at the sea of clouds. These were actually more of Wei Liang's soliloquy. He didn't expect the little girl to understand. In fact, if Yuan Yanxu's parents were to listen, it would be useless. It's not that they couldn't understand, but they felt that the world was like this. Talking about these things was not as practical as talking about the principles that were thousands of miles away from the ground. Wei Liang was already an earth immortal more than 200 years ago. However, in order to promote his own knowledge, he planned to use the changes in the local customs of a country as an opportunity to prove his Tao and observe Tao. Therefore, at that time he changed his name to Wei Qian, and came to the southeast of the Aquarius continent. He helped the ancestor of the Tang family of Qinghuan Kingdom to establish the country. After that, he assisted generations of emperors of the Tang family to legislate. Before this debate between Buddhism and Taoism, Wei Liang had never used his identity as an earth immortal cultivator to target the officials and cultivators in the court. In this way, not to mention the hard work, but the progress was slow. Even during the 2 emperors he walked a long way back. This made Wei Liang very disappointed. Wei Liang finally left with a smile. He just reminded the little girl to keep the letter and the governor's mansion a secret. After Wei Liang's figure disappeared, Yuan Yanxu's parents and family guest came to the little girl and began to ask about the details of the conversation. The little girl didn't dare to hide it, but at first she also wanted to keep it a secret. She promised the gentleman not to talk about the governor's mansion and the letter. However, he accidentally spilled the beans and gave the old mister of the family a clue. His expression was warm, but there was a hidden meaning in his interrogation. Yuan Yanxu struggled for a long time, but he couldn't resist his parents' earnest questioning. He had no choice but to tell them everything. The old guest was very happy. He whispered to the middle-aged Confucian scholar, saying that the man must be the governor's consecrated cultivator. He might even be the favorite of Governor Wei. The Yuan family was blessed. The old guest of the Yuan family also reminded the Confucian scholar that the immortals on the mountain had unpredictable temperaments and couldn't be judged with common sense. Therefore he must not do anything unnecessary. He must not pay a visit and thank them. The Yuan family should just pretend that they didn't know anything. The couple was very excited. Only the little girl was full of guilt towards the immortal gentleman. She squatted by the railing and felt a little disappointed. Wei Liang, who had already walked far away, sighed. This kind of small matter didn't disappoint Wei Liang, and he wouldn't regret it. It was just that there was no surprise. In the future, the Yuan family, which was only a second-class family in the capital of Qingyuan nation, would still help them once if they were in trouble, even if the letter couldn't be sent to the governor's mansion. However, the little girl named Yuan Yanxu had already lost an immortal opportunity to embark on the path of cultivation. However, Wei Liang also knew that for Yuan Yanxu this might not be a bad thing. It was already very difficult to have a stable life in the world. After going up the mountain to cultivate and become a qi cultivator, once they started to wrestle with the heavens, it would be difficult to have a good ending as long as one's mind wasn't strong enough. Qin Pingon held Pei Qian's hand and returned to the room on the ferry. For the first time, Pei Qian said that she wanted to copy 500 more words today. Qin Pingon didn't stop her. He only reminded her that the extra words she wrote today couldn't be counted as tomorrow's. Pei Qian puffed out her chest and said that of course. When she was copying the book, she placed the small yellow gourd beside her hand. Qin Pingon sat across the table and continued to flip through a legalism book that he bought after Cui Dongshan's reminder. It wasn't a unique rare book, but it was one of the fundamental orthodox books that supported the 3 religions and the 100 schools of thought. Regarding reading, Qin Pingon remembered the advice that Lu Tai gave to him. Qin Pingon remembered it all in his heart. For example, the way to read books that were thick and thin first, as well as follow the vine to find the melon, as well as the trick to choosing books. Although the knowledge of the 100 schools of thought was diverse and filled with books, in fact only the knowledge of the 3 schools of thought, which were the most widely circulated books, could be added up to no more than 50 books. All the mortals in the world who were 70 or 70 years old could read them carefully and repeatedly. Therefore, Qin Pingon only chose the 3 legalism books to ensure that there were no mistakes in the printing. What made Qin Pingon most gratified about today's matter was still what Qin Pingon said to Pei Qian previously about following one's heart. If one did something wrong, one should first sincerely apologize to others. Furthermore, the current Pei Qian was completely different from the Pei Qian he met for the first time at the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. For example, from the beginning to the end of the storm, Pei Qian's only thought was to copy books. She didn't turn around and curse that group of people to die a horrible death. Qin Pingon asked, Pei Qian, aren't you angry when that guy pressed your head and almost threw you out? I'm angry. On the way here I've already cursed them to death in my heart. 8 big bad guys, each of them died in a different way. For example, the guy who was taught a lesson by master accidentally sprained his ankle when he went out and fell off the ferry. With a bang he was smashed to pieces. According to the physiognomy that old chef taught me, the bitch called Sleeping Silkworm Thick and Bulging suddenly quarreled with someone and then was slapped left and right. In the end she was beaten until her teeth couldn't be found. Haha, and the one with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks had a stomachache. There was no doctor on the ferry to treat him, so he was rolling on the ground and screaming. Pei Qian was busy copying books and accidentally said what was in his heart. He suddenly woke up and said with a bitter face, Master, It's up to you to hit my chestnut or pull my ears. Qin Pingon didn't get angry. He asked with a smile. Then if Pei Qian seemed to know what Qin Pingon wanted to ask. She straightened her back and said, Master, don't worry. I'm just thinking about it for fun. Even if I master the peerless swordsmanship and invincible fist arts one day, I won't really do anything to those guys when I meet them. At most I'll be like Master and kick them. Qin Pingon asked curiously, why? Pei Qian said with a look of righteousness, I'm Master's disciple and I'm your first disciple. If I lower myself to their level, won't I be embarrassing Master? Besides, it's not a big deal. When I was young I was beaten and kicked many times. Now I'm rich and half a Jianghu man. I'm magnanimous. Zhou Xian just pushed the door open and entered with Shi Rou. He gave her a thumbs up and said, Heroine Pei's flattery is getting better and better. Pei Qian continued to copy books. She was in a good mood today and didn't want to lower herself to old chef's level. Qin Pingon said to Zhou Xian, those people will definitely come to apologize later. Help me stop them and tell them to get lost. Pei Qian suddenly asked, Master, why don't we talk to them? Zhou Xian smiled and said, what do you know? For the first time Pei Qian didn't talk back. He just grinned. Last time on the path out of the lion's garden she caught a fart for Zhou Xian and Shi Rou to guess. Old chef, you really know nothing. Zhou Xian stood beside Pei Qian and watched her copy books. Her writing style was probably learned from Qin Pingon. Now her writing could be considered proper. Zhou Xian said as he watched her meticulous writing, Master, if you talk to these people properly, they'll be convinced in front of you. They'll say things like they won't do it again. But when they turn around they'll take advantage of you. Maybe they'll take pride in it and tell everyone they meet that they don't know each other. Once they get off the boat they'll continue to mingle in Jianghu. They'll have a sword cultivator friend that everyone on the boat can vouch for. How can they not be afraid? Do you think it's a small matter? Pei Qian raised her head and asked in confusion, how are we friends? Aren't we enemies? Zhou Xian sat on the side and said indifferently, we know, but Jianghu doesn't. Pei Qian stopped writing. She was so angry that she slammed the table with her other hand. How can Jianghu be like this? Qin Pingon smiled and said, copy the book well. Try to finish it in one go. It's best if you don't dawdle in the middle. Pei Qian nodded and continued to copy books. As expected, there were footsteps in the corridor outside the door. Most of them were pure martial artists of the 3rd or 4th level. Only one was of the 5th level. They started to knock on the door. Zhou Xian opened the door and kicked them out. Don't disturb my master's peace. If you're an eyesore again I'll slap you to death. That group of people trembled in fear. They bowed their heads and left like a swarm of bees. In this corridor almost half of the rooms nearby were opened. They were all very curious to see if what would happen next would be blood splattering 3 feet away. Or if it would be the so-called Jianghu anecdote in the book. In the end it was such a scene. Everyone felt a little bored. But there were a few mountain and lake cultivators who felt a little better. If that group of boorish people really profited from their misfortune and managed to latch onto such an unfathomable young sword cultivator, wouldn't they die of jealousy? Looking at Qin Pingon, who was quietly watching Pei Qian copy books, checking every stroke for mistakes, Shi Rou suddenly had a feeling that her hundreds of years as a ghost had been wasted. Wasn't he not even 20 years old yet? He shouldn't be able to see through the minutiae of people's hearts so clearly. Qin Pingon suddenly turned his head and asked with a smile, you've been looking at me for a long time. What are you doing? Shi Rou was a little embarrassed and shook her head. Seeing Qin Pingon's strange expression, Shi Rou was afraid that he would misunderstand and mistakenly think that she had some improper thoughts. Shi Rou became more and more uncomfortable. She suddenly stood up, twisted her waist and walked away. Qin Pingon was confused. He just felt that being stared at like this by Du Mao gave him goosebumps. Zhou Xian gloated, young master is really a dragon among men. If a woman in the world meets someone like you, won't she be ruined for life? Qin Pingon sighed, Zhou Xian, sometimes your flattery is not as pleasing to the ear as Pei Qian. Zhou Xian chuckled, after all, when it comes to flattery, Pei Qian is gifted. This old servant just has to work hard. Pei Qian copied the book without raising his head. He only said with an angry expression, old chef, just you wait. When I'm done I'll still lack 125 words. Then you'll be in trouble. Zhou Xian laughed. What? Are you going to compete with me in eating shit or scolding people? Qin Pingon couldn't listen anymore. He simply took out the priceless true body talisman of the day and night wandering god talisman and the jade pendant carved with the dragon palace. Because Li Baozhen opened the door, and Qin Pingon didn't know how to close the door, the two items kept losing spiritual energy. However, compared to the abundant spiritual energy of the talisman and the jade pendant, it was almost negligible. For example, in the reed-filled lake outside the lion's garden, someone used a hoe to dig a small ditch to release water. This set off the fatal flaw of a purely martial artist's talisman drawing. One was like burning oil in a raging fire, like the rotation of the four seasons. The other was like flowing water, like an immortal's abode, evergreen all year round. Zhou Xian clicked his tongue in wonder. I can't tell what the jade pendant is, but second young Master Li's treasured talisman should be a magic treasure among magic treasures of immortals? Qin Pingon nodded. The talisman lineage is a major lineage of Taoism. It is ever-changing and is a mystery of the heavens. After mastering it, it is enough to allow a cultivator to run amok everywhere. Even when facing sword cultivators who eat the most money and have the greatest killing power, there are still Jing talismans and sword-locking talismans to deal with them. Compared to other Qi refinement warriors who fear sword cultivators like tigers, it is already considered very good. Moreover, it can also be used to kill ghosts and deities. Therefore, most cultivators will carry a few talisman with them in case of emergency. As for the quantity and quality, of course, it depends on one's money bag. He realized that Zhou Xian was looking at him. During the battle in the lion's garden, Qin Pingon also took out a large number of high-grade rare talisman besides using golden paint to draw talismans. Qin Pingon smiled. I'll tell you in Peiqian the story inside when we reach Luopa Mountain in Longquan County. In short, this is more or less the reason why I didn't kill Li Baozhen. Zhou Xian did not ask further and rubbed his hands. Young master, can you give me a chance to feed you punches? Qin Pingon nodded and stood up. This time you can hit harder. You don't have to worry about whether I can take it. You Zhou Xian don't know how I fed punches to others back then. After seeing it, I know that Jing Dafeng fed punches to you guys at the medicine shop in Old Dragon City. Truly. Well, according to what you said, it's a man drawing a woman's eyebrows gently. Zhou Xian smiled. That's good. At that time I already felt that it was not straightforward enough. It's just that Sui Yu was around, so I was embarrassed to say anything. Peiqian had already finished copying the book. Qin Pingon said, go back to your room. Otherwise you will definitely scream when the time comes. Peiqian promised loudly, I won't. Qin Pingon took out a filth-dispelling talisman and pasted it in the room. In the end, after 5 minutes, Peiqian was sweating profusely and trembling in fear just by watching the two of them sparring. In the end, she simply ran to the corner of the room and rummaged through Qin Pingon's bamboo box to take out her treasure box. If she had to practice martial arts like this to become a peerless master in her mind, Peiqian would definitely pretend that Jianghu did not exist. There was no such thing as Jianghu in the world. Just read the stories in books. Qin Pingon was wearing a golden robe which saved him a lot of trouble. He sat back at the table with Zhou Xian and took out a pot of misty fog wine bought from the capital of Qinghuan Kingdom. He poured a cup for Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian drank it all in one gulp. He did not need Qin Pingon to pour wine for him. He took the pot and filled it to the brim. Peiqian reminded him, old chef, don't drink too much. It's bad for your body. Besides, a pot of misty fog wine costs 3 taels of silver. Zhou Xian began to drink slowly and asked in a low voice, young master, when do you plan to break through the bottleneck and reach the 6th realm? Qin Pingon already had a conclusion in his heart. He said, let's wait a little longer. If there's an opportunity we can fight for it. Qin Pingon did not elaborate on what an opportunity was. After all, the word strongest was even more illusory than the martial fate of a country that could be manifested as a phenomenon. Qin Pingon laughed. I don't really dare to go to those fragmented secret paradises to try my luck, snatch for opportunities, snatch for treasures, and hope to find all kinds of immortal legacies and relics. But with the martial arts foundation that he had built up with each punch, Qin Pingon felt that there was no harm in trying. But Qin Pingon also knew that as long as Cao Ci remained in the 5th realm, not to mention him, Qin Pingon, no one else had any hope. Boss Sword Immortal had personally said that Cao Ci's martial arts cultivation was far ahead of his peers. Every realm would be the strongest in the world. At that time Ningyao was not convinced. She said that even if Chao Ci's master was the best in martial arts in the 4 realms, her martial arts fate could also manifest. However, the world was vast and unpredictable. How could Chao Ci be the strongest in all realms? Could it be that Chao Ci's ancestors had opened shops and monopolized the martial fate of the world? At that time Qin Qingdou said something that Qin Pingan remembered deeply. Chao Ci is just that strong. From his foundation, talent, temperament and martial fate, it's all the same. There's no reason to talk about it. Qin Pingan had just lost to Chao Ci 3 times in a row. He didn't feel anything, but Ningyao was furious. Seeing Ningyao like that, Qin Pingan felt quite happy. But Ningyao saw him like that and became even angrier. At this moment Zhou Xian subconsciously blurted out, "Young master is a person of great fortune. How can you return empty-handed from a treasure mountain? Now that I'm in the Golden Body realm, I have some understanding of the secret realm after the Blessed Enclave is broken. I know that cultivators of the upper 5 realms cannot enter. Once they enter, the secret realm will be unstable and easily collapse. They will be easily swept away by the disorderly long river of time and seriously wear down their cultivation. Now that there are no upper 5 realms cultivators secretly eyeing you, and you have this old servant to help you, young master can go and try your luck. If you encounter a place like this next time, young master won't need to bring this old servant along. After all, we are pure martial artists, so it doesn't matter." Qin Pingan thought for a moment and nodded. "That makes sense. I'm used to avoiding these things. Now it seems that I have to change my mindset." Pei Qian originally frowned when he heard great fortune. But after hearing Zhou Lian's words, his brows relaxed. Zhou Lian thought for a moment. After that, the time on the immortal ferryboat slowly passed. Many scenic spots with signs of immortals' abodes on the mountains could not build an immortals' ferry that required an endless supply of immortals' money. Therefore the ferry could not dock. However, some immortal boats that could float in the air and ride the wind had been prepared in advance to send the guests who had arrived at their destination to the small ferry ports on the mountains. When they passed by the famous fishing platform in the north of Qingwan country, there were especially many people disembarking. Qin Pingan, Pei Qian and Zhou Lian came to the bow of the boat and saw that between 2 towering mountains, there was a huge sea of clouds floating past, flowing like a stream. The 2 big fishing platforms on the left and right were built on the banks of the sea of clouds at the top of the mountains. From time to time, colorful birds could be seen flapping their wings and breaking through the sea of clouds. Pei Qian was enthralled. She only hated that she could not ride the wind. Otherwise she could rush over with a swoosh and hit those birds and flying fish with her walking stick, catching them and running back to the ferry. She should be able to sell them for a lot of money. Maybe if she made a few more trips she would be able to buy a treasure box or even a treasure shelf. Zhou Lian was an 8th level martial artist. But on this journey with Qin Pingan he had always been walking. He had never had the experience of riding the wind. Qin Pingan asked curiously, "Zhou Lian, don't you have any thoughts? Don't you feel that you're not treating your realm unfairly?" Zhou Lian shook his head and smiled. "Young master, back in my hometown, I've long been tired of other people's startled gazes. I really can't bring myself to be so rash." Shi Ro was silently admiring the scenery on the side. She was already used to Zhou Lian's thoughts that were different from ordinary people's. While Qin Pingan and the others were admiring the scenery, Wei Liang was sitting at a desk in a room writing something. Beside his hand was an antique red sandalwood box. Inside it was filled with the gentleman's armament paper cutter. He took out a yellow bamboo carving knife and used it as a paperweight. Although Wei Liang left the capital, he used the excuse of going sightseeing to relax. But in reality he was doing one thing along the way. His relationship with Qingwan country was not big, but it was not small either. He was helping someone compile the immortal master rankings of the Aquarius continent. He needed to make a summary of things. Wei Liang drew up the first draft of a 9th level system. First level, only the immortal realm of the upper 5 realms of the Aquarius continent could enter this list. Second level, the Jade realm of the upper 5 realms. Or the contribution of the Song clan's iron cavalry to the south and destroying the country. Third level, Yuanying realm. Or the contribution equivalent to opening up a new continent. Fourth level, Jindan realm. Gradually going down all the way to the 9th level. The specific division was rather complicated. It was not absolutely linked to the realm of the Qi refinement warrior. One had to refer to the Dali imperial court, especially the military's records of the cultivators' contributions during the journey south. Among them was Ruan Tan of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. He was not only the first person in the second level, but also the Song clan's immortal rankings that would be recorded as contributions in the future. He temporarily occupied the first position. In addition, there were the two military ancestral courts, Martial Mountain and Wind Snow Temple, as well as the two sword cultivator sects, Wind Thunder Garden and Xingyang Mountain. Further down, it was Dali's Eternal Spring Palace, Xianxia Mountain, Qingfeng City's Su family. They all needed one or two spots to enter this list, and their ranks would definitely not be low. As for the cultivators who had the peace and quiet token issued by Dali's Ministry of Justice, they would definitely be included. After that, the immortal masters who took the lead to surrender to Dali regardless of their background, immortal masters or mountain and swamp cultivators, could all be included. Wei Liang had been perfecting the details recently. This required that person to provide him with a large amount of spy information, even the inside story of a country's throne and the life and death of the emperor. Wei Liang put the brush in his hand on the brush holder mountain, stood up and slowly paced in the room. The reason why he was willing to do this. It was not that Wei Liang was forced by the general situation and had no choice but to surrender to that embroidered tiger. In fact, with Wei Liang's temper, if Cui Dong could not convince him, he could give up on the more than 200 years of operation in Qingwan country and start anew in another continent. For example, the more lawless Julu continent, or the relatively stable Tongyi continent. With the foundation of Qingwan country, it would only take 100 or 200 years. But this time when Cui Dong came to Qingwan country in person, the first person he found was Wei Liang. Cui Dong had a frank conversation with him. After Wei Liang learned about this Dali imperial tutor and the general direction of the Dali dynasty's established national policy, Wei Liang decided to cooperate. Cooperation, not surrender. Wei Liang did not compromise and did not bargain. Cui Dong also did not have any doubts about this. It was undeniable that Cui Dong's request was more far-reaching than Wei Liang's. Therefore Wei Liang looked forward to the scene that Cui Dong spoke of, appearing in front of his eyes one day. Inscribe the Dali law on a tablet, and erect the tablet on the peak of the mountains of Baoping continent. Wei Liang came to the window, his eyes burning, his heart surging with heroism. It was even better than the rolling sea of clouds that flowed between the two mountains beneath his feet. A real man should be like this, only then would he not walk in vain and not let down what he had learned. Qin Pingon had already sat on the ferry 3 times and knew that this green clothes ferry was originally slow. He did not expect it to take so many detours, purposely going along the northeastern and northern borders of the Azure Luan Empire, letting off a few batches of passengers. After finally leaving the territory of the Azure Luan Empire, he originally thought that it would be faster, stopping at a vassal state north of the Cloud Sky Empire. Finally, at noon today, he decided to stop at the middle mountains of this small empire, saying that he would only set sail tomorrow evening. The guests could go to the middle mountains to admire the scenery, especially since it was stone gambling 4 times a year. If there was a chance, it would be a good thing if they were lucky. The light fire stone of the middle mountains of the sky-bearing empire was known as the Little Cloud Mountain. Once you bet correctly, you would be able to obtain a high-quality light fire stone of the middle mountains of the Azure Luan Empire at a low price. As long as it was the size of a fist, it would be a good thing to become rich overnight. 10 years ago, there was a mountain cultivator who used his remaining 26 snow stones to buy a light fire stone that no one cared about. In the end, he obtained a light fire stone that was worth 30 small summer coins. Of course, if the guests were unwilling to disembark, they could rest on the green clothes ferry. After Qin Pingon heard the explanation of the maidservant, he was speechless for a moment. After the maidservant left, Qin Pingon walked to the window and looked at the so-called middle mountain not far away, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Even if it was called Middle Mountain, not to mention the cloud-covering mountain in his hometown, even the Luopa mountain that belonged to Qin Pingon was much more majestic than this mountain. Qin Pingon could only bring the 3 of them off the ferry and wait for a small boat to bring them to the middle mountain of the sky-bearing empire. Even if Qin Pingon used his but to think, he would know that the deity of this middle mountain and the owner of the green clothes ferry were business partners. While Qin Pingon and the rest were waiting for the small boat to pick them up, the surrounding passengers subconsciously made way for them. Although they did not openly point at them, whispers were unavoidable. The group of pugilistic men who had suffered at the hands of the young sword cultivator had already left the ferry dejectedly after failing to apologize, not daring to stay for long. Everyone had different thoughts. Regardless of the age of the immortal masters, most of them were jealous of Qin Pingon, who had nurtured 2 natal flying swords, but they hid it well. As for the cultivators of the mountains and lakes, they were incomparably fearful. The rich people of the secular world, after being embellished by the discussions of the various people on the ferry, felt that sword cultivators were indeed as arrogant and despotic as the legends said. Only on the ferry side they were extremely respectful towards Qin Pingon and the rest, specially choosing a beautiful lady to knock on the door from time to time, delivering a plate of celestial fruits and vegetables. On the ferry, there was also a small pavilion called Celestial Chi Room, specially for the guests who had taken the ferry to leave behind a piece of calligraphy. Qin Pingon tactfully rejected it, only allowing Zhou Xian to write a piece of calligraphy. Sitting on a small boat with a talisman engraved at the bottom, they arrived at the foot of the middle mountain. There were not many true pilgrims, and the majority of them were the nobles and pugilistic men of the sky-bearing empire who came to gamble on stones. It was just that these people who were used to being arrogant in the secular world, when they met the ferry passengers who came down from the small boat, their voices were much softer than usual. On the ferry there were 3 people who came to deliver incense from different temples of the middle mountain, and in order to snatch customers they almost got into a fight. The incense seller from the middle mountain celestial temple had the worst temper, while the incense seller from the temple at the foot of the mountain and the temple at the foot of the mountain seemed to be avoiding the sharp edges, but their words were like knives flying everywhere. In any case, the 3 of them each had their own merits, and this time they boarded the ferry to attract customers, bringing along those who were willing to burn incense with them. The manager of the ferry specially brought the incense seller from the middle mountain celestial temple to Qin Pingon and introduced him. After the man heard that Qin Pingon did not have the intention to burn incense for the time being, he still greeted him with a smile, saying that it was already an honor for young noble Qin to grace his humble dwelling with his presence. When Qin Pingon's feet touched the ground, the incense seller who was still on the ferry stood by the railing, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Zhou Xian said with a smile, "What does young master say? Why don't this old servant reward this warrior for the first time I see him?" Qin Pingon waved his hands. "Who knows, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. There is no need to be so calculative." Pei Qian asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Zhou Xian said with a smile, "Someone is peeing and shitting on your head. Quickly raise your head and take a look." Pei Qian rolled his eyes. At the foot of the mountain, there was a long street that specialized in stone gambling with dozens of big and small shops. Inside and outside the shops, there were piles of gray-colored lantern stones, the smallest being the size of a palm, the largest being the height of a person, weighing more than 10,000 catties. Such huge stones were the treasures of the shops. These stones were a specialty of the middle mountain in the sky-bearing empire. The reason why they were called lantern stones was because of the legendary lantern stone marrow of the highest quality. It was bright red like blood, extremely thick without any impurities, and would flicker like a lantern. Holding a piece in one's hand would naturally deter evil spirits. The strange thing was that before opening the stone, even an earth immortal cultivator would not be able to see the quality of the stone. Qin Pingon was not interested in these and gave Pei Qian and the other 2 10 snowflakes each, letting them choose and open the stones themselves. He went up the mountain alone, wanting to take a look at the middle mountain celestial temple, and arranged to meet at an inn at the foot of the mountain at dusk. Pei Qian was a little embarrassed and asked if she could not buy the stones. Qin Pingon smiled and pinched her tanned face. "Anyway, the 10 snowflakes are yours, you can spend it however you want." Pei Qian made no sound. Waiting until Qin Pingon was far away, they started to climb the mountain. Pei Qian immediately jumped up in joy, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, performing a crazy demonic sword technique. Zhou Xian had not even finished visiting 2 shops before he bought a pleasing lantern stone, but when he opened it on the spot he lost everything. Pei Qian was so angry that he almost fought with him. Zhou Xian pressed one hand on Pei Qian's head, allowing Pei Qian to move his hands and feet. Shi Ro held the 10 snowflakes in her hand, looking carefully and listening attentively, going from shop to shop, often picking up a lantern stone, looking at it for half a day and then putting it back down, not spending a single snowflake. Zhou Xian was full of praise. You really know how to live. Pei Qian followed beside Shi Rou, staring at the lantern stones of different sizes, wishing he could stick his eyeballs on them. His butt was kicked by Zhou Xian a few times and he was even mocked by Zhou Xian for being greedy for money, but why would he fall into a pile of stones? Zhou Xian soon regretted not going up the mountain with Chen Pin gone. These two girls, Shi Rou and Pei Qian, really had extraordinary perseverance when it came to shopping. Not only did they want to go from shop to shop, but they also wanted to look at the lantern stones one by one. In addition, whenever a customer bought a lantern stone and asked the shop to help open it, the two would stop and look from beginning to end with a solemn expression, as if they cared more about the result than the rich people who spent a lot of money to buy stones. Zhou Xian did not have a hard time walking, but his heart was tired. In the end, when Zhou Xian looked up at the sky, he estimated that even young Master Chen had almost reached the foot of the mountain. Shi Rou finally bought a palm-sized lantern stone, and according to the shop's price, she spent 2 snowflakes. The stone that came out was actually a thumb-sized bright red chalcedony. Even the shopkeeper was sincerely shocked. It was not that such a small amount of chalcedony was priceless, but that it was really rare to find so much chalcedony in such a small piece of lantern stone. Shi Rou smiled, not intending to sell the bright red and thick lantern chalcedony. After walking out of the shop, Pei Qian suddenly tugged at Shi Rou's sleeve and whispered, "Sister Shi Rou, can you lend me 8 snowflakes?" Shi Rou asked curiously, "You're not buying stones, why do you need money?" Pei Qian said in all seriousness, "I'm buying stones." Shi Rou was even more puzzled. "We've already finished shopping and there are so many shops, you still remember which one?" Pei Qian nodded vigorously. Shi Rou smiled and handed the remaining 8 snowflakes to Pei Qian. Pei Qian took a deep breath and began to run. Shi Rou and Zhou Xian looked at each other and quickly followed. They did not know what Pei Qian was up to. In the end, the two found Pei Qian standing in a corner in a large shop with piles of various colored lantern stones, struggling to pull out a lantern stone. She might not be able to hold it with both hands, but the lantern stone was estimated to be very big. Although the lantern stone could not be seen inside, but with hundreds of years of mining history, the few mountain root stone veins in Zhongyue were also very particular, plus the rich experience of not cutting out the chalcedony. The shopkeeper of each shop would have a rough estimate. It was inevitable that there would be some deviation, but generally it was not big. There would occasionally be a small leak, but it was almost impossible to find a big leak. So although many lantern stones were big, the price was very low. Some stones were not big, but the price was high. Pei Qian was squatting, the lantern stone at her feet was quite big and was only priced at 20 snowflakes. It had been in the shop for more than 100 years and no one had ever asked about it. Pei Qian began to seriously bargain with the shopkeeper, saying that she only had 15 snowflakes, and that it was all the savings she had painstakingly accumulated over the years. The old shopkeeper felt that this little girl was very interesting. She did not look like the child of a rich family at all. She looked dark and swarthy, but she could have 15 snowflakes, which was worth 15,000 taels of silver. In the counties and cities of the sky-bearing empire, she could be considered a rich man. The old shopkeeper actually felt that it was a good price to cut off 5 snowflakes and 15 snowflakes. Otherwise, this lantern stone, which the shopkeeper privately estimated to be worth 10 snowflakes, could not be sold after another 100 years, and the shop would have been passed down to his grandson. However, the old man still asked for a sky-high price and Pei Qian returned the money on the spot. After fighting and scheming for about half an incense stick's worth of time, the old shopkeeper wanted to see what excuses and reasons this little girl could come up with in order to save money on 5 snowflakes. In the end, the old shopkeeper laughed and agreed. In the end, he saw the charcoal girl take out a handful of snowflakes, put 3 into her sleeve and gave the remaining 15 to him. The old man's mouth twitched. "Little girl, you're a little unkind." Pei Qian pretended to be stupid, grinning. Shi Rou pretended not to know Pei Qian. Zhou Xian gave her a thumbs up. "You're indeed the first disciple." The old shopkeeper was not angry. Instead, he felt that this mischievous little girl was a good businessman. He smiled and asked, "Do you want our shop to open the stones for you?" Pei Qian nodded. "Of course, otherwise I won't be able to carry such a heavy stone. According to your rules, any lantern stone less than 20 snowflakes will be opened for free. Also, if a good stone is opened, It's up to the buyer to give the shop a reward. If I don't give you a reward, you can't be angry." The old shopkeeper was overjoyed and nodded in agreement. Pei Qian suddenly asked the old shopkeeper to wait and turned to look at Zhou Lian. Zhou Lian understood and nodded. "Open it. Young master isn't here, but I'm here." Pei Qian tilted her head and smiled brightly. She suddenly turned and waved her hand at the old shopkeeper. "Open the stones." Then she returned the remaining 3 snowflakes to Shiro and said softly, "I still owe you 5. I'll pay you back later." After a stick of incense, the entire street at the foot of the mountain was shocked. Pei Qian, who was already carrying a bag, now had another heavy bag. The old shopkeeper behind her beat his chest and stamped his feet in regret. "Lantern stone marrow that is hard to come by in 100 years. It's worth 3 snowflakes." Zhou Lian, with both hands in his sleeves, smiled and leisurely followed behind the swaggering Pei Qian. Shiro only felt that it was too unimaginable. Qin Pingon had just come down the mountain and reached the end of the street. Seeing Pei Qian, who was the center of attention, Qin Pingon was confused. When Pei Qian saw that familiar figure, she immediately dashed over, panting. Qin Pingon asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Is it Zhou Lian or Shiro who picked up a bargain?" Pei Qian just smiled. Zhou Lian and Shiro came to the master and disciple's side. Zhou Lian said with a smile, "Young master, this is a waste of money. You used 15 snowflakes to open a piece of lantern stone marrow worth at least 3 snowflakes." Qin Pingon smiled and touched Pei Qian's head. "So amazing." He was happy but not shocked or surprised. Pei Qian's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Tilting her head, she took off the bag with some difficulty and handed it to Qin Pingon. "Master, I'll give it to you." Qin Pingon smiled and waved his hand. "Keep it for yourself. Later, when you save money to buy a treasure shelf, you can put it in the most conspicuous place. Isn't that good? Anyone who sees it will be envious and know that you're a little rich man." Pei Qian shook her head vigorously and explained, "I remember the day I caught the mountain jump and let it go was your birthday. This can be my birthday gift to you." Qin Pingon was stunned. After a long silence, he put his palm on Pei Qian's little head and smiled. "So it's like this, then master will accept it?" It was the first time Zhou Lian saw Qin Pingon so happy. When Qin Pingon reunited with Zhang Shanfeng and Xianxia, he was naturally very happy, but not as happy as Qin Pingon was now. Pei Qian nodded and said apologetically, "But master, on the 5th of May next year, I may not be able to give you such a good gift." Qin Pingon took the bag and put it in the bamboo box on his back. Then he took Pei Qian's hand and walked together on the street. Pei Qian happily talked about the scene when everyone's eyes widened after opening the stone. Qin Pingon smiled and listened to Pei Qian's chatter. The sun was setting. The afterglow elongated the big and the small figures. Zhou Lian still had his hands in his sleeves. Shiro's eyes were gentle. 400. The group originally planned to stay at the inn at the foot of the mountain, but unexpectedly, it was overcrowded. Most of the rooms were empty. Qin Pingon was worried that Shiro wouldn't be able to protect Pei Qian alone, so he could only take the flying boat and return to the floating ferry, Qingyi. Zhou Lian asked about the incense at the Yu ancestral temple at the top of the mountain. Qin Pingon said that they did not go in to burn incense and only circled around the mountain. However, along the way they passed by a few Taoist temples. It could be seen that they spared no effort in fighting for pilgrims. The Taoist temples invited the third-rank high officials of the Sky-bearing Empire to erect a monument at the entrance of the temple. The temples invited famous calligraphers to write a plaque. Other than that, the mountain roads leading to the temples were abnormally flat and shaded by trees. The mountain was the same. The competition for incense between the 5 mountains of the empire was even more intense. It could be said that they were unscrupulous. The gods of Yu Mountain would often invite the 5th realm Qi cultivators to cultivate. Even if they did not show up, the thatched cottages would be enough. They would even invite the poets to tour their mountains, leave behind poems and calligraphy, and send people to the secular dynasties to add fuel to the fire. There were all kinds of tricks. It was said that in Yu Mountain of the Sky-bearing Empire, there was a famous minister known as the Banana Scholar. When he was sheltering from the rain in Yu Mountain, he wrote a popular and wonderful poem. It was highly praised by the deputy head of Lakeview Academy and was compiled into a poem collection. It was also the finale. Even 100 years later, Yu ancestral temple was still benefiting from this qi. Qin Pingon did not like these businesses that had nothing to do with qi of immortals, but he would not be against them either. Perhaps in the future, if he wanted to establish a small sect in his hometown in Longquan County, he would have to follow these methods. Before the flying boat took off, Zhou Xian said softly, "Young master, do you want me to show my skills?" Pei Qian obtained that piece of lantern fire chalcedony. It is inevitable that there will be people coveting it. Qin Pingon shook his head and smiled. Now we are not causing trouble, and it is not that we cannot stop ordinary ghosts. How can there be good people guarding against thieves at night and beating drums and gongs? If someone really comes knocking on our door, you Zhou Lian will help the people get rid of the evil. It was rare that Shi Rou took the initiative to speak, but we have treasures on us, that is why people coveted it. Qin Pingon explained patiently, "You're wrong. Firstly, it's wrong to be tempted by the sight of money and have the intention to kill for the treasure. Secondly, it may seem like we are the ones who are guilty of treasuring treasures, causing others to be envious of us, but that is not the case. It is the evil people who have evil in their hearts first. Today they see the lantern chalcedony. Tomorrow they see the treasures and spirit artifacts. Later they see the good fortune of others. These are all reasons for them to take risks and disregard the law." Qin Pingon had already broken down the logic and explained it in detail. Shi Rou nodded her head, expressing her approval. Qin Pingon finally smiled and said, "The Jianghu is already foul enough. Let's not blame the good people anymore." Zhou Lian clicked his tongue and said, "The money loser has finally stepped on dog shit. It's rare for him to make such a large sum of money. His waist is even harder than the walking stick." The airship slowly rose into the air. Pei Qian sat beside Qin Pingon, trying hard to hold back his laughter. Zhou Lian asked, "Why not buy a few more lantern stones, and try your luck? If you still have 3 pieces of snow left to spend money, you can let Shi Rou sell that small lantern chalcedony. Using small to gain big, the more you earn, the more gold and silver you will have. Wouldn't you have made a fortune in this treasured land? Not to mention this year's birthday gift for your master. Maybe next year and the year after that will be appropriate too." Pei Qian stretched out 2 fingers, his face full of pride. Zhou Lian smiled, "Tell me, I am all ears." Pei Qian imitated Qin Pingon and said slowly, "Firstly, master has taught me the way out of Lion's Denver. A gentleman does not take what others like. Therefore I will not ask Shi Rou to sell the lantern chalcedony. Secondly, in Jianghu know when to stop. This is also what master taught me." Zhou Lian cupped his fists. I have learned. I wonder when Heroine Pei or Teacher Pei will open a school to teach. When the time comes I will definitely support." Pei Qian threw a punch to scare Zhou Lian, but seeing that old chef did not move, he resentfully retracted his fist. "Old chef, why are you so childish?" Zhou Lian threw a punch. Pei Qian leaned back instantly, avoiding the punch, and laughed loudly. Zhou Lian and Qin Pingon looked at each other and smiled. Shi Rou was not a pure martial artist and did not know the profoundness of this. After the group of them boarded the ferry, the rumors of a young sword cultivator with 2 natal flying swords were too intimidating. It was far more attractive than the 3 grains of grain rain coins. Thus, until the ferry left the sky-bearing empire, no one dared to test the capabilities of a sword cultivator. However, the slow speed of the ferry, the roundabout route, and the various methods to earn money made Qin Pingon prostrate himself in admiration. On this day there was another ferry hovering, and the flying boats scattered out to cross the single-plank bridge of an immortal mansion. Even Qin Pingon could not help but laugh and scold, "We are really on a pirate ship." That immortal sect was only a third-rate sect in Aquarius continent, but between 2 mountain peaks, they built a single-plank bridge that was tens of miles long. It was high above the sea of clouds all year round, and the scenery was not bad. However, they were not careless in collecting money, and a single trip would cost 3 snow coins. It was said that the B-Tail 5 Realms wild cultivator had once crossed the single-plank bridge, and coincidentally saw the scene of the sun rising from the east. Due to a spiritual connection, he comprehended the Tao and broke through, becoming a Jindan Earth immortal. It was because he took this step that he was able to stand proudly at the peak of Aquarius continent with the identity of a wild cultivator. Qin Pingon still obediently took out 12 snowflakes to spend. At first Pei Qian wanted to run back and forth 7 or 8 times. However, A young maidservant who was fortunate enough to be cultivating in an immortal residence reminded everyone with a smile that there was a particular rule about this single-plank bridge. They could not turn back. This made Pei Qian stomp his feet in frustration. Did he lose money again? Although it was called a single-plank bridge, it was actually not narrow and difficult to cross. The bridge that the bee-tail wild cultivator had taken was indeed dilapidated. Later on, the sect sold everything they had and rebuilt it to its current scale. Not only was it wide and stable, it was also rebuilt to be exquisite and beautiful. After that, the ferry bypassed the Aquarius continent that was in full swing, and made a veritable big circle. So much so that the map below the ferry was the dragon path that Qin Pingon once took to the south. At that time, Qin Pingon separated from Zhang Shanfeng and Xianxia and went south alone. This time he was accompanied by Pei Qian, Zhou Xian and Shi Rou. During this period of time on the ferry, Qin Pingon had to divide half of his time to meditate and look inside himself, absorbing the aura and nourishing the water residents. The more one was involved in the path of cultivation, the deeper one would feel the aftereffects of cultivating qi and practicing martial arts. Qin Pingon roughly came to a conclusion. This path would have a short path of benefits after Qin Pingon reached the 7th realm of martial arts, the cave realm of qi cultivator. But after that, especially after the completion of the refining of the natal item and the formation of the Jindan realm, the conflict between the two would become more and more irreconcilable, causing the path of martial arts to be bumpy, and advancing to the Yuanying realm would be even more difficult. But these were all matters for the future. He still had to punch now, and he still had to do his best to absorb and refine the aura of heaven and earth. After Qin Pingon punched the most rudimentary 6-step stance 1,000,000 times on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he left the inverted mountain to the Tongye continent, then to the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, then to the Great Spring Dynasty, the Green Tiger Palace, and the southernmost Old Dragon City in the Aquarius continent, and now from the Qinghuan Kingdom in the southeast to the Great Sui Kingdom in the north. He punched about 400,000 times. After the Tsing-Yi ferry left, 3 old men climbed up the mountain and arrived at the single-plank bridge. It was already the time of the summer when people were boiling under the sun. There were few tourists. Other than the female disciples who collected money at the 2 ends of the single-plank bridge, there were almost no guests on the bridge. A short old man in hemp clothes who looked like a bandit slapped the shoulder of an old man with the same temperament. "Sun, what are you waiting for? Pay up." The old man with the surname Sun was busy asking the young lady about the uniqueness of the scenery here. After his shoulder was pressed, he immediately took out 9 snowflakes and paid for it. The old man who paid was the senior Sun that Zhou Lian mentioned. In the dusty medicine shop in Old Dragon City, he gave Zhou Lian a few novels about immortals fighting. Zhou Lian was very impressed with this senior's knowledge. His knowledge was very profound. After that, Sui Yu went to the Jade Gui sect of the Tongyi continent where this old man was. After Du Mao of the Tongyi continent failed to ascend, his vitality was greatly damaged. The Jade Gui sect was now fully deserving of being the leader of a continent. The remaining ordinary-looking old man wanted to say something but hesitated. He wanted to persuade this carefree old friend of his. "Old Senior Sun was kind enough to cross the continent to visit you, but you didn't give him any face from the beginning to the end. What's going on? Did you really think that this senior was a junior disciple of your invincible Divine Fist sect? Moreover, if it wasn't for Senior Sun's help, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the largest fragment of the glazed golden body that Du Mao left behind." Taking a step back, Sun Yuan was after all an immortal realm cultivator of Tongye continent and the old sect master of Yugui sect. Where did you, who fell back to nascent soul realm, get the confidence to yell at this senior every day? This old man was the 5th realm cultivator from Betail Crossing and was also Jiang Yun's master. Therefore, this single-plank bridge was the blessed land for him to become a golden pill expert. The 3rd realm servant girl couldn't tell the depth of the 3 people. Not to mention her, even the sea-viewing realm mountain lord couldn't see through them. 1 immortal realm, 1 unpolished jade realm and 1 nascent soul realm. If any of them stomped their feet, the entire mountain would probably collapse. After Sun Yuan paid the money, the 3 old men slowly walked on the single-plank bridge. In terms of age and cultivation, Sun Yuan was the most senior. However, this 1-foot spear of the Tongye continent couldn't be unyielding in front of the jade-faced young man from the Aquarius continent. Once, when they were watching the same scene, the young man took the initiative to ask if he could fight with the 1-foot spear. If he could, he would come and help. Sun Yuan patted his chest and promised that even if he couldn't fight he wouldn't be a burden. Then as a Qi refinement warrior, the old sect master of the invincible Divine Fist sect gave Sun Yuan an address and arranged to meet there. Sun Yuan directly rode the wind and left as fast as lightning. In the end, the Taoist Heavenly Lord of Divine Grandeur sect, who had just reached 12th realm, had a conflict with the unpolished Jade Realm cultivator at Betail Crossing. Both sides were determined to obtain the glazed golden body fragment and were in a deadlock. If nothing unexpected happened, no matter what the final result was, at least the invincible Divine Fist sect would become enemies with the Divine Grandeur sect. However, after Sun Yuan appeared, the deadlock was immediately broken. It was barely a happy ending. The unpolished Jade Realm cultivator spent money to buy the rare glazed golden body fragment and almost emptied his family's fortune. However, it was obvious that the #1 cultivator in the Aquarius continent, the Taoist Heavenly Lord Zhou Xian, took a big step back. In addition to collecting money, Sun Yuan also helped the Divine Grandeur sect to ask one of the 72 Confucian sages in charge of the territory of the Aquarius continent for the glazed golden body fragment to escape into the ruins of an unknown ancient broken grotto heaven. He handed it to the Heavenly Lord Zhou Xian to bring it back to the sect for repair. If it was well managed, it would become a small blessed land of the Divine Grandeur sect that could double the cultivation progress of the disciples with half the effort. Generally speaking, cultivators of 5th realm wouldn't easily enter the broken grotto heaven. However, nothing was absolute. Moreover, the Confucian sages of the vast world had a group of sages who specialized in expanding the territory. They would search for the ruins floating at the bottom of the river of time. After salvaging it, they would either stabilize it as a new grotto heaven or gradually integrate it into the territory of the vast world. In history, there were many Confucian sages who completely fell in the river of time because of this, and there were even more who lost their great Tao for this reason. However, these dangers and sacrifices were all the human world didn't know. After Li Huai went to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom to study, although he was bullied at first, the sky cleared after the storm. After that, not only did no one in the academy find trouble with him, but he also made 2 new friends who were of the same age as him. One of them was a talented child of the Frigid clan named Lu Guan. The other was a tycoon of the Great Sui Kingdom named Ma Lian, who had been born for generations. Lu Guan, who came from a poor background, was extremely daring and always had some wild ideas. On the contrary, Ma Lian, who came from the best family, was timid and didn't dare to do anything. He became a little follower of the two and only cared about hanging out with Lu Guan and Li Huai all day long. Because Ma Lian's family was a top tycoon of the Great Sui Kingdom and had a marriage alliance with the Gao family of Guiyang, Ma Lian was the eldest grandson of the first wife. Now he was hanging out with Li Huai and Lu Guan. Therefore he was excluded by the other peers of the Great Sui Kingdom and was ridiculed as a bootlicker and a money bag. When summer came, 3 children of the same age sneaked out of the dormitory after the curfew of the academy to cool off by the lake. If they were caught by the headmaster, they would be reprimanded for copying books and punished for standing and being caned. Tonight, Lu Guan took the lead and walked with swagger like a teacher of the academy patrolling at night. Li Huai looked around and was more cautious. Ma Lian lowered his head and carefully followed behind Li Huai. The 3 of them smoothly arrived at the lakeside. Lu Guan took off his boots and placed his feet in the cool lake water. He felt that the scenery was not beautiful enough, so he turned his head and said to one of his companions who was relieved of a heavy burden, "Ma Lian, it's hot and stuffy in the summer. Isn't your Ma family known as the best Tibetan fan family in the capital? When you go back, take out 3 and give one to Li Huai and me." Ma Lian said with a bitter face, "My grandpa's most precious fans are all his treasures. He won't give them to me." Lu Guan rolled his eyes and said, "Then steal a few fans that your grandpa doesn't play with often. If he finds out, he won't beat you to death, you grandson." Ma Lian wanted to cry but had no tears. Li Huai tried to smooth things over and said, "Forget it. Ma Lian is timid and can't hide things with his face. If he really goes home to steal a fan, his parents will see through him as soon as he gets home." Ma Lian nodded vigorously. Lu Guan sighed and said, "It's a waste of such a good family background. He can't do this and he doesn't dare to do that. Ma Lian, when you grow up, I can see that you won't be able to do much. At most, you'll just live off your past. You see, your grandpa is the Minister of Revenue of the Great Sui Kingdom. He holds the title of Scholar of the Ying Palace University. When it comes to your father, he's only a county governor. Although your uncle is an official in the capital, he's just a small talisman. When it's your turn to be an official in the future, you'll probably only be a county magistrate. Ma Lian sighed and didn't talk back. He didn't have the courage to argue with Lu Guan, and more importantly, he felt that Lu Guan was right. Although the teacher scolded Lu Guan the most, even a blind person could see that the teachers actually had the highest expectations for Lu Guan. Ma Lian was not bad, and Li Huai, who had been at the bottom for 10,000 years, had a slightly better academic performance. Li Huai patted Ma Lian's shoulder and comforted him. Being a county magistrate is already very good. In my hometown in the early days, the highest-ranking official was the supervisor of kills. Only now did we have a county magistrate. Besides, aren't all officials Mai and Lu Guan's friends? When you're young, Lu Guan and I will definitely still treat you as a friend. But don't stop treating us as friends when you become a senior official. Ma Lian hurriedly promised, I won't. I'll treat you guys as my best friends for the rest of my life. Lu Guan smiled and said, then between me and Li Huai, who's your best friend? Ma Lian was stunned and speechless. He felt that no matter how he answered, he wouldn't get anything out of it. Although he admired Lu Guan's intelligence and wisdom, as well as his decisiveness in everything he did, deep down, Ma Lian still preferred to get along with Li Huai. He was easy to talk to, wouldn't use words to stab him, and wouldn't make him feel inferior. After Li Huai put his feet into the water, he sucked in a breath of cold air and shuddered. He laughed and said, I'll be second. I won't compete with Lu Guan for first place. After all, Lu Guan is first in everything. Lu Guan put his arm around Li Huai's neck and said with a smile, you make it sound like you're deliberately letting me win. You little brat, can you win against me? Li Huai hurriedly begged for mercy. I can't win against you, Lu Guan. Why are you competing with someone who's at the bottom of the class? Don't you feel embarrassed? Ma Lian secretly laughed. The three children were still living a carefree life after all. Then a teacher's angry roar came from afar. Lu Guan pushed Li Huai and Ma Lian's shoulders. You guys run first. I'll hold that brandy-nosed teacher Han back. Without another word, Ma Lian sprinted away barefooted. Li Huai helped Ma Lian take his boots and asked, then what are you going to do? Lu Guan stared and said, let's go quickly. The three of us will be defeated together. It'll be worse tomorrow and the punishment will be heavier. Li Huai hurriedly put on his boots, but Ma Lian ran more steadily. After all, they came all the way from Dali Longquan County to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy. In the end, it was Lu Guan who bore the anger of Teacher Han, who was on night patrol. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Guan's answers were flawless, Teacher Han would have punished Lu Guan to stand by the lake for the whole night. Lu Guan returned to the school. Li Huai opened the door and asked, how was it? Lu Guan stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. He said proudly, there's no problem in the world that I, Lu Guan, can't solve. Li Huai was observant and asked, aren't you left-handed? Lu Guan immediately cursed. He sat at the table and opened his left hand. It turned out that his palm was red and swollen. He said angrily, old drunkard Han must be angry. It's not that the price of alcohol in the capital has increased. It's his two unfilial sons who caused trouble again. He deliberately took it out on me. Today he hit me especially hard with the ruler. Lu Guan had a big heart and was a guy who could sleep easily. While Li Huai and Ma Lian were anxious and worried that they would have to suffer tomorrow, Lu Guan had already fallen into a deep sleep. Lu Guan slept on the outermost straw mat on the bed, while Li Huai's bedding was closest to the wall. Ma Lian lived in the room. Li Huai was not sleepy. Under the moonlight, he sat against the wall, holding a painted puppet in his hand and muttering. Ma Lian asked softly, Li Huai, why don't you play with Li Baoping recently? Li Huai said casually, I've been afraid of her since I was young. Besides, it's not good to play with a girl all the time. People misunderstand that I like Li Baoping, there will be rumors. I'll definitely be beaten half to death by Li Baoping. Ma Lian said, oh, and was a little disappointed. He thought that the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket was really beautiful. If he could see her from afar in the academy one day, he would be happy for the whole day. Ma Lian was silent for a long time. Li Huai was still rocking the painted puppet, pretending that he was the commander of the army. He was having a lot of fun. Ma Lian knew that Li Huai's small green bamboo box contained a lot of Li Huai's favorite things. Ma Lian suddenly asked, Li Huai, you often talk about that Chen Pingon. You've been at the academy for almost 3 years. Why hasn't he come to see you? Li Huai stopped his movements and was lost in thought. Finally he smiled and said, "He's busy." Ma Lian found that Li Huai quickly lay down on the mat and put the painted puppet beside his head. In the past, Li Huai could play for half an hour, but today was an exception. Li Huai actually opened his eyes wide and looked at the moonlight outside the window. There was a green bamboo box, a pair of straw sandals, and a jade hairpin carved with the shadow of a locust tree made of black jade. These three things were the rarest for Li Huai. Li Baoping and Lin Shi each had a hairpin. Qin Pingon had given it to them, but Li Huai felt that their hairpins were not as good as his. There was also a book bought from Red Candle Town, The Great Water Cliff, which Qin Pingon had paid for. Then there was the painted puppet that Li Huai often took out to play and show off. It and the delicate yellow wooden box were obtained from Wei Pai, the local lord of Chiduan Mountain. The puppet was Li Huai's #1 general. At that time, Li Huai wanted to give it to Qin Pingon, but Qin Pingon did not accept it. He just asked Li Huai to keep it. Then he put it in the book, The Great Water Cliff. There was also a set of lifelike clay figurines, which was given by the Wei and Jin dynasties of the Wind Snow Temple. They were not as tall and majestic as the painted puppet. The 5 clay figurines were only half a finger tall. There was a knight-errant swordsman, a horsetail whisk, an armored general, a woman riding a crane and a gong and drum watchman. They all gave Li Huai nicknames according to the title of a certain general. Back then Sword Immortal Wei, who was flying here and there, had said some things that Li Huai had long forgotten. Something about the school of Yin Yang, the school of Moism's puppet art, the school of Taoism's talisman art, and the Qi refinement warriors of the 7th and 8th realms. At that time he was only focused on having fun. Later, when he introduced the clay figurines to his 2 friends, he wanted to brag about the value of the 5 little guys. He racked his brains but could not boast. Finally he remembered this. Li Huai did not ask Li Baoping or Lin Shi, who had a good memory. He thought that since Qin Pingon said that he would come to the academy to see them, he could ask him when he came. Anyway, Qin Pingon remembered everything. On a piece of paper, there was the Qi character that Mr. Qi had asked them to copy back then. But Qin Pingon seemed to have forgotten about them. In the beginning he would write letters and send paintings to Li Baoping. Later it seemed that he did not even write letters. Compared to the small fights between Li Huai and his 2 peers, Lin Shi was already recognized as the favored one in the Cliff Academy. He did not neglect both learning and cultivation. He was highly valued by many teachers in the academy. He had traveled the Great Sui Kingdom with an old immortal who was proficient in thunder spells. The time he spent in the academy and outside was almost half. The only one who received such treatment was the youngest sage of Lakeview Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom. He was also praised as a gentleman by the vice headmaster of Lakeview Academy. As he grew older, Lin Shi turned from a handsome young man to a handsome and noble young master. More and more women admired Lin Shi inside and outside the academy. Many young women from the top families in the Great Sui Kingdom's capital city would come to the academy built on Little Eastern Mountain to see Lin Shi from afar. Lin Shi gradually developed an otherworldly temperament that seemed to be farther and farther away from the mortal world. As Lin Shi's reputation grew, and as flawless as white jade, many influential people in the Great Sui Kingdom's capital city heard Lin Shi's name more and more often. They began to more or less cast their gazes on this young scholar. They paid attention to these people behind the scenes as well as their daily entanglements. Lin Shi, who was born as the illegitimate son of Longquan County's official Su Li, was neither arrogant nor impatient. Cultivating the mind was also cultivating. The more he was willing to work hard, the fewer flaws he would have when breaking through the next day. Lin Shi had seen a lot about the turbulent times in the Great Sui Kingdom's court because of his travels. Originally, the most prosperous dynasty in the northern part of the continent had a sorrowful atmosphere. But Lin Shi was not interested in any of that. He was not even interested in his hometown Dolly's Iron Cavalry, who were invading the south like a hot knife through butter. In addition to the thunder technique taught by the old master of the academy, Lin Shi had been diligently studying the Cloud Gem book from Chiduan Mountain. This time, Lin Shi followed the old headmaster to the north peak at the border of the Great Sui dynasty and an immortal's cave called the Divine Cloud Mountain. Took him 3 months to get there. It was also the first time in his life that Lin Shui took a flying boat of immortals. He wanted to see a thundercloud at a close distance. The scenery was magnificent and thrilling. The old headmaster flew with the wind and left the swaying flying boat. He displayed his divine sense of catching thunderbolts and collected them in a porcelain bottle specially used to carry thunderbolts. It was called the Thunderdrum bottle. The old headmaster gave it to Lin Shui as a gift so that Lin Shui could absorb spiritual qi when he returned to the academy. Tonight, Lin Shui walked alone in the night and went to the library to read the classics. The old master on night duty naturally did not stop him. There were many rules in the Confucian Academy, but they were not rigid. He went to the library and read until dawn. After Lin Shui became a qi refinement warrior, he would not be tired if he stayed up late to read as long as his spirit was nourished properly. Lin Shui put the book back and came to the window. It was the time when the turbid qi in the world sank and the clear qi floated. The world in the eyes of qi refinement warriors was completely different from that of ordinary people. The naked eye could not see the flow of aura, the rise of evil spirits, the gathering of yang aura and the scattering of yin aura. It was just that the doors of the cave abodes of ordinary people were tightly closed. Although they could not receive the nourishment of aura to prolong their lives, they could not be affected by the strong winds of the world at the same time. Life, old age, illness and death were all determined by the heavens. Cui Dongshan once recited poems. Lin Shui had no yearning for it. The wind was strong and the waves were fast. Riding on the back of a toad for thousands of miles, he traveled in the sky and looked down at the foggy qi. The drunken immortal shook the osmanthus tree, and the human world was called a cool breeze. After entering the academy, he flipped through the yellowed classics. It was rumored that the ancient immortals could indeed go to the moon palace and drink immortal wine with the gods. They could be drunk for thousands of years. Lin Shui was full of longing for this. Lin Shui suddenly sighed. If there really was such a day, he hoped that the willowy woman would be by his side. When Lin Shui thought of her, he could not help but smile. If the women in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom saw this scene, they would probably be shaken. In the past few years, Lin Shui would occasionally think of the ignorant journey when he was young. It was scary but not dangerous and everything was new. It was the first time he saw a mountain spirit, the first time he saw an earth god, the first time he got a cultivation opportunity, the first time he stayed in an immortal and surrounded by aura of immortality, and the first time he saw a painted door god as tall as a human. The first time he received a small book box and a jade hairpin as a gift. The first time he was in an unfamiliar place in the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. He faced a common enemy with those who had traveled here with him and went through difficulties together. Lin Shui suddenly felt a little regretful. It seemed that after that person left, everyone dispersed. Even if they were still in the same academy and often met, the hearts of the people had already scattered. A clear and shallow source of water began to diverge and go in different directions. Although it seemed to gradually grow and become a cheerful stream like Li Huai, a river like himself that began to rise and fall, or a lake like Li Baoping that chose to stop and wait, or a deep well and underground river like Yu Lu and his. But looking back in the beginning, everyone was noisy and bumped into each other. Everyone's legs were covered in mud, straw shoes, bamboo boxes, and people were on duty at night. Lin Shui sighed. He could not go back. At first, Yu Lu did not have any classmates living in the academy. Later, a prince Zhou Xian moved in. The two of them were inseparable and had a close relationship. However, not long ago Yu Lu became a loner, again. This was because Zhou Xian had quietly left Cliff Academy and went to Linlu Academy on Cloud-Splitting Mountain in Dragon Spring region. He said he was seeking knowledge, but as for the truth, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was merely a hostage. After the Song clan and the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family signed the Mountain Alliance, besides Zhou Xian, there was actually the gatekeeper of the Gao family in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Together with the old dragon from the Huangting country who had resigned and retired to the mountains, they became the deputy headmasters of the newly built Linlu Academy in Dali. Yu Lu sent Zhou Xian to the foot of the academy and did not send him off. This morning Yu Lu knocked on the door of a small courtyard for the first time. The person who opened the door was Xianxia. Yu Lu saw Xianxia with a broom in her hand. Even though Cui Dongshan had left the academy for a while, it seemed that she was still diligently doing the work of a maid every day. Xianxia asked with a straight face, "What are you doing here?" Yu Lu smiled and said, I suddenly remembered that we haven't seen each other for a long time, so I came to take a look. Xianxia asked, now that you have seen it, then? Lu said helplessly, it's not too much to go in and have a cup of tea, right? Xianxia hesitated for a moment, but still let Lu, the young man whom she should respectfully address as the crown prince, enter the courtyard. The courtyard was not big and it was very clean. If it was autumn when the leaves fell easily or early spring when it was easy to fall, it would be more tiring. Xianxia pointed to the main room. The door was tightly shut, and the corridor under the eaves was paved with strings of green bamboos, like a big summer mat. Lu could even imagine the young man in white with a mole between his eyebrows lying lazily on his side to watch the stars in the cool night. Xianxia reminded him, remember to take off your shoes before going down the stairs, or else I will have to wipe it again after you leave. Lu took off his shoes and sat on the green bamboo floor. It should be the green bamboos that were planted by a farmer chi refinement warrior in a certain immortal mansion in the Great Sui Kingdom. It was considered extravagant for an ordinary noble in the Great Sui Kingdom to use it to make a pen holder. It was very appropriate for people and scholars to give it to each other. If there was a summer mat or a bamboo chair to cool off, it was even more amazing for incense and wealth. But in this courtyard it was just like that. Xianxia continued to be busy and did not pour any tea for Lu. It was early in the morning, why would he drink tea? Did he really think that he was still the crown prince of the Lu family? Lu was not even comparable to Zhou Xian now. The Gao family of Guiyang was at least living in the Great Sui Kingdom. The survivors of the Lu family who were sent to the mountains in the west of Longquan County to work as laborers were exposed to the scorching sun, wind and rain all year round. They were often whipped. If they were not reduced to goods, they would be bought to work as handymen and maidservants in the mountains where mansions were built. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Lu leaned back and asked, Xianxia, have you thought about what kind of life you want in the future? Xianxia sat by the stone table. No. Lu, who was wearing a scholarly robe, placed his hands on his abdomen. Before your master left the academy, he beat me up. Xianxia sneered. Why? You can't beat Cui Dongshan, so you want to use me as a punching bag? You are indeed a 7th-level martial artist with half the martial arts fate of the kingdom. But are you sure you can beat me? After she was caught by Dolly, the imperial concubine ordered a sword cultivator worshipped by Dolly to pierce many dragon-trapping nails into her key acupuncture points. It was extremely vicious. After Cui Dongshan removed half of the dragon-trapping nails, her cultivation returned to the cave realm of a chi cultivator. When Cui Dongshan left the academy, he removed a few more. Xianxia only had the last dragon-trapping nail left in her body. But now she had returned to the sea-viewing realm. In addition, Cui Dongshan had set up many secret techniques in the small courtyard. Most of them were formation pivots and control. He taught Xianxia how to activate, and deactivate them. Therefore, as long as Xianxia was in the small courtyard, Mao Xiaodong would be in charge of the Cliff Academy. Lu sat up and smiled. If we really fight, you will still lose. Xianxia replied with an oh. Her expression was indifferent. Then you are really amazing. I misjudged you. Do I need to apologize to you? Lu lay back down and used his hands as a pillow. He sighed. Although they were both remnants of the Lu dynasty and should sympathize with each other and help each other, deep in Xianxia's heart, she hated this easygoing Lu. She did not hide it. Lu closed his eyes. It's comfortable to lie here. Let me take a nap. Xianxia hesitated and did not chase him away. She was actually a little surprised that Lu did not follow Zhou Xian to Linlu Academy. If Lu went to Dolly, he could at least take care of the Lu dynasty remnants in the abyss of suffering. Moreover, there were many Lu dynasty officials and generals. Although they were loyal to Dolly, they were still trusted. Many generals even followed Dolly to the south. It was said that they had achieved great things and were attracting attention. They were beginning to integrate into the Dolly military. Even if all these were ignored, Lu was now a Dolly household register. Such a young golden body realm martial artist. It would scare people to death if they heard about it. The Song clan's emperor had to admit that Xianxia did not lack magnanimity. Song Zhengqiang was the same. No matter how one looked at it, Lu should have gone to Linlu Academy. But Lu chose to stay at Cliff Academy. They were a group of outsiders who entered the academy together. Outside the eyes of the Great Sui Kingdom's imperial court and the top of the academy, Lin Shui, who had always been a cultivator, was the most outstanding and had the highest future. The red-padded jacket girl Li Baoping was the most interesting. No one hated her. Xianxia had the most backing. Li Huai's talent in learning was the most mediocre, but they could not afford to offend him. And Yu Lu was always the one who did not attract attention. He was easily forgotten. Even after becoming friends with Prince Zhou Xian, people still did not think that the young Yu Lu was worth paying attention to. Instead, people looked down on him. He was just a young man who liked to play tricks and climb up the social ladder. Yu Lu suddenly opened his eyes. Your young master said that Qin Pingon is already a fifth realm martial artist who is about to break through. His real combat power is even higher. Xianxia gloated. Why are you afraid of being kicked out? Yu Lu shook his head. I will definitely be kicked out. Xianxia frowned. Very soon. Yu Lu nodded. So soon that it's beyond your imagination. Xianxia asked again, the blessing of martial arts? Yu Lu shook his head. It has nothing to do with that, so I feel a little melancholy. Xianxia was speechless. He did not know what Qin Pingon would look like the next time they met. Xianxia could not imagine it. Probably still carrying a bamboo box, wearing straw sandals and just a little taller? Li Baoping also lived alone in the academy. This was the only thing that Mao Xiaodong and Cui Dongshan, the two sworn enemies, did not argue about. This was because the academy was a four-person bed. Logically speaking, the academy should be empty for a girl in a red cotton-padded jacket who lived alone. However, the truth was that other than her own bed, the other three places were filled with piles of papers, neatly stacked and stacked. Because of this, the teachers could not help but complain to the mountain chieftains of the academy. The girl had already finished copying books that could be punished more than 100 times. How could she be punished? The teachers on night patrol did not know whether to laugh or cry. Almost every night they could see the girl copying books by the light. Her pen flew like the wind. She was too diligent. At first, some old teachers felt injustice for the girl. They mistakenly thought that the teachers in charge of teaching Li Baoping were too harsh on the girl. They complained in private, but the answer made them dumbfounded. The teachers said that it was the girl's hobby. There was no need for her to copy so many sages' chapters. Li Baoping occasionally skipped classes to daydream at the peak of Xiaodong Mountain, or sneaked out of the academy. After that, according to the academy's rules, she was punished to copy books, but there was no need for so many. The problem was that the girl liked to copy books. How could they stop her? 4 other academy students, especially those of the same age who were impulsive, the teachers used boards and rulers to force them to copy books. This girl, on the other hand, copied a mountain of books. Fortunately, this girl was well known in the academy. Other than making the teachers angry by skipping classes from time to time, she was still very popular. Of course, other than those strange questions, she also often gave the teachers headaches. Why are there so many strange ideas in her little head? Why do the rivers in the world like to twist and turn? Teacher, do you know the answer? When it rains heavily, will the mosquitoes outside the school be killed by the raindrops? Teacher, do you know? Anyway, I searched for a long time after the weather cleared, but I couldn't find a single mosquito corpse. Teacher, you still don't know why the fish in the lake don't die after drinking so much water, right? Did the book mention it? I can go and read the book myself. As a result, the teachers who taught the little girl had a headache and chatted casually, wondering when they could compile a collection of Li Baoping's questions. Today, Li Huai did not follow Lu Guan and Ma Yan. He said that he needed to go to the toilet and went to the peak of Eastern Mountain alone. Coincidentally, he saw Li Baoping, who was wearing a red dress, sitting on a tree branch. Li Huai did not dare to greet her. He leaned on the stone table at the top of the mountain and looked at the guy who often came here to climb trees. After Li Baoping woke up from her daze, she skillfully held the tree trunk and slid down to the ground. Then she ran quickly. She also saw Li Huai, who had his arms raised high but was unable to speak. Li Baoping only shot a glance at Li Huai before he turned around and ran down the mountain like a gust of wind. Li Huai felt sad and wronged. He found a branch and squatted down to draw in circles. Li Huai's eyes lit up. He remembered that this time he wrote father and mother. They really came to the academy to see him. Then would it work if he wrote Qin Pingon's name? Li Huai grinned and began to write Qin Pingon's name. Without waiting for him to finish writing, she reached out a hand and erased all the words that were left unfinished. Li Huai was confused. He did not know when Li Baoping came back. Li Huai wrote Chen again in a fit of pique. Li Baoping reached out to erase it. If it was in the past, Li Huai might have flinched. But today he seemed to have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. He braced himself and started to write again. Li Baoping did not speak. Li Huai wrote with a branch and she reached out to erase it. In the end, even after Li Huai broke off the branch, he still couldn't write a complete Chen on the ground, let alone the two words pinyin at the back. Li Huai threw away half of the branch and began to cry. Li Baoping ignored Li Huai. She picked up the branch and continued squatting. Her chin, which was already a little sharp, rested on one of her arms. She began to write the words junior uncle. After she was done, she nodded her head in satisfaction. Li Huai wiped his face carelessly and sobbed, Li Baoping, if you continue to bully me, I will complain to Chen Pingon when he comes. If he gets angry, he might not be willing to be your youngest uncle. Li Baoping changed the font and continued to write youngest uncle. She stared at the ground attentively and turned a deaf ear to Li Huai's threat. Li Huai suddenly squeezed out a smile and asked carefully, Li Baoping, can you let me write 3 words? It's so effective. Maybe Chen Pingon will come to our academy tomorrow. I'm not lying to you. This time I miss my parents. If I write this, the 3 of them will come. You know that. Li Baoping did not raise her head and just passed him the branch. Li Huai was very excited. However, just as he started to write with the branch, Li Baoping suddenly frowned and said, Write properly. Li Huai was so frightened that his hands trembled. He immediately twisted and turned unreasonably. He cried out, What are you doing? Li Baoping helped to erase the traces. Li Huai smiled through his tears and began to write the word, Chen, seriously. After he finished writing, Li Baoping looked around. Where is he? Li Huai said with a sad face, How can he be so fast? Li Baoping got up and ran to the big tree. She stood on the branch and looked into the distance. Li Huai's eyes turned quickly. He knew that it was not good, so he threw the branch and began to run. However, he could not outrun Li Baoping. Li Baoping quickly caught up with him. Li Huai was so scared that he squatted down and covered his head. However, Li Baoping did not beat him this time. She ran along the mountain road to the gate of the academy and wandered the streets of the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom. When Li Baoping was hurriedly touring the streets of the capital city and Li Huai was returning to the academy after surviving the disaster. At the gate of the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, a group of 4 people was travel-worn. A young man in white with a sword and a bamboo box on his back handed the pass to an old Confucian at the gate with a smile. The old Confucian looked at it for a long time. The seals of the 2 continents and various countries were densely printed. The old Confucian was surprised and looked up with a smile. Child Chen has traveled to so many places. The young man who visited the academy smiled and nodded. 14. 401. Happy National Day. The old Confucian returned the passport to the young man named Chen Pingon. The headmaster of the academy had a very good impression of him. The old Confucian looked at Chen Pingon again. He was carrying a long sword and a box of books, which was very pleasing to the eye. Carrying a book and wielding a sword, traveling 10,000 li to study, is what we scholars can do, and it is also the best thing we can do. Chen Pingon asked, Do you know a girl named Li Baoping? She likes to wear a red cotton padded jacket and a red skirt. The old Confucian laughed and said, Who in the academy doesn't know this girl? Not to mention the academy, even the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom has been visited by her. She is full of vigor every day, which makes us old guys who can barely walk envious. Today she skipped class and sneaked out of the academy. If you had come an hour earlier, you might have met her. Chen Pingon asked, She left the academy alone? The old Confucian nodded and said, Every time. Seeing Chen Pingon's worried look, the old Confucian smiled and said, Don't worry. The girl has been out so many times and has never made a mistake. After all, she is a disciple of the academy. Moreover, the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom has always been peaceful and simple. Besides, the minister of the Ministry of Rites is the hill master of the academy. He often comes to this small eastern mountain to drink tea with several deputy hill masters. Nothing will happen. Chen Pingon was slightly relieved. The old Confucian asked, Why? Are you visiting the Cliff Academy to find little Baoping? Looking at your passport, you are also from Longquan County of Dali. Are you not only a fellow villager but also a relative? Qin Pingon smiled and said, just a fellow villager, not a relative. A few years ago I came to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom with little Baoping and the others, but I didn't climb the mountain to enter the academy. The old headmaster felt a little strange. Years ago, when this group of children from Longquan County entered the New Cliff Academy to study, the elite cavalry was first sent to the border to pick them up, and then the emperor himself came to the academy. It was a very grand occasion, and the emperor was very pleased and bestowed gifts to all the traveling children. Logically speaking, even if this young man from Dali named Qin Pingon did not enter the academy, the old headmaster should have seen him once or twice. The headmaster asked, "Are you going to wait here for Li Baoping to return to the academy?" Qin Pingon nodded. Of course, he hoped that the first person he saw at Cliff Academy would be Little Treasure Bottle. Li Huai, Lin Shi and Yu Lu thanked him. Qin Pingon also wanted to take a look, especially the youngest, Li Huai. However, they were not little girls who wore red cotton-padded jackets in autumn, winter and spring and red dresses in summer. Qin Pingon never denied his selfishness. He was the closest to Little Treasure Bottle, and it was the same when he traveled to the Great Sui Kingdom. Later, when he went to the inverted mountain alone, he also only sent a letter to Li Baoping, and then asked the girl who received the letter to help him, the youngest uncle, to deliver the rest of the letters to them. On the top of Osmanthus Island, the painting by the painter of the Fan family was also only given to Li Baoping, and Li Huai and the others did not have one. Lin Shi, Yu Lu and Xia were definitely aware of this difference, but they might not care. Lin Shi was a jade of cultivation, and Yu Lu and Xianxia were important figures in the Lu dynasty. As for Li Huai, who was good at being unreasonable, he probably still felt that Qin Pingon and Alliance were the closest to him. The old master waved his hand and smiled. I advise you to put your things in the guest house of the academy first. Every time Li Baoping sneaks out, even if she leaves early in the morning, she still comes back at dusk at the earliest. There is no exception. If you wait for her at the door, you will have to wait at least 6 hours. There's no need. Qin Pingon thought for a moment and turned to look at Pei Qian and the others. If he was alone, he would not mind waiting here. He turned to look at the end of the street. Zhou Xian had been looking at the building of the academy behind the mountain gate. It was built against the mountain. Although it was built by the Ministry of Works of the Great Sui Kingdom, it was built with great care and created a simple and elegant atmosphere. This Cliff Academy, which was moved from Dali to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, was one of the 72 Confucian academies in the past. This was the first Confucian academy that Zhou Xian saw after leaving the Lotus Flower-blessed land. The sage's lecture hall was famous all over the world. When the Cliff Academy was first built in Dali, the first master of the mountain proposed an enlightened preface to learning. He advocated that learning and thinking should be divided into 4 parts. While Zhou Xian was looking at the academy, Shi Rou did not dare to breathe. Although Shi Rou possessed the body of an immortal and was able to resist the formless aura of righteousness, her instincts as a ghostly otherworldly item still made her feel terrified. Pei Qian did not say a word, as if she was even more nervous than Shi Rou. When they got off the boat in Old Dragon City, Pei Qian still wanted to meet Li Baoping. However, when they arrived at the gate of the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, she began to feel weak. When they arrived at the gate of the Cliff Academy, she was even more nervous. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Sir, if we want to visit the master of Maoshan after we enter the academy and stay in the guest house, do we need to inform him in advance and wait for his reply?" The old man smiled and said, "Actually, there's no need to inform him. The main reason is that our master of Maoshan does not like to entertain guests. In recent years, he has declined almost all visits and social engagements. Even the minister may not be able to meet him when he comes to the academy. However, Master Qin came from afar and is from the Longquan County, so he should be able to say hello. Although our master of Maoshan is strict in his studies, he is actually easy to talk to. It's just that the famous people of the Great Sui Kingdom have always valued profound conversations, so we can't talk to him." Qin Pingon still did not enter the academy immediately. He asked, "If I remember correctly, the yamen that is in charge of the security of the Great Sui Kingdom is the yamen that is led by the infantry?" The old man understood that he was still worried about Li Baoping. He smiled and said, "That's right. The youngest son of the yamen's master is now studying in the academy." Qin Pingon breathed a sigh of relief again. Qin Pingon asked some more trivial things about Li Baoping before he bid farewell to the old man and walked into the academy. Pei Qian walked with heavy steps, especially after he passed through the gate. The gentle slope of the mountain road made him feel like he was wading in the river or trekking in the snow. The academy had a guest house that was specially used to entertain students, relatives, and elders. Back then Li Er, his wife, and his daughter Li Lu stayed in the guest house. The academy only charged them some copper coins as a token. Each guest house only cost 10 coins a day. After knowing that there were not many guest houses left, Qin Pingon asked for 4 adjacent guest houses at once. After putting down their luggage, Pei Qian came to Qin Pingon's house to copy books. Qin Pingon took down the bamboo box, the blade-strengthening gourd, and the semi-immortal weapon sword fairy from his waist. Zhou Xian came to ask if they wanted to tour the academy together. Qin Pingon said not for the time being. Pei Qian was copying books and did not pay attention to Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian went to knock on Shi Rou's door. Shi Rou, who was feeling uncomfortable, was not in a good mood. Zhou Xian continued to say weird things outside that had a perverted flavor. Shi Rou rewarded Zhou Xian with the word, scram. Zhou Xian had to wander around the academy alone. Li Baoping might have been born and raised in the capital, so she knew more about it. She had been to the Tianchong Gate in the south, which was nicknamed the Grain Gate by the people. The grain that came through the canal was checked by the officials of the Ministry of Revenue and stored in the granary. It was the place where grain from all over the country gathered. She had once squatted at the ferry for half a day, watching the busy officials as well as the sweaty porters. He also knew that there was a fox immortal temple there that was filled with incense. It was not an orthodox temple recognized by the Ministry of Rites of the Imperial Court, but it was also not an obscene temple. It had a strange origin. It enshrined a section of a shiny new fox tail. There was also a crazy old woman who sold talisman water. There was also a bone-touching master from Guanxi of the Great Sui dynasty. The old man and the old woman often argued. She had been to Chongfu Temple's temple fair. It was a sea of people. She coveted a kind of tubular snake made from cow horns. There were a lot of rich people coming here, even those young masters of influential families, who were arrogant and haughty-looking, liked to wear black-dyed rodent fur coats, which were mixed with mink fur coats. Li Baoping had also been to the edge of the imperial city. She had squatted there for many afternoons and learned that there were many husbands and embroiderers. These people who were not from the palace could enter and leave the imperial city as well. They just needed to carry a token with them. There was a Huaguan that compiled the history of the previous dynasties and compiled history books. Many outside were hired. Li Baoping went to the back gate of the imperial city in the north, which was called the Digio Gate. Li Baoping went there more often because it was more lively there. Once he saw a noisy disturbance in a silver shop. It was a soldier catching a thief and it was very aggressive. Later she asked the shopkeeper of a nearby shop. Only then did she find out that the shop, which did not do clean business but was able to make a lot of money every day, was a den for selling stolen goods. The items sold were mostly items stolen from the Great Sui Imperial Palace for royal use. There were some hidden pouches and sachets. Even the tin sheets used to repair the ditches in the palace were stolen. The leftover scraps from the palace were also coveted by peddlers outside the palace. Many shops reported losses and the profits were even greater. This was especially true for the gold and jade pieces and the framed pieces. It was very easy to smuggle them out of the palace and turn them into real gold and silver. Li Baoping did not understand at the time. How could someone dare to steal from the emperor's family under the emperor's nose? The old shopkeeper, who was familiar with her, laughed and said this was called killing business. Some people would do business, but no one would do business that lost money. Li Baoping had also been to the embroidered bridge not far from the Digio Gate. There was a large lake there, but it was blocked by the walls of the mansions of the kings and high officials. The yamen of the infantry commander was located in a place called Mink Hat Alley. Li Baoping walked back and forth a few times while eating pastries. There was a classmate she didn't like who always liked to brag that his father was the highest-ranking official in the yamen. Even if he rode on the stone lion there and peed, no one dared to stop him. Li Baoping had also been to the official alley in the south of the city. It was a place where many old eunuchs and palace maids retired after leaving the imperial palace. There were many temples and Taoist temples there, but they were not big. The eunuchs and palace maids did their best to provide for people and were not devout. Therefore, Li Baoping could often see hunchbacked old people supported by servants or walking alone with crutches to burn incense. After walking around a lot, Li Baoping learned that the palace maids with the most seniority were known as the grannies of the inner court. They were the senior female officials who served the emperor and empress. The old palace maids who combed the emperor's hair every morning had the most honorable status. Some were even bestowed with the title of Madam. In the east of the capital, there was the largest market square in the Great Sui Kingdom. There were many shops and carriages coming and going. The flow of people was the flow of money. There was also the bookstore that Li Baoping loved to stroll around. Some of the bolder shopkeepers would secretly sell some books that were not allowed to leave the country according to the laws of the imperial court. The envoys of various vassal states would often send servants to buy books in private. If they were unlucky, they would be taken to the yamen to be punished once they were patrolled. In these 3 years, no matter if it was a cotton-padded jacket or clothes, the little girl always had a touch of red color. She helped many old people who were walking to burn incense, helped crying children standing under trees, and took down kites under trees. She helped an ox cart that was filled with charcoal get stuck in the snow and mud. She pushed the cart with old men in ragged clothes. She watched old people playing chess at the corners of the streets. She tiptoed in antique shops and asked the shopkeepers about the prices of the cases. She sat on the steps under the overpass and listened to the stories of the storytellers. She passed by peddlers carrying poles and shouting countless times in the streets and alleys. She even helped the children who were fighting on the ground to separate them. The little girl heard the melodious pigeon whistles in the sky of the capital. The little girl saw beautiful swaying kites. The little girl ate wontons that she thought were the best in the world. The little girl hid from the rain under the eaves, hid from the sun under the trees, and huffed in the wind and snow to warm herself. Today, Li Baoping went to the bookstore again. On the way there, she ate lunch at a cheap and delicious small restaurant. On the way back, she changed to an alley noodle restaurant with ancestral craftsmanship. The old shopkeeper and the lady boss were very familiar with her. They often asked her to give them a discount or not to take any money at all. However, Li Baoping did not agree. She said that she might give them a discount next time. However, the two restaurants did not have such an opportunity. Over time, they just thought that the little girl was being polite and did not want their small business to earn less money. However, they actually wanted to laugh. With such a cute and sensible customer, even if it was not easy to earn money, they would not care about that little bit of money. In the twilight, Li Baoping's running figure appeared on the street outside the Cliff Academy. The little girl felt that the book said that time flew by, but it did not seem right. Alas, why was it that when it came to her she walked so slowly and anxiously? A little girl in a red dress who seemed to only have eyes in the distance quickly greeted the old man guarding the door and rushed past. The old man who was dozing off remembered something and shouted at the back of the figure, "Little Baoping, come back." Li Baoping did not stop. She waved her hands and walked on the spot. She turned her head and looked at the old man who was waving at her. Then she ran backwards. Unexpectedly, she ran quite fast. Li Baoping ran backwards to the door and stood still. She asked, "Mr. Liang, is there anything I can help you with?" The old man surnamed Liang asked nicely, "Did you meet any acquaintances on the way?" Li Baoping widened her eyes and shook her head, "No." The old man smiled and asked, "Then did you not turn in from Bai Mao Street today?" Li Baoping nodded and said, "Yes, what's the matter?" The old man smiled and asked, "Baoping, before answering your question you have to answer mine first. Do you think I'm very knowledgeable?" Li Baoping thought for a while and said, "The Maoshan sect master is younger." The old man was suddenly choked by this honest little girl and was speechless. However, from another perspective, the little girl compared him to a sage of the Confucian Academy. No matter what, it was a compliment, right? Therefore, the old man was in a good mood and told Li Baoping that a young man came to the academy to look for her. First he stood at the door for a long time. Then he went to the guest house to put down his luggage. Then he came here twice. The last time he came was an hour ago. The old man smiled and said, "I advised him not to worry. Our little treasure bottle is as familiar with the capital as walking around her own home. She definitely won't get lost, but that person still walked back and forth on this street. Later I was worried for him and told him that you usually turn around from White Thatch Street. He was probably waiting for you at White Thatch Street. Seeing that you weren't there, he walked forward a little bit, hoping to see you earlier. That's why the two of you missed each other. Don't worry. You just wait here. You will be back soon. Li Baoping suddenly turned around and was about to run away. The old man said anxiously, "Little Baoping, are you going to Bai Mao Street to look for him? Be careful that he is far away from Bai Mao Street to look for you. What if he doesn't go back the way he came? Won't you miss each other again? What, are you going to play hide and seek?" Li Baoping was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She walked in circles on the spot. This was a scene that the teachers of the academy had never seen before. Li Baoping was about to cry. Suddenly she shouted, "Youngest uncle." The old man was shocked. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the end of the street. A figure in white came into view from Bai Mao Street like a white rainbow. Then he rushed over at an even faster speed and arrived in the blink of an eye. When the young man stood still, his two snow-white sleeves were still fluttering in the wind. He looked like an elegant immortal. He stood in front of the little girl in red and smiled brightly. He said softly, "Youngest uncle is here." 402. Li Baoping had accumulated a lot of things to say, but when she saw Qin Pin gone, the words that were about to come out of her mouth fell back into her stomach. Qin Pingon gestured on Li Baoping's forehead. "You've grown a lot taller." Li Baoping jumped and frowned. "Youngest uncle, how did you grow faster than me? I can't catch up." Qin Pingon helped the little girl wipe away her tears, but Li Baoping suddenly bumped into his arms. Qin Pingon was caught off guard and could only hug the little girl gently, smiling knowingly. It seemed that she hadn't grown much. Old Master Liang looked at this scene. How should he describe it? It was as if he was admiring the world's freshest and warmest painting. The spring breeze to the willows, the green hills to the clear water. There was a good poem, golden wind and jade do meet, surpassing countless things in the human world. Therefore Old Master Liang was quite happy and cheerful. After greeting Old Master Liang, the two of them entered the academy. Li Baoping was like a little oriole, chattering non-stop, telling Qin Pingon about the situation in the academy. When the two of them arrived at the guest house, Qin Pingon saw a tall old man and Pei Qian standing at the door. Pei Qian quietly opened his mouth, but didn't say anything, only mouthing the word, Mao. Qin Pingon, who had been in Jianghu for a long time, subconsciously wanted to give a fist salute, but he quickly stopped and imitated the Confucian scholar to bow to the deputy hill master of Cliff Academy. Mao Xiaodong nodded and stepped forward. "Qin Pingon, let's talk." Only the 12-year-old Li Baoping and the 11-year-old Pei Qian were left at the door of the guest house. One was in a red dress, the other was in a black charcoal. Li Baoping looked at Pei Qian, who didn't know where to put his hands and feet. He lowered his head, not daring to look at her. Li Baoping walked around Pei Qian, then stood back and asked, "You're Pei Qian? Youngest uncle said that you're his first disciple, and that you've walked a long road together?" Pei Qian lowered his head and nodded. Li Baoping asked, "Youngest uncle said that you are very talented in martial arts. You are very smart and can endure hardships just like me. He also said that your biggest dream is to ride a donkey and travel Jianghu in the future?" Pei Qian raised his head and glanced at Li Baoping. Then he lowered his head and nodded. Li Baoping thought for a moment and said, "Well, I'll give you two things as a greeting gift. Come with me." Pei Qian swallowed his saliva and did not dare to move. Although Pei Qian knew that this young lady who liked to wear red was definitely not a bad person, he was still afraid of walking into that dark alley. Li Baoping turned around and put a sack on himself. She would throw him to a corner of the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom outside the academy. Li Baoping had already turned around and ran a few steps. She turned around and saw Pei Qian standing there like a wooden man. She said considerately, "Youngest uncle said a lot about you and said that you're timid. Well, stick the yellow paper talisman on your forehead and then come with me." Pei Qian quickly took out a demon-suppressing pagoda talisman and stuck it on his forehead. Only then did he gain some courage and slowly walk forward. Li Baoping walked very fast. However, in order to take into account Pei Qian's walking speed, she had to take small steps. Her arms were like swinging on a swing. She ran back to Pei Qian and said, "Pei Qian, your youngest uncle's first disciple. Alas, even if you're unfamiliar with this place and are afraid of meeting strangers in the academy, you have to pretend to be brave. Besides, with me here no one dares to bully you. Don't worry." Pei Qian squeezed out a smile and took out a light-lifting talisman. He handed it to Li Baoping. He was indeed a fence-sitter. He wanted to please Li Baoping first. As for his original ambition to arm wrestle with Li Baoping, he had long forgotten about it. However, as soon as he took it out, Pei Qian regretted it. He felt that he would be looked down upon by Li Baoping. Unexpectedly, Li Baoping directly took his hand, dipped it in her saliva, patted it on her forehead and laughed loudly. Pei Qian also laughed along. Pei Qian could even see through the abbot's divine sense of the ancestor of Taiping Mountain. Therefore she could actually see some people's ups and downs. Some people were like a massive ink with dark hearts and livers. Some people were like a massive paste with no ideas of their own. For example, the female ghost Shi was like a golden seed that was not easily seen by others. It had just sprouted and had a little bit of green. Another example was Zhou Xian, who was particularly frightening. He was like a bloody storm with thunder and lightning, but there was only a vague beautiful attic with a noble aura. However, some people were as pure as glass, just like this little sister in red. Therefore Pei Qian felt particularly ashamed. Seeing that she still walked slowly, Li Baoping gave up the idea of running back to her own guest house. She accompanied Pei Qian for a walk and asked casually, "I heard from youngest uncle that you met Cui Dongshan. Did he bully you?" Pei Qian did not dare to tell the truth and only said that it was okay. Li Baoping grabbed something with one hand and put it to her mouth to breathe. "This guy needs to be taught a lesson. When he comes back to the academy, I will teach him a lesson for you." Pei Qian turned her head and peeped at Li Baoping. She immediately admired her. Except for her master, from Old Wei and Little Bai to Sister Shi and even the yellow bull monster, who was not afraid of Cui Dongshan. Pei Qian was even more afraid. There seemed to be a huge dark pool in Cui Dongshan's heart, but it was not the kind of stagnant water that was lifeless. There was a shadow of a so-called flood dragon that Pei Qian had seen in books and portraits. There was a shadow outline that was slowly swimming. Every time the flood dragon's body approached the water surface, it would bring about chilling ripples. Fortunately, there were piles of golden and silver books beside the pool, so it did not seem so gloomy and scary. Otherwise, Pei Qian would not dare to get along with Cui Dongshan. The tall old man with the ferrule hanging on his waist was the real backbone of Cliff Academy, Mao Xiaodong. Mao Xiaodong led Qin Pingon all the way to his own study. On the way, he did not exchange any pleasantries with Qin Pingon. After the two sat down, Mao Xiaodong, who had been expressionless, suddenly smiled. He stood up and bowed to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon hurriedly moved aside. He knew that he could not accept this sudden Confucian bow. Mao Xiaodong stood up and smiled. "If it were not for your protection in the past, our Cliff Academy would have lost half of its heritage." Qin Pingon did not know how to answer. Mao Xiaodong explained, "Just now there were many eyes and ears outside. It was not convenient to speak in our own language. Little junior brother, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Qin Pingon smiled bitterly and was about to say something. Mao Xiaodong waved his hand. "We are family. Just know what you are doing." Qin Pingon sat down helplessly. Mao Xiaodong smiled and looked at Qin Pingon. He stretched out his hand and said, "Little junior brother, let me see your customs clearance document. Let me see it." Qin Pingon stood up again and handed over the customs clearance document with both hands. Mao Xiaodong took it and smiled. "I have to thank little junior brother for subduing that little bastard Cui Dongshan. If this guy was not worried about you visiting the academy one day, he would have turned little Dongshan and the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom upside down." Qin Pingon said, "Actually, Cui Dongshan is still afraid of Mr. Wenxing. It has nothing to do with me." Mao Xiaodong stretched out his hand and pointed at Qin Pingon. "Little junior brother's conduct is very similar to our master's. The greater the feat, the more modest he is in front of us disciples. Oh, don't flatter him as if he has done something great. The person who won the argument is not that Taoist ancestor or Buddhist ancestor. Why are you so excited? Did you think that he could not win from the beginning? It would be a pleasant surprise if he won. You Mao Xiaodong have the most ridiculous smile. Go out and study with Zuo in the yard. Remember to remind Zuo to bring a supper for Xiaoqi when they sneak out. Xiaoqi is now growing up. Remember not to be too wily. It will make one unable to sleep at night." Mao Xiaodong laughed heartily as he talked about his teacher's past. Qin Pingon felt a headache coming on. Why did he feel that Mao Xiaodong was harder to talk to than Cui Dongshan? Qin Pingon asked. I heard from Mr. Liang at the gate that Lin Shui is very promising. Don't worry. But Li Huai seems to be not very good at his studies. Will Li Huai be tired? Mao Xiaodong smiled and said, with Li Huai's happy-go-lucky temper, even if the sky falls down he will still lie on the ground and play with his painted puppets and clay figurines. He might even be happy that he doesn't have to listen to the teacher's nagging lectures today. You don't have to worry about Li Huai. Every time he is at the bottom of the class he still eats and drinks. Last time his parents and sister came to the academy and left him some money. He didn't spend it recklessly. But one time he was caught red-handed by the teacher on night duty. At that time, Li Huai and two of his schoolmates were using bowls of water instead of wine. The three of them were eating big chicken legs. After they were punished to stand and be beaten, Li Huai was still snoring. The teacher asked him which one was better, the beating or the chicken leg. Guess what Li Huai said? Qin Pingon held back his laughter and said, if being beaten can make you eat chicken legs, then the beating is also delicious. However, I reckon that after saying this, Li Huai will be beaten until he's full. Mao Xiaodong gave him a thumbs up and said, you are indeed the little brother who escorted them all the way. You really know Li Huai the best. Then Mao Xiaodong smiled and said, although Li Huai is slow at reading he is not stupid. Many of his peers only know how to recite. As long as Li Huai is able to read he can really make it his own. So the teachers have a good impression of Li Huai. Every time he is at the bottom of the class they won't scold him. Qin Pingon said tentatively, Li Huai should study harder and not be lazy. These principles have to be said. Mao Xiaodong's eyes were full of admiration. Yes. At that time, Li Huai had just made a scene in the palace and everyone was scared out of their wits. The teachers liked Li Huai more, and they were also worried that Li Huai was too protective of his children. For a period of time they didn't even dare to say a harsh word. So I reprimanded those teachers. After that they were on the right track. They were beaten and reprimanded when they needed to be beaten. This is the attitude that teachers' disciples should have. Qin Pingon asked, after that incident, did Li Huai and the other children have any side effects that they themselves didn't notice? Mao Xiaodong said with a smile, with me around and at the very least with Cui Dongshan, that bastard with a belly full of evil tricks keeping an eye on them, they didn't cause any trouble. This kind of thing is inevitable. It is also a part of learning etiquette and knowledge. Don't worry too much about it. Qin Pingon nodded and said, it's easy to control and not go to extremes. It's just that Mountain Master Mao has to be more careful. Mao Xiaodong complained, is it so difficult to call me senior brother Mao? What's wrong? Do you think that I, Mao Xiaodong, am far inferior to Qi Jingchen and Zhou Xian, or even Cui Shi and Cui Dongshan, so you don't want to call me senior brother Mao? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, it's not like that. Please understand Mountain Master Mao. When it came to the cultural pulse, Qin Pingon couldn't be polite and perfunctory. Mao Xiaodong seemed to be a little dissatisfied but he was secretly nodding. If it was a young man who changed his mind when the so-called saints of Cliff Academy tried to please him, Mao Xiaodong would be qualified. However, if he wanted to be teacher's last disciple, Qi Jingchen and Zui Yu's little junior brothers might not be suitable. One could see the situation from a small clue. Mao Xiaodong still had this bit of insight. Back then, among the 4 direct disciples of the sage of literature, the first disciple Cui Shi was the most knowledgeable, while Qi Jingchen was the most knowledgeable. She was the most knowledgeable and she was the one who advocated that the great Tao moves on its own. She was a late bloomer and her cultivation was the highest. There was also a fellow who seemed to be slow-witted and was the slowest to become a talent, but he was the teacher's favorite other than Qi Jingchen. In fact, after the defeat of the 3rd and 4th disciple, the sage of literature's lineage, which was at the peak of its power, gradually fell into silence. Only this person followed the teacher from beginning to end, accompanying the teacher who imprisoned himself in the forest of merit. Among all the nominal disciples, Mao Xiaodong and the others weren't considered outstanding. From this, it could be seen that the literary sage's lineage was the center of attention and brilliant literary fortune. Mao Xiaodong felt that it was a pity. Outstanding people were always blown away by the wind and rain. Qi Jingchen left the central divine continent and came to the Aquarius continent to establish the Cliff Academy. Outsiders said that Qi Jingchen wanted to restrain and intimidate his old senior brother Cui Dong, but Mao Xiaodong knew that wasn't the case at all. He was even more decisive, leaving the human world and going out to sea to visit immortals alone. The only one rumored to be able to chase Alliance around the streets was a one-track mind blockhead. He had been silent for more than 100 years. Mao Xiaodong put away his messy thoughts and finally fixed his gaze on this young man. Now, teacher had taken in this disciple who inherited the knowledge of the literary pulse. In the 3 years after Qin Pingon entered the academy, Mao Xiaodong was curious and worried. He was curious about what kind of scholar teacher had taken in. He was also worried that this young man who came from the Pearl Grotto heaven and had high hopes for Qi Jingchun would disappoint him. However, Mao Xiaodong used the scholarly sage's ability to watch Qin Pingon's words and actions from afar. He wasn't surprised, but he wasn't disappointed either. He just felt that this poor disciple named Qin Pingon was the disciple that teacher would take in. He was the junior brother that Qi Jingchun was willing to take in on behalf of his master. That was the right thing to do. After that, Qin Pingon asked Lin Shi in detail if there would be any conflicts between his cultivation and learning. He asked if Zhou Xian and Yu Lu's friendship would be impure. He also asked if there would be any problems with her state of mind after she became Cui Dongshan's servant. Mao Xiaodong answered them one by one, occasionally flipping through the customs documents. After knowing more or less everything, Qin Pingon was truly relieved. Mao Xiaodong finally smiled and asked, "Aren't you tired of thinking so much about your own and other people's?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said honestly, "Not at all." Mao Xiaodong nodded and said softly, "Learning and practicing the sword are actually the same. They both need to accumulate strength. A gentleman will do great things when he's successful, but when he's not, he'll be like a dragon. Therefore, when you have a strange idea, it's as if brilliant literary talent has come from the heavens and the world has never seen it before." Qin Pingon felt that his words were a little too exaggerated. He was a little nervous. Mao Xiaodong suddenly asked in a low voice, "Has teacher ever mentioned me?" Qin Pingon wanted to say something but hesitated. He answered honestly, "I don't think he's ever mentioned you." Mao Xiaodong slapped his knee and said angrily, "There's actually such a biased teacher in the world?" Mao Xiaodong didn't give up and asked, "Think about it again. Could it be that you've missed something?" Qin Pingon shook his head decisively. Mao Xiaodong stroked his beard and smiled. He said confidently, "I think teacher has a disciple in his heart. Of course he doesn't have to mention me all the time." Qin Pingon was relieved. The Mao Mountain chieftain in front of him was definitely a disciple taught by teacher Wensheng. Pei Qian probably thought that Li Baoping was easier to talk to. She walked faster and faster, her footsteps lighter and lighter. However, when Pei Qian arrived at Li Baoping's dormitory and saw the stacks of copied books on the bed, she almost knelt down and kowtowed to Li Baoping. It was no wonder that when Pei Qian boldly showed off that he copied books every day, Li Baoping only responded with an "oh," and did not say anything else. At first, Pei Qian felt that she had finally turned the tables a little. She was a little proud and straightened her back a little. Li Baoping poured a cup of tea for Pei Qian and asked her to sit anywhere she wanted. She climbed onto the bed and moved the small bamboo box that was leaning against the wall to the table. She took out the narrow saber lucky talisman, and the small silver gourd that Liang had given her. Li Baoping said, "There for you." Pei Qian looked at the narrow saber and the small calabash. She was more knowledgeable now. She looked up at Pei Qian and asked, "Is it very expensive?" Li Baoping didn't deliberately hide anything. She said in detail, "I heard from Alliance that this auspicious symbol saber is of average quality. It's a half-immortal weapon. This small calabash that was abducted from Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple is better. It's one of the 7 sword-nourishing calabashes on the calabash vine that the Taoist ancestor planted during his early cultivation. The swordsmen in the world use this to nourish their flying swords. Pei Qian, haven't you started to learn swordsmanship? Then you can use it." Pei Qian was tongue-tied. She said vaguely, "But I've just started to practice swordsmanship. I'm not a swordsman. I'm not a swordsman. I may not be able to cultivate a natal flying sword in my life." Li Baoping asked directly, "Do you like the auspicious symbol and the small calabash?" Pei Qian nodded timidly. Li Baoping scratched her head and sighed in her heart. Why did little martial uncle find such a silly disciple? Pei Qian became more and more uneasy. She glanced at the mountains of books on the bed and then looked at the narrow saber and the silver sword-nourishing calabash on the table. Pei Qian suddenly had an idea. she whispered. Sister Baoping, I dare not accept such expensive gifts. Master will scold me. Li Baoping blinked her eyes. Then you can tell Master that I'm borrowing them from you. I'll borrow them for 1 year, 10 years, 100 years or 1,000 years. Anyway, I won't ask you for them. You can take them to travel in Jianghu with a clear conscience. Isn't that enough? Pei Qian lowered her head. Yes. Li Baoping changed her position and sat on the bench next to Pei Qian. She comforted her. Don't feel stupid. You're young. I heard from youngest uncle that you're 1 year younger than me. Pei Qian felt that it made sense. She immediately looked up and smiled. She put her hands on the table and asked carefully, Sister Baoping, can I touch them? Li Baoping suddenly stood up, giving Pei Qian a fright. Li Baoping signaled Pei Qian not to panic and then asked him to watch carefully. However, Pei Qian saw Li Baoping unsheathing her saber. She took a deep breath and slashed at the calabash. Pei Qian looked like a little dumbfounded goose. Li Baoping's slash was more domineering. However, the small calabash was smooth and fell toward Pei Qian. Pei Qian subconsciously slapped it away. The silver sword-nourishing calabash hit Li Baoping's face with a bang. There was a bang. The calabash fell to the ground. Li Baoping, who was stunned for a moment, began to have a nosebleed. Pei Qian felt that he was doomed. At this moment, Li Baoping was still holding the auspicious symbol in her hand. He is Qin Pingon, the one who gave me my book box and made my straw sandals. You know what I said? You would definitely come to the academy to see me. Do you believe me now? Lu Guan rolled his eyes. It turned out that this guy was Qin Pingon, the one Li Huai kept talking about. Ma Lian hurriedly bowed to Qin Pingon. Li Huai laughed unscrupulously and suddenly stopped. Have you seen Li Baoping? Qin Pingon nodded and said, when I arrived at the academy, I saw the little treasure bottle first. Li Huai nodded hard and said, let's go find Li Baoping together later. He has to thank me. I invited you to the academy. When she was at the top of the mountain, she wanted to beat me. How can a little girl run faster than me? What a joke. I, Li Huai, have mastered the divine skill and can run as fast as flying. I can leap over roofs and vault over walls. Qin Pingon coughed. Li Huai suddenly realized that Lu Guan was rejoicing in his misfortune and Ma Lian was bashful. Li Huai slowly turned his head and saw Li Baoping behind him, as well as a little girl who was as black as charcoal beside her. Li Huai felt that there was fate between them at first glance, because they resembled the time when he first met Qin Pingon. Li Baoping crossed her arms and sneered, Li Huai, I'll let you run 100 steps first. It's up to you whether you want to hide in a tree or on the roof. Li Huai said resentfully, Li Baoping, since Qin Pingon really came to the academy, let's call it a tie? Li Baoping smiled and said, a tie? Li Huai thought for a while and said, okay. Let's call it a regretful loss. Li Baoping didn't want to argue with Li Huai for the sake of her martial uncle. Li Huai saw that Li Baoping didn't want to teach him a lesson, so he immediately became arrogant. He pulled Qin Pingon's arm and said excitedly, where are you staying now? Do you want to come to my place? Pei Qian's eyes brightened. This Li Huai is a kindred spirit. They went to the guest house where Qin Pingon was staying. Ma Lian actually wanted to follow Li Huai, but Lu Guan dragged him to have a meal. Zhou Xian was still traveling and hadn't returned. Shi Rou stayed in her guest house and didn't see anyone. She was in a Confucian academy. Even if you were an earth immortal otherworldly item, who would dare to show off in such a place? Shi Rou felt that every time she breathed she was blaspheming the academy. She was full of guilt and reverence. This was the vast world. Qin Pingon, Li Baoping, Pei Qian and Li Huai. They sat around a table and ate the special meal that the academy would give them. Li Huai, who was sitting opposite Qin Pingon, was the loudest. As long as Qin Pingon was there, he didn't need to be afraid of Li Baoping. Li Huai asked, Qin Pingon, do you want me to take you to Lin Shi after dinner? That guy is rarely seen nowadays. He's very happy and often leaves the academy to play outside. I'm so jealous. Qin Pingon smiled and said, it's now 7 o'clock. Qi cultivators value this period of time. It's best not to disturb them. We'll go after 7 o'clock. I don't need you to lead the way. I'll go find Lin Shi myself. Cultivation of the Great Tao was about haggling over every detail. There were some rules of cultivation that could be applied everywhere. For example, one must pay attention to the 4 hours of the day and not slack off. At midnight the world was clear and bright. It was the most suitable time to see the qi inside and use the longevity bridge to communicate with the world outside. At 3 o'clock, the qi circulated and benefited the qi residents and meridians. At noon the yang fire was used to refine the qi into liquid. At 7 o'clock, the qi was stored in the important mansions of the natal acupoints, accumulating and strengthening the foundation of the Great Way. Apart from the 4 hours of the day, there was also the month and the year to pay attention to. The foundation of the Great Way was nothing more than postnatal repair and polishing the innate. The postnatal method was like polishing a mirror with water, gradually becoming clearer and clearer. Finally, it would reach the legendary flawless glass. The most important thing was the subtle changes. As long as one crossed the threshold of cultivation and started to climb the mountain, he would know that he had lost a day if he slacked off. Therefore, cultivators couldn't be lazy. If one understood the mystery of this, many rules that were derived from it would suddenly become clear. For example, the emperors and monarchs of the secular dynasties couldn't cultivate to the middle 5 states. For example, why would cultivators gradually stay away from the secular world and be unwilling to be swept away by the world of mortals? Instead, they wanted to cultivate in the blessed enclave with abundant qi. They would go down the mountain to travel and return to the world. It was just a helpless action that had nothing to do with the improvement of their cultivation. Why were cultivators not allowed to leave the mountain without permission after reaching the ascendant realm and swallow the qi and qi of other places without permission? Cui Dongshan once joked that there were qi cultivators who pursued immortality. The higher the cultivation, the more people were unwilling to follow the rules. The more things that didn't pay attention to were more and more frequent. The mortal world at the foot of the mountain began to shake, just like the joints of the chair began to loosen. As the masters of the world, the scholarly sages had a hard time repairing it. In the matter of family education, the stinky Taoist priests in the world were the most convenient. As long as a great cultivator was bold and didn't like it, the immortals on the 5 cities and 12 floors of the Beko Keikyung building would receive the edict of a certain head of the 3 sections. They would fly out and kill them with a slap. However, there were also some great cultivators who escaped the disaster. They would beat the heavenly drum on a certain heavenly platform in the world. In history, only the eldest disciple of the Taoist ancestor, the hibiscus Taoist Guan, would often listen to people's complaints and help to exonerate them. At least they would slightly reduce the punishment. There were even records of directly exempting the punishment and blaming and severely punishing the immortals of the Beko Keikyung building. If Lu Qin, the youngest disciple of the Taoist ancestor, was in charge, it would depend on the mood of the Taoist master. If he was in a good mood, everything would be fine. Might be an opportunity. If he was in a bad mood, he might be punished even more. If it was the second Taoist master's turn to be in charge of the Beko Keikyung building, there would definitely be no one who would beat the heavenly drum. Because the second Taoist master would definitely kill them directly. The remaining souls would most likely be pulled into his palm, the purest thunder purgatory in the world. The world was huge. Even if a mortal teacher liked to travel in his lifetime, he might not be able to travel to the end of a country. Even if he became a cultivator, he wouldn't dare to say that he could travel to the end of a continent. Similarly, the peak immortals who were lucky enough to reach the upper 5 states also wouldn't dare to say that they could travel to the end of the world. Li Baoping didn't like to talk much when eating. Pei Qian didn't dare to say it. So it was Li Huai who was making a fuss. Li Baoping glared at Li Huai. She had told Li Huai many things about the academy. How could she tell her youngest uncle? Li Huai shook his head. He was still provoking Li Baoping recklessly. This was called smashing a broken jar. Anyway, he would definitely be punished by Li Baoping in the future. Qin Pingon didn't say much. He ate slowly and chewed slowly as usual. Most of the time he picked up food for the 3 children. Li Huai suddenly asked, Qin Pingon, why did you change your clothes? You're not even wearing straw sandals. Be careful, it's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Before Li Huai finished speaking, he began to bend over and wail. Li Baoping and Pei Qian each gave Li Huai a kick under the table. Qin Pingon smiled and said, Actually, I thought about it. When I came to the academy, I changed into my old clothes and straw sandals. But I didn't want to embarrass you. Now I have to be very careful when I'm in the Jianghu. Plus, wearing it can help my cultivation. So I'm used to wearing this Taoist robe. But I don't feel uncomfortable wearing it before. Li Huai grimaced and said, "When I was outside the academy, I almost couldn't recognize you. Qin Pingon, you're much taller and not as dark as before." "I'm not used to it." Qin Pingon joked. "Li Huai, you haven't changed. Do you feel sleepy as soon as you read?" Li Huai sighed and said, "Qin Pingon, you don't know how hard it is for me to study now. It's even more tiring than when we were on the road. Especially when the teachers were teaching, I had to hold my pee." Li Baoping tapped the table with her finger, indicating that Li Huai should pay attention to his words. Li Huai was annoyed and said, "Annoying. You have more rules than the teachers." They had almost finished eating and there was not much left on the table. Qin Pingon said, "I have to go to Mount Mao's place later. I have some things to discuss. Then I'll go find Lin Shui and Yu Lu to thank them. You guys can walk around by yourselves. Remember not to violate the academy's curfew." Li Huai asked, "Qin Pingon, how many years are you going to stay in the academy?" Li Baoping smiled for the first time. Pei Qian's face was bitter and he was trembling. Qin Pingon laughed angrily and said, "I won't stay for too long, but I won't leave in a few days either." Li Huai made an "oh" sound. When Li Baoping and Pei Qian were cleaning up the dishes, he asked, "Qin Pingon, why don't you stay in the academy to study? We can go back to Longquan County together in the future." "What's wrong? Have you been wandering outside for too long?" "Even if you don't take Li Baoping seriously, the academy has me, Li Huai. We're good brothers who have been through thick and thin together. Maybe I'll have to call you brother-in-law in the future. Can you bear to leave me, your brother-in-law, in the academy? You know, back then Alliance cried and begged to be my brother-in-law, but I didn't agree." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Don't say this in front of Lin Shui and Dong Xuejing." Li Huai sighed heavily. "These two fellows, one is a taciturn person who doesn't know how to speak frankly, and the other is a blockhead who doesn't understand. I think it's unlikely that my sister will like them. As for my mother, she likes Lin Shui more and my father likes Dong Xuejing more. But what's the situation in my family? I, Li Huai, have the most say. Even my sister listens to me. Qin Pingon, let's make a deal. You only need to accompany me in the academy for a year. Alright, half a year is enough and you'll be my brother-in-law. You don't even need a damn betrothal gift." Qin Pingon laughed and scolded, "Scram." Li Huai slammed the table. "Qin Pingon, talk properly to your brother-in-law. Don't say I didn't warn you." Li Baoping's slap made Li Huai shrink his head back. In an instant, Li Baoping's arrogance disappeared. Li Huai took advantage of the time when Li Baoping and Pei Qian took the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen outside the guest house. He came to Qin Pingon's side, leaned on the table and whispered, "Qin Pingon, my sister is very beautiful now. I didn't lie to you." Qin Pingon rubbed the little fellow's head. "I really don't need you to act as a matchmaker. I already have a girl I like." Li Huai's expression dimmed. Qin Pingon said softly, "Not being your brother-in-law doesn't mean not being friends." Li Huai said weakly, "But I'm afraid. This time I'll be gone for 3 years. What about next time? Will it be another 3 or 5 years? How can you be a friend? When I was bullied in the academy, you weren't there." Qin Pingon was speechless. According to the plan in his heart, they might not be able to meet again in 3 or 5 years. He was prepared to go to the Dragon Spring Prefecture and Book Lake, as well as the Colorful Clothes Nation and Shushui Nation. Then he would go to the north, even further north than the Dali dynasty in the Aquarius continent. Li Huai sniffled, raised his head and laughed. "Forget it, we are all adults. Don't be so wishy-washy. Let's talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow." Qin Pingon patted Li Huai's head. "Pei Qian seems to be afraid of Aquarius. You can accompany Pei Qian in this period of time." Li Huai immediately laughed and said, "That piece of charcoal, no problem. What's so shameful about being afraid of Li Baoping? I'm also afraid. Whoever is afraid is a hero." To be able to say such a shameful thing so confidently and heroically, only Li Huai could do it. After that, Qin Pingon went to Mao Xiaodong's study. They began to discuss the matter of refining the second natal item. Mao Xiaodong had already received Cui Dongshan's secret letter. His plan was even more watertight than Qin Pingon's. He had already bought most of the treasures needed to refine the golden script gallbladder. Some had not been sent to the academy, but he would definitely be able to collect all of them before autumn. Qin Pingon said that he might have to pay back the money later. Mao Xiaodong was not pretentious. He said that he would pay according to the market price and try to settle it within 20 years. Because it was a very special golden script gallbladder, as one of the 5 elements natal items, Mao Xiaodong carefully studied the golden script gallbladder that Qin Pingon took out from the Fengtsuan item. Before that, he had already studied the history of the Tsai kingdom and the county records of the city god pavilion. Shen Wen, who finally determined that the civil official had become a god, had used the essence of incense and the Great Spirit. It was very likely that he had also used the influence of the seal personally refined by the great celestial master and the thunder method to create this extraordinary golden script gallbladder. Therefore, Mao Xiaodong planned to take Qin Pingon to visit the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, the Confucian Temple and other places in private. However, the final refining location would definitely be at the Cliff Academy where he could guard the fate. The two of them continued to polish the details. Mao Xiaodong was more and more pleased. Even when it came to the foundation of cultivation, Qin Pingon was still calm and collected, which made Mao Xiaodong very satisfied. Qin Pingon's answers to many of the seemingly casual conversations, as well as the questions he took the initiative to ask about some of the books, did not amaze Mao Xiaodong. Instead, he felt determined and vaguely revealed his tenacity. That was enough. Especially when Qin Pingon looked at the sky and said that he wanted to visit Lin Shui and Yu Lu first. Instead of talking about more important business in one go, Mao Xiaodong agreed with a smile. After Qin Pingon left with an apologetic expression, the tall old man who had always given everyone the impression of being old-fashioned, sat alone in the study room. He could not help but cry, but he was smiling happily. In Mao Xiaodong's opinion, 10F** King talented Cui Dong could not compare to one Qin Pingon. Without Li Baoping by his side, Pei Qian became angry. All of a sudden, Pei Qian became unrestrained and high-spirited. Not long after they arrived at Li Huai's dormitory and sat down, not only Li Huai, even Lu Guan and Ma Lian were shocked to the point that their eyes widened and they looked at each other in dismay. Pei Qian already had a bamboo sword hanging from his waist. He sat on the bench facing the 3 fellows sitting side by side. She was telling them about her experience in Jianghu. The opening speech was very intimidating. You should have seen that I, Pei Qian, as my master's disciple, am a very cold-blooded Jianghu person. I have killed and subdued countless monsters in the mountains and lakes. The gadfly that was killed by her crazy demon swordsmanship, the toad that was kicked away by her on the mountain path, the dog that she pressed down on its head, and the mountain leaper that she caught. She imagined all of them to be monsters in the future. Lu Guan, who was skeptical, served tea. While heroine Pei was drinking, Ma Lian quickly took out some sunflower seeds and pastries. Li Huai hugged the painted puppet with a silly smile on his face. In fact, he thought that this black girl could not be judged by her appearance. She was better at bragging than Allianson himself. He had met his match. After Qin Pingon walked out of Mao Xiaodong's residence, he found Li Baoping waiting for him at the door with the small bamboo box on her back. He was not surprised at all. Qin Pingon left his hometown for the first time and went to the outside world of the Great Sui Kingdom. Of course, Qin Pingon escorted Li Baoping to study in the Great Sui Kingdom. But wasn't it also the little girl who accompanied youngest uncle in Jianghu? In the beginning, when only the two of them were accompanied by each other, the green mountains and clear waters they walked through were very lovely. Qin Pingon was not in a hurry. He squatted down and asked with a smile, Baoping, did anyone bully you in the academy these years? Li Baoping thought for a while and shook her head, no, youngest uncle. Qin Pingon scratched his head and felt a little disappointed. Mao Xiaodong's words suddenly sounded in his heart. Qin Pingon's expression did not change. After listening, he stood up and held Li Baoping's hand. He began to look at the night view of the capital city outside the academy's Xiaodong Mountain. They began to go down the mountain. Young martial uncle, I've already divided the copied books into 5 parts and put them in the small boxes. I've given them to the 5 teachers. But those are just copies for skipping classes for a month. I still have a lot of them in the academy. Don't worry, youngest uncle. Are the teachers angry? They're not angry. They're used to it. They just want me to run slower when moving the books. The teachers are all good. Well, they are. But they're not as knowledgeable as Mr. Qi. Why? Mr. Qi is the most knowledgeable. Youngest uncle is the best. There's no reason. That makes sense. 403. Qin Pingon first went to Cui Dongshan's courtyard. At the entrance, Li Baoping asked if Pei Qian could sleep at her place at night. Qin Pingon said it would be fine as long as Pei Qian agreed. Li Baoping also asked if she could give or lend Pei Qian the saber, the auspicious symbol, and the small silver gourd so that Pei Qian could roam Jianghu with more dignity. Qin Pingon smiled and said that there was no need to give Pei Qian such an expensive gift for the time being. As Pei Qian's master, he would prepare everything he needed when roaming Jianghu in the future. Besides, it was his first time roaming Jianghu, so he didn't want to be too eye-catching. A small donkey as his mount was good enough. The saber and the auspicious symbol were similar in appearance. Li Baoping felt that it was a pity. She waved goodbye to her youngest martial uncle and ran away with the small green bamboo box. Before Qin Pingon knocked, Xianxia gently opened the courtyard door. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Is it inconvenient?" Xianxia shook her head and made way. Her impression of Qin Pingon was much better than Yu Lu's. Moreover, he was her master. Xianxia didn't dare to neglect him. Otherwise, she would be the one to suffer in the end. Xianxia looked at Qin Pingon openly and said, "I only heard that a woman changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Why have you changed so much?" Qin Pingon entered the courtyard. Xianxia hesitated and closed the door. At the same time, she mocked herself. With her current unsightly appearance, even if Qin Pingon lost his mind, he would still be able to eat her. Xianxia knew very well what kind of person Qin Pingon was. She never felt that they were the same kind of people, let alone like old friends at first sight. She just didn't hate him. It was just like how people viewed calligraphy. Whether they were in love with the carefree cursive script or the regular script, it was just a personal preference. There was no distinction between the two. Compared to Yu Lu, Xianxia was much more polite and tolerant towards Qin Pingon. He took the initiative to point at the green bamboo corridor outside the main house and said, "You don't have to take off your shoes. This is a specialty of the Great Sui Kingdom's Xianxia Ferry. It's warm in winter and cool in summer. It's suitable for cultivators to meditate." Before the young master left, he asked me to pass a message to Lin Shui that he could come here to cultivate the thunder magic. However, I felt that Lin Shui wouldn't agree, so I didn't go and ask for a rebuff. Qin Pingon still took off the pair of boots that Pei Qian had secretly bought in Hu town and gifted to him. Sitting cross-legged on the green bamboo floor, he flipped his wrist and took out a bottle of well wine he bought from Betail Ferry. He asked, "Do you want to drink?" "It's just a fine wine." Not far away, Xianxia, who was sitting diagonally on the steps, nodded. Qin Pingon gently tossed the wine bottle to Xianxia. Xianxia took the wine bottle, opened it and sniffed. "It's actually not bad. As expected of something taken out from a Fengsuan item." Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to drink. He asked with a smile, "The robe you're wearing is a Taoist robe, right?" "It's because I'm in this courtyard that I can sense the flow of spirit qi." Qin Pingon nodded. "This robe is called Golden Wine. I found it by chance at a place called Jiaolong Gully on my way to Inverted Hanging Mountain." Xianxia turned his head and looked towards the courtyard door with a complicated expression. He muttered, "Then you're really lucky." Qin Pingon grunted in acknowledgement. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. Xianxia smiled. "You really know how to drink. This trip to Jianghu wasn't in vain." Qin Pingon pretended not to hear. He reached out and touched the bamboo floor. The spirit qi flowed like water. Although it couldn't compare to the best immortal residences and grotto heavens, it contained more spirit qi than the best houses in the immortal inns of the secular dynasties. The world was silent. Xianxia muttered to himself, "Stars light up the 4 directions in the middle of the Milky Way. Is it cooling down? The immortal cottage is so cool." Qin Pingon smiled. "Which immortal poet of the Lu dynasty wrote it?" Xianxia shook his head slowly. "A long time ago on a night like this my master was casually reciting a poem. She said that the poem was poetic excess. It's just a small Tao, just like calligraphy and chess. It's not worth mentioning." Qin Pingon said, "At Inverted Hanging Mountains Lingzhizhai, I originally prepared a gift for you and Lin Shui. Your gift at that time I mistook it for a broken dew armor that couldn't be repaired. I bought it at a very low price. Later I found out that it was one of the 8 ancestral armor pills of the deity Dew Armor. I even repaired it for a friend. When I met Cui Dongshan in Qinghuan Kingdom, Cui Dongshan told me not to give you such an expensive gift. Our friendship wasn't that good and you might misunderstand that he had ulterior motives. I felt that it made sense, so I thought that I could save it first. It wouldn't be too late to give it to you when we become true friends. So today I'll give you this first. Take it. Xianxia turned his head and reached out to take a small piece of finely carved mutton fat jade. It was the white ox Ganoderma. Qin Pingon smiled. It's a small gift from inverted hanging mountains Lingjizhai. Hope you don't mind. Xianxia smiled and said, are you hinting that as long as I become friends with you, Qin Pingon, I will be able to obtain a priceless military treasure? Qin Pingon smiled and didn't say anything. Xianxia held the warm and delicate jade piece and said to himself, you're not that kind of person. Qin Pingon raised the blade's strengthening gourd and held back his laughter. Thank you. Xianxia glanced at Qin Pingon. Yo, you've only been gone for a few years and you've learned to be glib? I really have to look at you with new eyes. Qin Pingon fastened the blade's strengthening gourd to his waist and covered his sleeves with his hands. He sighed. When Li Huai was bullied by outsiders, Lin Shui and Yu Lu all stood up for him. I was really happy when I heard about it. That's why I told you about the sweet dew armor, not to show off, but because I really hope that one day I can become friends with you. I actually have a selfish motive. Even if we can't be friends, I still hope that you can become good friends with Little Treasure Bottle and Li Huai. You can take care of them in the academy in the future. There was another reason that Qin Pingon couldn't say out loud. No matter how many twists and turns there were, Qin Pingon was still Cui Dongshan's teacher in name. It was very suspicious that he didn't discipline him well. Cui Dongshan took Xianxia as his personal maidservant. No matter how one looked at it, it was a disaster for Xianxia, the cultivation genius of the Lu dynasty. However, the world was complicated. Many seemingly well-intentioned wishful thinking could end up doing bad things. Don't touch the scars of others and live in peace. When it was uncovered, it was dripping with blood. Qin Pingon sat at the bottom of the steps wearing his boots. Xianxia said softly, I won't send you off. Qin Pingon waved his hand. No need. After Qin Pingon left, Xianxia covered her mouth and laughed for no reason. She didn't know why, but she felt that he was like a cat who sneaked home in the middle of the night to avoid the tigress at home. Of course, this was just a very strange thought of Xianxia. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. It could only mean that Xianxia was in a good mood. Xianxia raised her hand and held the Ganoderma jade high up. It was quite beautiful. Qin Pingon left this one of the best places in the academy. Yu Lu lived alone in the academy. Although the lights were off, Qin Pingon didn't hesitate to knock on the door. Yu Lu quickly opened the door casually in his boots and smiled. What a rare guest. Yu Lu turned around to light the lamp. Qin Pingon helped to close the door. The two sat facing each other. Inside Yu Lu's room, other than some things the academy had prepared for the students, there was nothing else. This was Yu Lu. As if he didn't have anything on his mind. As the crown prince of a great dynasty after the fall of the country, he still stood aloof from worldly affairs. Even when facing one of the main culprits, Cui Dongshan, he didn't have the same hatred as Xianxia. On this point, Yu Lu was similar to the martial madman Zhou Xian, who came from a rich family. When Qin Pingon was on his way to the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, he and Yu Lu took turns to keep watch. One in the first half of the night, the other in the second half of the night. If the person in the first half of the night didn't feel sleepy and sat by the fire, there was nothing to talk about. Often it was Qin Pingon who practiced the stance sword furnace or the six-step stance. If he was in the stance, Yu Lu would be in a daze. If he was in the stance, Yu Lu would just watch for a while. Yu Lu didn't drink. Qin Pingon also didn't drink. He gave the book, Records of the Mountains and Seas, that he also bought from the inverted hanging mountain to Yu Lu. Yu Lu naturally thanked him, saying that he was poor but had no gifts to give. He could only send Qin Pingon to the entrance of the academy. After Qin Pingon left, Yu Lu lightly closed the door. He continued to close his eyes and walk in the pitch-black room, his fists loosening and clenching, repeating this. When Yu Lu was practicing, Xianxia was also sitting in the green bamboo corridor, diligently cultivating. When Lin Shui saw Qin Pingon, he wasn't surprised. In truth, he already knew that Qin Pingon was coming. But after hesitating, he didn't take the initiative to find Qin Pingon at the guest house. Qin Pingon gave him the incomplete Lightning Taoist book from Lingjizhai. At that time there was a note saying, "There is only one book in the world, unless it is missing dozens of pages, it is priceless." Lin Shui didn't refuse. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Thank you for letting me pass a message to you. If you don't mind, please go to her place to cultivate." Lin Shui thought for a moment, nodded and said, "Okay, as long as I'm free during the day I'll go." Qin Pingon didn't stay for long. His butt didn't even warm up on the bench. After staying for less than half an incense stick's time he had to leave. Before Lin Shui opened the door, it was obvious that he was practicing a breathing technique on a futon. Lin Shui suddenly smiled and asked, "Qin Pingon, do you know why I'm willing to accept such a valuable gift?" Qin Pingon stopped, turned around and asked, "Why do you say that?" Lin Shui, who would never leave people in the academy, walked to the table for the first time and poured 2 cups of tea. Qin Pingon then returned and sat down. Lin Shui, who had already become an elegant young master, was silent for a moment and said, "I know that I'll definitely return the favor in the future." Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. Sure enough, he hadn't changed. This guy was still cold. Lin Shui turned to look at the bamboo box, the corner of his mouth raised. "Also, I'm very grateful to you for one thing. Take a guess." "You've already made such a move, what's there to guess?" Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Didn't I just give you a bamboo box?" Although it was made from the bamboo transplanted from the Green Immortal Mountain in the past, to be honest, it definitely can't compare to the Thunder Magic Taoist book now. Lin Shui smiled and shook his head. "Guess again." Qin Pingon recalled that trip and asked tentatively, "That time when you stayed at the inn?" Lin Shui still shook his head and laughed heartily. He got up and began to chase him away, joking, "Don't delay my cultivation just because you gave me a gift." Qin Pingon left the school in confusion. After meeting the 3 people, he didn't return the way he came. After delivering the gift an hour earlier than expected, Qin Pingon took a slight detour and walked in a quiet area of the Cliff Academy. Just as he passed by the guest house, Qin Pingon saw Li Huai sneaking over alone. Seeing Qin Pingon, Li Huai quickened his pace and said hurriedly, "Qin Pingon, I came to ask you a question, otherwise I can't sleep." Qin Pingon smiled. "About Pei Qian?" "Ask away." Li Huai whispered, "At first I thought that Pei Qian was bragging, but the more I listen the more I feel that Pei Qian is extraordinary. Qin Pingon, tell me the truth from the bottom of your heart. Is Pei Qian really a princess living among the common people?" Qin Pingon could completely imagine Pei Qian's stiff face and secretly happy appearance when she was telling this lie. She might even laugh at Li Huai and the others for believing it. Were they stupid? Not to mention Li Huai, even the 3 experienced constables in Hure town at the border of Daquan could be fooled by Pei Qian's nonsense. It would be strange if Li Huai, Lu Guan and Mao Yan didn't fall for it. Qin Pingon didn't intend to expose Pei Qian's bragging in front of Li Huai. It was just a naive prank between these children. Qin Pingon patted Li Huai's shoulder. "Guess it yourself." Li Huai nodded vigorously and said in realization, "Then I understand." Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "What do you understand?" Li Huai crossed his arms and rubbed his chin with one hand. No wonder this little charcoal had a look of disdain when she saw my painted puppet. This won't do. I have to compete with her tomorrow. An expert's move wins in momentum. When the time comes we'll see who has more treasures. So what if she's a princess? Isn't she just a little charcoal kid? What's so great about her? See, carrying a bamboo sword at such a young age. Who is she trying to scare? Oh right, Qin Pingon, what does the princess like to eat? Qin Pingon reached out and pressed Li Huai's head, gently twisting it in the direction of his dormitory. "Quickly go back and sleep." Li Huai was satisfied after asking the question. He turned and ran back to his dormitory. Not long after, an angry roar came from afar. Needless to say, it must be Li Huai who was caught red-handed by the night patrol teacher. Qin Pingon was just about to help Li Huai out when he saw Li Huai swaggering over with Zhou Lian by his side. It turned out that Zhou Lian had already found an excuse, saying that he was Li Huai's distant relative. He didn't know the way in the middle of the night and needed Li Huai's help to return to his dormitory. Li Huai gave a thumbs up and said to Qin Pingon, "This big brother Zhu is really loyal. Qin Pingon, you're really lucky to have such a butler." Then Li Huai turned his head and smiled at the stooped old man. "Big brother Zhu, if Qin Pingon treats you badly in the future, come find me, Li Huai. I'll help you get justice. Zhou Xian looked left and right. This brat named Li Huai really didn't look like someone who was good at studying. Jing Dafeng Li Er Li Baozhen Li Baoping. It was rare to meet someone who came out of Lizhu Grotto heaven who wasn't a freak. Zhou Xian felt that he needed to cherish him, so he suddenly felt that Li Huai was much more pleasing to the eye. So he became even more benevolent. Wait a minute, why does this Li Huai look a bit like the 10th realm martial artist who came to visit an old dragon city? Li Er Li Huai, both surnamed Li. Could they be family? Only he, as a pure martial artist, could know the horror of an ultimate grandmaster. No matter how conceited Zhou Xian was about his martial arts talent, he only dared to say that if he was born and raised in the vast world and his talent remained the same, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach the peak of the 9th realm in his lifetime. Reaching the 10th realm was impossible. Zhou Xian turned his head and looked at Qin Pingon with questioning eyes. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. Zhou Xian was so angry that he kicked Li Huai's butt lightly. Wandering around like a lonely ghost in the middle of the night, get out of here. Li Huai was shocked. After he ran out, he pointed at Zhou Xian from afar and said, "Help me this time. Kick me and we'll settle our grudges. If we meet again in the academy tomorrow, whoever runs away first will be the boss." Zhou Xian made a movement of lifting his foot. Li Huai soon disappeared without a trace. At Li Baoping's school, Li Baoping and Pei Qian copied books at the same table and sat opposite each other. One wrote quickly. The other was crawling. Every time Li Baoping finished copying a piece of paper, he would shout, "Go!" and then put down the brush, twisted his wrist and came to Pei Qian to take a look. Pei Qian was speechless and sweating. In the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, adjacent to the capital city of Feng State, a very senior guest came to the mansion of the Kai family that had just moved in. It was Cui Dongshan, who won himself the nickname of Ancestor of the Kai family in the Cliff Academy with the help of numerous magic treasures in a nearby object. In the middle of the night, a young man in white hammered the gate of the Kai family's mansion and shouted loudly, little Kai, open the door." A handsome young man with a red mole between his eyebrows was followed by a short man with a yellow ox beside him. The old immortal of the Great Sui Kingdom, who used to be stationed near the Cliff Academy, walked out of the secret room with a pale face. He jumped up in the yard and landed on the street outside his house. "Cui, what are you doing here?" Years ago, Cui Dongshan and Kai Jingshan had a soul-stirring fight in the sky above the Great Sui Kingdom's capital city, which was called Little Dongshan by the people of the capital city. Cui Dongshan became famous after the fight, as if he had held a firecracker feast for the people of the capital city. Many people in the capital city looked up at the academy's Mount Donghua that night and enjoyed it. Because they had an earth immortal of nascent soul realm as their patriarch, the Kai clan, which was originally very prestigious in the capital city, soon moved out of the capital city, leaving behind only a member of the clan, who was an official in the capital city, to guard such a large mansion that was not inferior to that of a noble. Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "Jingshan, you are so polite. Why did you come out to welcome me? Come on, let's go to our house. It's late to enter the city and there's a curfew. I'm starving. Ask someone to make a midnight snack and let's have a good chat." Kai Jingshan said with a dark face, "You are not welcome here." Cui Dongshan suddenly pointed at Kai Jingshan, stomped and scolded, "You ungrateful son of a bitch. I gave you face but you don't want it, do you? Come, let's fight again. This time if you can withstand my 50 transcendent artifacts, then I'll call you my ancestor. If you can't, then tomorrow you'll ride a horse and parade through the streets, shouting that you're my Cui Dongshan's good grandson 1,000 times." Kai Jingshan gnashed his teeth and said, "I would rather die than be humiliated. Either you kill me tonight or don't even think about stepping into the Kai family." Cui Dongshan disappeared in a flash, using the magic of shrinking the earth into an inch. It looked ordinary, but in fact it was different from the ordinary Taoist meridians. Cui Dongshan returned to his original place in a flash. "What do you say? Do you want to slit your own throat? You are an unfilial grandson, but I can't disown you as your ancestor. So I can lend you a few sharp magic weapons so that you won't say that you don't have a good weapon to kill yourself." That fellow continued to blabber on and on. The burly old man was so angry that the chi in his dantian was surging. He fanned the flames and his momentum skyrocketed. Cui Dongshan suddenly stopped smiling, narrowed his eyes and said gloomily, "Little bastard, You probably think that the elder ancestor took advantage of the academy in the Battle of Donghua Mountain, so you lost unjustly, right? Kai Jingshan's heart lake was agitated. Just as the battle of life and death was about to break out, he was shocked to find that Cui Dongshan's pupils were vertical and emitted a dazzling golden light. Kai Jingshan felt as if he was being stared at by an ancient flood dragon that was stirring up trouble. He felt as if there was a knife at his back. Kai Jingshan quickly withdrew his momentum, stretched out a hand and said in a low voice, "Please." The old gatekeeper, who had been watching them from the crack of the door, went from being sleepy at the beginning to having cold hands and feet. Now he looked as if he had lost his parents as he trembled and opened the door. Cui Dongshan strutted over the threshold first. Kai Jingshan followed closely behind. Wei Xian and the yellow ox also walked into the mansion of the Kai family. After the gatekeeper closed the door, he lamented in his heart. It was not easy to avoid this plague. The elder ancestor showed his strength in the provincial capital and helped the provincial governor to deal with a cunning river demon. Then he re-established the prestige of the Kai family in the local area. But after a few days of peace and stability, the elder ancestor came again. It was true that good people did not come, but bad people did not come. He only hoped that peace would bring wealth and that there would be no more trouble. Cui Dongshan kept nagging about wanting a midnight snack. He had to show his sincerity. Kai Jingshan endured it. He gave the pure martial artist Wei a jug of the most expensive wine in the city. He endured it. Even the small yellow bull monster in Dragon Gate Realm wanted a house with its own entrance and courtyard in the Kai family. Kai Jingshan could not tolerate it, but he also endured it. Kai Jingshan waved his hand to disperse the two curious maidservants. When there was no one else present, he asked, "What do you want to do? Be straightforward." Cui Dongshan stepped on a chair with one foot. He held a wine pot in one hand and chopsticks in the other. He wolfed down the delicious food and wine without missing a beat. He said vaguely, "You've been a local in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom for more than 100 years. Tell me, who are the idiots behind the assassination?" General of Agile Cavalry Tang Zhuangshan, Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War Tao Jiao, and General of Dragon Bull Miao Ren? I don't need you to tell me because I know. But you and I know that these guys are not the real bosses behind the assassination in the Great Sui Kingdom. Just tell me what you know. Let's hear it. Kai Jingshan's eyelids trembled slightly. Cui Dongshan threw away an extremely delicious duck leg in secret sauce. He licked his fingers and glanced at Kai Jingshan from the corner of his eyes. He said with a smile, "I allow you to name every person who is involved in this matter. You can name a name that has absolutely nothing to do with this matter. Can be a longtime enemy on the mountain or a random relative of the Gao family that you don't like." Cui Dongshan burped. "Before I finish this supper, it's all in effect. After I finish eating, your Kai family won't have this chance anymore. You might not know this, but the descendant of the Gao family that you left in the capital is a student of the Kai family who works in the Imperial College. He's also one of the lackeys of the Kai family. As a scholar, he's unwilling to watch the Great Sui fall and bow to the barbarian greatly. This is understandable. The Gao family has nurtured scholars for hundreds of years, and they're willing to sacrifice their lives to serve the country. I admire them even more, but understanding and appreciation can't be eaten." Cui Dongshan continued to eat and drink. Kai Jingshan asked in a low voice, "I want to know one thing first. Is Kai Feng really involved in this?" Cui Dongshan sneered. "Kai Feng is a scholar and has great ambitions. Do you need me to talk nonsense? Do you really think I'm the ancestor of the Kai family?" Kai Jingshan's face was full of pain. He was an earth immortal in the nascent soul stage who could look down on the nobles and was one of the few grand priests in the Great Sui Kingdom. However, it was human nature and the duty of the ancestors to protect the family. The deceased ancestors could only rely on the mysterious virtues of the underworld. Kai Jingshan, a cultivator of the Tao, would of course have a good grasp of the situation. Not only would it not hinder his own cultivation, he would also do his best to support those good seedlings who had the opportunity to return to the family. As for those descendants, they would either walk the path of civil and military officials or walk the path of cultivation. It was their duty to bring glory to the family and their ancestors. Over the past 100 years, the Kai family had only produced one Qi trainer who was neither high nor low. Even though he did not lack Kai Jingshan's guidance and a large amount of immortals' money, he was still stuck at the cave-dwelling realm, and his future was limited. Therefore Kai Jingshan still placed more hope on Kai Feng, the second-ranked scholar. Kai Feng's promotion in the next 50 to 60 years in the official field, his posthumous title of Wenjun from the emperor after his death, his Yin spirit manifested in a certain place, and the imperial court of the Great Sui Kingdom conferred him the title of city god of a certain county. After that he would be promoted step by step to the position of city god of a certain province. Kai Jingshan had already prepared all these things. As long as Kai Feng followed the prescribed order, he would be able to reach the position of city god of a certain province. This was also the exhaustion of an earth immortal in the nascent soul stage. After that, Kai Feng could only rely on himself to fight for more opportunities of great Tao. Every dog had its day. It was very difficult for ordinary people to grasp the opportunity, and they might not have another chance in their lifetime if they missed it once. However, Qi trainers were different. As long as they lived long enough, there would be a day when the feng shui would flow into their family. By then they could use the secret method of immortals to keep the feng shui in their family and keep accumulating the family's wealth. Just like how ordinary people accumulated gold and silver, there would be one after another incense offerings. Kai Jingshan had never thought that Kai Feng would be so stupid as to throw away his bright future and participate in such a scheme behind his and his family's back. Cui Dongshan gently put down his chopsticks. 10. 404. Cui Dongshan put down the pair of chopsticks, lowered his head and placed them neatly. He looked up and smiled. It seems that you're sure that I won't start a massacre here? Cui Dongshan clapped his hands and smiled. He slowly got up. You made the right bet. I won't kill indiscriminately. After all, I still have to return to Cliff Academy. Well, the descendants have their own blessings. As an ancestor, I can only help you up to here. Kai Jingshan stretched out his hand to signal Cui Dongshan to return to his seat. He asked, how can you prove that your words are effective? That they are effective in the Great Sui's court and in the Great Li's imperial court? Cui Dongshan leaned lazily on the chair and played with his hair. He gently twisted it. It's hard to prove. Kai Jingshan had to take a step back. He hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, then how can you get Kai Feng out? And it must be the kind that won't affect his future career. I have to remind you that you can't let Kai Feng change sides and betray his friends for glory. This will hinder Kai Feng's path of becoming a god after his death. Kai Feng will be related to the Great Sui Kingdom's throne, literature and feng shui for the next 100 or 1,000 years. It's not difficult for him to be honored before his death, but he will be rejected by the Great Sui Kingdom after his death. Cui Dongshan smiled. I have my own plan. Don't worry, I promise that Kai Feng will be the minister of the 6 ministries before his death, except for the Ministry of Rights. This position is too important. I'm not Emperor Dali. As for after his death, he will be the lord of the city god pavilion of a big state within 100 years, except for the Gao family's Guiyang. How about that? Kai Jingshan asked tentatively, then what about my Kai family's choice and reputation? Cui Dongshan smiled. When the time comes, I'll let you and the Kai family cooperate. Everyone will give you a thumbs up. In the future, the history books will be full of good words. Kai Jingshan wanted to say something but stopped. Cui Dongshan sneered. You and I signing the Mountain River's covenant? Kai Jingshan, I advise you not to do that. Kai Jingshan thought of that pair of vertical golden pupils and felt a chill run down his spine. Although he and the Kai family were at the mercy of others and felt aggrieved, compared to the unbearable consequences of Kai Feng dragging the entire family into a bottomless abyss and even implicating the cultivation of this old ancestor Kai Jingshan, this bit of gloom was not unbearable. Now that they had become temporary allies, Kai Jingshan wanted to express some sincerity. Years ago, Mr. Cui was assassinated by the golden thread in the academy and escaped with the substitute talisman. Don't you want to know who is behind this? Or do you think it's actually a group? Cui Dongshan of his life. Kai Jingshan felt uncomfortable all over. He didn't understand what he had said wrong. Cui Dongshan stood up and took a pot of unopened cellar wine from the table. I was so bored in the academy that I wanted to hang myself on the top of the mountain. Finally, something so interesting happened. Look at what I did after that. After waiting for a long time and seeing that they didn't continue to attack, I had to take the initiative to go to the Qingxiao ferry to stretch my neck. In the end, no one dared to attack. I had to carry a few carts of Qingxiao ferry green bamboo back to the academy to pave the floor. I paid the right price. But I was grateful to them for relieving me of my boredom. In order to deal with the second assassination, I made so many plans. Although I didn't have a chance to use them, the process of using my brain was very boring. Cui Dongshan walked around the table and patted Kai Jingxian's shoulder. Little Kai, you're still too young to know my temper. After a long time, you'll find that you've recognized a good ancestor. If you have time, go to your family's ancestral grave and take a look. I'm sure the smoke is billowing. If any of the ancestors of the Kai family visit you in your dreams and thank me with tears and snot, you can tell them that there's no need to thank me. Kindness and charity have always been the foundation of my knowledge. Kai Jingxian kept a straight face and turned a deaf ear. The yellow ox demon of the earth ox species had long gone to the ox pen to rest. Wei Xian, on the other hand, had been sitting at the table where Cui Dongshan and Kai Jingxian were, drinking without saying a word. Wei Xian followed Cui Dongshan to his residence. After they sat down, Cui Dongshan used the golden flying sword to draw a lightning pool, blocking Kai Jingxian's prying eyes. Cui Dongshan kicked off his boots and sat cross-legged on the chair. He smiled and said, "Help me make the final conclusion with a sentence or two." Wei Xian said slowly, "A bird that flies high dies because of delicious food. A fish in a deep spring dies because of fragrant bait." In Wei Xian's opinion, Kai Jingxian and the others were indecisive and not worth mentioning. Under the general trend, even an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Before they entered the provincial capital, Cui Dongshan had shown Wei Xian a lot of intelligence reports on the inside of the Sui dynasty. Compared to the secret hidden by the Gao family's old minister of offerings, Kai Jingxian, the matter of Kai Feng's conspiracy in the capital was a small matter. The Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family was able to join forces with the Lu dynasty to suppress the rise of Dali, who had the imperial tutor Cui Dong and the Cliff Academy. It was not as simple as the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family's foresight. Back then, Dali had the help of the school of Mo and the school of Yin and Yang from the school of Lu to build the replica of the Bekokekyung building. The Great Sui Kingdom and the Lu dynasty also had the shadows of the 100 schools of thought behind the scenes. Kai Jingxian was a chess piece that was buried deep and at the same time, a more important one. Although Kai Jingxian appeared to be cowardly tonight, the situation was completely under Cui Dongshan's control. In fact, even when Kai Jingxian resigned in a fit of pique and moved his family out of the capital, it seemed that he could not bear the humiliation, but it should have been instructed by the expert. Currently, the Great Sui and the Great Li had formed a mountain alliance of the highest rank. One side used Mount Donghua, where the Mountain Cliff Academy was located and where the qi of the dragon vein was gathered, while the other side used the newest dynasty's northern peak, Mount Biyun, as the place for the Mountain Alliance to worship the heavens and announce to the earth. The Great Sui dynasty did not have to fight the Great Li Iron Cavalry head-on and won a great opportunity to recuperate for more than 100 years. They only had to cede the Huangting Kingdom and its vassal states, while the Great Li was able to preserve their strength and go all out to the south, killing their way to the border of the Zhuang dynasty. But behind the peace, the Song clan and the Gao clan of the Great Sui Kingdom naturally had their own plans. Especially after the death of Emperor Dali Song Yongchun, even if the central government of Dali kept it a secret, the Great Sui Kingdom might have already sensed it. That was why they were ready to make a move. Now, although Dali's Iron Cavalry was unstoppable and included half of the Aquarius continent, it was not stable. Once Dali and the Great Sui Kingdom's backyard were in trouble at the same time, and Lakeview Academy and the Zhuang dynasty suddenly showed their strength, Dali's seemingly favorable chess game would be destroyed in an instant. By then, the entire northern territory that was trampled by Dali's Iron Cavalry would be a piece of juicy meat that could be rightfully placed in their mouths. Cui Dongshan's trip was without a purpose to Wei Xian. Depending on the situation, whether it was to attract, kill, or be used as bait, it all depended on how Kai Jingxian responded. Wei Xian did not dare to say that Cui Dongshan could definitely win against those top figures behind the scenes. But a Kai Jingxian was definitely not a problem. He would only be played by Cui Dongshan. That was why Wei Xian said that birds and fish were greedy for bait. Cui Dongshan shook his head. Cui Dongshan stretched out 2 fingers and wrote the same 16 words in the air. A tiger is inferior to its power, it will attack. A fox withdraws its body, it will take it. Wei Xian frowned and said, "Is the Great Sui Kingdom really going to tear up the alliance and stake it all on one throw? Does it want to replace Dolly?" Cui Dongshan laughed and pointed at himself. Wei Xian was stunned and cupped his hands. The imperial tutor's foresight is not something that ordinary people can compare to. Cui Dongshan complained, "In the future just call me Mr. Cui. Calling me the imperial tutor makes me feel that you, the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom, are taking advantage of me." Wei Xian sighed and said, "The small Nanyuan kingdom is just a few provinces of Dali. In the past there were also banished immortals who left behind a few words. That was why I ordered the alchemists of the Nanyuan kingdom to search the mountains and sea for immortals. But if you don't really come to the vast world, you can't really imagine the true vastness of the world." Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "There is a very powerful scholar in the Central Plains. He once lamented about a drop in the ocean and a mustard seed on the continent. If there is a chance in the future, I will take you to meet him. At that time you can be a frog at the bottom of a well and sigh." Cui Dongshan held the armrests of the chair with both hands and shook it. The chair began to move. Cui Dongshan sat there as if he was riding a bumpy horse. It was extremely comical. But Wei Xian had been with Cui Dongshan for a long time and was already used to it. In this matter, Wei Xian and Yu Lu were far more used to it than Cui Dongshan. This was probably the breadth of mind of the emperor and the crown prince. Cui Dongshan said slowly, "I have already told you the answer. Anyway, the people behind the scenes of the Great Sui Kingdom and Dali are competing with each other. The life or death of pawns like Kai Feng, and the surrender of Kai Jingshan and the like won't make any waves. Then, the reason why I stayed in the capital and didn't go to the capital academy is actually not as complicated as you think. My master loves little Bao Ping the most. Mao Xiaodong is a person who can't keep secrets. You will definitely tell him about the disgraceful conspiracy of the Great Sui Kingdom. If I bump into him now, he will definitely be angry and scold me for not doing my job properly. If I tell him about the great cause of the nation, it will be even more unpleasant. Maybe I won't even be able to be his student. But I still have to do it. I can't tell him to rest assured that Bao Ping, Li Huai and the other children will be fine. His knowledge is becoming more and more complete. From the order of the original intention to the good and bad of the final goal, as well as the choice of the path in between, he has a rough outline. My cold-blooded and unscrupulous words are very difficult to deal with. So it's better for me to hide here and make up for my mistakes. I can show some results and help to cut off some connections. Then I will go to the academy to accept my punishment. At worst I will be beaten up. It's better than letting him have a knot in his heart. Then I will be finished. Once he thinks that I have bad intentions, even the gods can't save me. Even the old Xuecai may not be able to save me." Wei Xian thought for a moment and was about to speak. Cui Dongshan, who had already moved his chair to the window, waved his hand with his back to Wei Xian. "You Wei Xian, don't have the right to comment on my entanglement with him. So watch more and speak less." Cui Dongshan murmured, "Longquan County Chief Wu Yuan, Huangting Countries Wei Li, Qingwan Countries Lu Qingfeng, Governor Wei Liang and Yu Wei Xian. They are all good seedlings that we have chosen. Among them you and Wei Liang have the highest starting points. But as for what you will achieve in the future, it will still depend on your own abilities. Wei Liang won't talk about him. He is a lone cloud and a wild crane. He can't be considered a chess piece in the true sense of the word. But Wu Yuan and Lu Qingfeng were carefully cultivated by him. You and Wei Li were chosen by me. In the future the 4 of you will fight for us." His words were a bit vague, but Wei Xian silently remembered them. Cui Dongshan suddenly slapped his hand on the armrest of the chair. "Sure Ro, that stupid thing, probably still doesn't know that the words on the folded paper in the brocade bag are my words from the bottom of my heart. They are sincere and sincere. Every word is written with blood and tears. They are the most precious words of experience for someone who has experienced it. The next time we meet in the academy, if she doesn't improve at all, see how I will deal with her. Du Mao's immortal body doesn't need to eat, drink, poop and sleep. That's why she can endure the disgust. When the time comes I will make her eat, drink, poop and bathe a few times. I will also let her know what a real man is." Wei Xian bid farewell and left. With a wave of his sleeve, Cui Dongshan removed the restriction of the lightning pool with a circle of golden light. Wei Xian sincerely admired and respected this person. He admired Dali's current strength. From a small vassal country of the Liu dynasty to such a scene in less than 100 years, it relied on the words creating something from nothing. But this wasn't enough for Wei Xian to feel respect for the imperial tutor Cui Dong. When this person was conquering the world, he was racking his brains on how to protect it. Wei Xian felt that this was the true game of chess. After Wei Xian left, Cui Dongshan shook his wrist and the pot of wine on the table flew into his hand. He took small sips of wine. During the ups and downs of his journey, he had seen too many people and things. He had read even more books and seen countless mountains and rivers. In the soul-stirring battle of the 3rd and 4th ranks, there was once a civil official who didn't care about his life and death. He said something that no one would take to heart, but it had always moved Cui Dong. It was engraved in his mind until today. Heaven and earth have given life and death is inevitable. Grass and trees will wither in spring and autumn. This is the law of heaven. You Qi cultivators who disregard the law and treat human lives like grass. You immortals on the mountain who treat the common people like ants. How are you different from the demon race? Cui Dongshan pinched the wine pot with 2 fingers and leaned against the chair. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's, intermittently muttering, I was once a banished immortal. I drank the spring water brewed by the gods of the heavenly court. I played the colorful cloud chart in White Emperor City. I looked at the iron face and waves and I was unhappy. I was penniless but I ate the dew and drank the dew. I drank wine with lanterns and I could fight the wind, rain, thunder and lightning. Sir was drunk and shook his head. He raised the empty cup high and asked who was first in the human heart. The boy didn't answer and fell asleep with his head down. He heard the chirping of the insects on the walls and it was the sound of him snoring. Sir took off his clothes and put it on the boy. He staggered and fell into a dilapidated hut. Cui Dongshan suddenly stretched out his hand and scratched his cheek. Nothing. Change. What should I change? I got it. He began to hum an unknown folk song. A toad with 1 mouth, 2 toads with 4 legs, splashing and splashing as they jump into the water. Toads don't drink water. Peaceful years, toads don't drink water. Peaceful years. The capital, the Kai family mansion. The carriages and horses were silent. High-ranking officials had gathered and all of them had arrived. Kai Feng, who was currently serving in the Imperial College, was already considered an outstanding person. Who would have thought that tonight, among the 7 or 8 people, Kai Feng was only the one with the lowest official position. The left assistant minister of rights Guo Exin, the right assistant minister of war Tao Jiao, the Dragon Bull General Miao Ren, and the deputy commander of the infantry yamen Song Shan. Most of them were young officials from the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, and they were not old. The oldest was Tao Jiao, who was only 45 years old. Kai Feng was a tall and handsome youth with an imposing appearance. Even when facing these high-ranking officials, he did not lose to them in terms of aura. This was not only because of his talent but also because of the family name of the mansion. The ancestor of the Kai family, Kai Jingshan, even if he was reduced to a laughingstock, he was still an old Yuanying immortal who had protected the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom for many years. Everyone was either drinking tea or drinking wine. They had already made plans, and it was very likely that the future of the Great Sui Kingdom, and even the future of the entire Aquarius continent, would be decided by the Kai Mansion tonight. Half a month later, the emperor would hold the 1,000 Old Men banquet, and before and after that they could do anything. Kai Feng stood up and said in a clear voice, studying the books of the sages, protecting the mountains and rivers, protecting the people from humiliation, protecting the nation's name and not being overshadowed by foreigners. We scholars, sacrificing ourselves for righteousness, this is the time. Another newly appointed top scholar of the Hanlin Academy suddenly stood up and threw the wine cup in his hand to the ground, shattering it into pieces. He said in a low voice, "A son cannot have 2 fathers and a minister cannot have 2 emperors. It is better to die in glory than to live in dishonor." Most of the 36 founding generals of the Great Sui Kingdom were Confucian scholars. The crowd was furious and passionate. Someone raised his arm and shouted, "We swear to kill the demon Mao Xiaodong." Someone cried and slapped the armrest of the chair again and again. How can the great Sui dynasty bow and bend our knees to that barbaric Song clan, cede our land and beg for peace? Losing without a fight is a great shame. The crowd gradually dispersed. Kai Feng did not see anyone off, otherwise it would be too conspicuous. Although Song Shan had already arranged everything, and the night guards near the Kai family were all the trusted officers and soldiers of the deputy commander of the infantry yamen, it was still better to be careful. Kai Feng was left alone in the lonely banquet hall, and the smell of wine still filled the air. Kai Feng's eyes were burning. Who else but me, Kai Feng, could turn the tide? Miao Ren and the newly appointed top scholar Zhang Dai left in the same carriage. The two of them sat opposite each other in the carriage. Miao Ren looked at the calm young man and felt a little self-deprecating. He was not as calm as a young man in his 20s. No wonder he was called the Prime Minister. The future gentlemen of Cliff Academy, Li Zhongying, Chu Dong of Nanxi, and Kai Feng were known as the four spirits of the capital. They were the outstanding figures of the younger generation of the Great Sui Kingdom. In addition, there were the four leaders Pan Yuanchun, the son of the late great General Pan Maozhen. However, these were all descendants of generals. After the youngest Pan Yuanchun left the academy and went to the border to join the army, the four leaders were all in the army. There were a total of 8 of these 4 leaders. After the meritorious families, there were 4 of them such as Chu Dong and Pan Yuanchun. There were also 4 of them such as Zhang Dai and Li Zhongying who were in front of him. Miao Ren knew that there were as many as 3 of these young people who were destined to have a bright future were involved in this plan. Therefore Miao Ren felt that all the heroes of the Great Sui Kingdom would protect them and help them succeed. Miao Ren lifted the curtain and looked outside. The night was dark and there was still a long time before dawn. On the way back, Qin Pingan was still thinking about the matter that Lin Shui had mentioned. However, after thinking about it, he did not feel that he had done anything worthy of Lin Shui's gratitude. If Li Baoping and Li Huai had been thinking about it, Qin Pingan would not be surprised at all. However, Lin Shui was different. Probably because of his sensitive background, he had always been meticulous, opinionated, and ambitious. Therefore, Qin Pingan was not surprised that he had set foot on the path of cultivation when he was studying. Zhou Lian's intuition was sharp. He did not go straight back to his room. Instead, he followed Qin Pingan into the room and asked softly, "Is there a situation?" Although they were master and servant in name, they had developed a tacit understanding with each other after many battles. Qin Pingan did not hide anything from Zhou Lian. He poured 2 bowls of wine and nodded. The Maoshan Mountain Master told me that someone in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom is targeting the students of the academy. He hopes that the Dali envoys will be present during the feast held by the Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. Once there is a problem with the academy, they can provoke the anger of the people of the 2 countries and break the delicate balance. Over the past 2 years, the Great Sui Kingdom has been suppressing the anger of the Emperor of the Gao family for taking the initiative to bow to the barbarian Dali. From the officials and generals who feel humiliated, to the scholars and writers who are filled with righteous indignation, to the confused common people, as long as there is an opportunity they will. Zhou Lian continued, a single spark can start a prairie fire. Once it is out of control, the Great Sui Kingdom will have no way back. Even the Emperor of the Gao family will be forced to break the mountain alliance. Qin Pingan said indifferently, these are important matters of the imperial court. If you ask for benevolence and obtain benevolence, you will have no complaints. I understand that. That's why I didn't want to get involved. It's the same principle as us in Jianghu. It's just that Bao Ping and the others are involved. Qin Pingan drank the wine in his bowl and stopped talking. Zhou Lian was slightly surprised. What a strong murderous aura. A ferocious aura surged in his heart lake. Zhou Lian wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Pingan looked indifferent. I know. Qin Pingan poured a bowl of wine. The more I practice the sword, the more I am influenced by the sword. Was Wei Jin's sword that split the night sky and his killing in the Jialong Valley. I am a timid person and I don't dare to do as I please. But later I was seriously injured by Du Mao's sword-swallowing boat. Later I met my enemy Li Baozhen. I became more and more aware that there is something wrong with my state of mind. It may even have a lot to do with my natal porcelain being broken in the beginning. In short, it is very troublesome. Zhou Lian said worriedly, what should we do, young master? This seems to involve the knot in your heart, or the inner demon of a cultivator. Qin Pingon raised his bowl and clinked it with Zhou Lian's. He smiled and said, "Read more books." Seeing Zhou Lian's incredulous face, Qin Pingon said with a bitter smile, "I'm not joking with you." Zhou Lian took a sip of wine and shook his head. "This was not a joke. Was there a joke in the world?" Qin Pingon said softly, "Before I arrived at Donghua Mountain Academy, I actually began to read the books of the sages. Why did I read the books of legalism in Qinghuan Kingdom? It was because I realized that only reading Confucian books seemed to be not completely compatible with my inexplicable nature. It was not very effective. Under Cui Dongshan's suggestion, I wanted to compare the Confucian moral essays with the fundamental knowledge of legalism. In retrospect, it was indeed useful. When I arrived at the academy and saw the Maoshan master's ruler and the words engraved on it, I was enlightened and felt that I was on the right path. It was just that I was in a daze and followed my instincts. I had no idea where I was going. You may not know, but I, Qin Pingon, am most afraid of that kind of. Qin Pingon began to think about how to phrase it. Zhou Lian said tentatively, drawing the sword and looking around, "The heart is at a loss." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "That's a little interesting. As long as I see someone standing somewhere far away or high up, no matter how far or high up, I am not afraid." Qin Pingon used his finger to write lightly on the table and said slowly, "The sages said, follow your heart and do not overstep the rules. This is the remedy for the illness." Zhou Lian raised his wine bowl and felt that it was not right to drink, but it was also not right to not drink. Qin Pingon laughed and said, "Do I need a reason to drink? Let's drink." The two of them finished the wine in their bowls. Qin Pingon felt that since martial artists and mortal enemies were the most beneficial for cultivation, then he himself as a qi cultivator could use this to sharpen his heart and find joy in the midst of hardship. Was it not a bad idea to use this as the dragon-slaying platform for cultivation? Just like in Zhongyue of Sky-bearing, Zhou Lian threw a punch at Pei Qian on the ferry boat and Pei Qian dodged it. Shi Rou was not a pure martial artist. She did not know what was so amazing about Pei Qian's instinct to dodge a punch from a level 4. Zhou Lian was also not a cultivator. He did not understand the horror of earth immortals who saw their inner demons as their mortal enemies. Therefore he did not understand how high Qin Pingon's realm was. After drinking the wine, Zhou Lian began to calculate out of habit and said, "I heard from Shi Rou that last time on the wall of Lion's Den, young master almost fought with that woman from the saber room, Lu Boqi. You almost pulled out the sword on your back. However, Shi Rou was behind you and found that even though young master only held the sword hilt, your palm was burned afterwards? You had no choice but to withdraw your hand into your sleeve to prevent Lu Boqi from discovering the truth?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Can't help it. Half-immortal soldiers are just that hard to please." Zhou Lian was puzzled. Qin Pingon had talked about the battle with Ding Ying in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land in detail. Could be considered a replay of the chess game between the master and servant. Qin Pingon explained, "The long qi sword I told you about before was of a higher grade, but most of the restrictions were broken by that big sword immortal. Otherwise, I would not have been able to pull out the sword until I died." As for the Fu family of Old Dragon City as the sword immortal, they wanted to watch the show. They knew that if they gave it to me, it would mean that the so-called half-immortal weapon would be useless for a long time. Moreover, it was in line with the rules. They helped to break all the restrictions, which meant that this sword immortal sword was like a house without a key. Could be used by me, Qin Pingon. If it accidentally fell into the hands of others, they could still enter and leave the house freely. It would be an unpredictable move. Qin Pingon stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword immortal sword on the bed. "I have been using the small refining method to slowly unravel those secret restrictions. The progress is slow. I probably need to reach the 7 realms of martial arts to be able to break all the restrictions one by one and use them freely. Now that I have pulled it out, it is equivalent to sacrificing 800 to kill 1,000 enemies. Unless it is absolutely necessary, it is best not to use it." Zhou Lian suddenly understood. He drank a mouthful of wine and then slowly said, "Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shui, Yulu, thank you." The 5 of them were all from Dali. Assassinating Yulu was not significant. Thank you had already revealed his identity. He was a remnant of the Lu family. Although he was once a cultivation genius of the Lu family's #1 immortal mansion, this identity determined that Thank You did not have enough weight. The first 3 all came from the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven and were the direct disciples that Mr. Qi carefully taught in the past. Among them Little Treasure Bottle and Li Huai had the best identities. One of them had a nascent soul realm ancestor who was worshipped by Dolly. The other's father was even a great grandmaster. If anything happened to any of them, Dolly would not let it go. One was unwilling, the other did not dare. Qin Pingon did not mention Li Huai's matter to Zhou Lian, so Zhou Lian gave the did not dare to Li Huai, whose father was Li Heir. Back then, Li Shixing's cultivation as a 6th realm Qi refinement warrior confronted a 9th realm sword cultivator with an innate sword embryo at Mud Bottle Alley. His defense was watertight and he was not at a disadvantage at all. Later he drew talismans on the bamboo building of Luopa Mountain. Every word was heavy and it even caused the entire Luopa Mountain to sink. In fact, these were not important to Qin Pingon. Li Baoping's safety was the most important. Qin Pingon poured another bowl of wine for Zhou Lian. Why do I feel that you've never had a peaceful day with me? Zhou Lian gulped down the wine and wiped the corners of his mouth. He smiled and said, "Young master, if you had entered the lotus flower blessed land earlier and met me at my best, you wouldn't have said this. Life and death have always been in the blink of an eye." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Back then I was able to win against Dingying because he was too arrogant. If I met someone like you who didn't care about the demeanor of a grandmaster, the one who would die would probably be me." Zhou Lian quickly finished the wine in the bowl and licked his face as he held out the wine bowl. "Young master's words alone, I should drink another bowl of wine as punishment." Qin Pingon really poured another bowl of wine for Zhou Lian. He was a little emotional. "I hope that you and I, whether it's 10 years or 100 years, will often have the opportunity to drink together like this." Zhou Lian grinned and said, "What's so difficult about that?" Qin Pingon drank a lot tonight, far more than usual. After the two parted ways, Qin Pingon went to Mao Xiaodong's study to talk about the refining of the natal item in detail. In the night, Qin Pingon walked alone. Before the lights went out in the school, Pei Qian blushed and said, "Sister Baoping, I don't sleep well." Li Baoping thought for a moment, then went to move the small mountain of books that occupied one of the beds to another small mountain of books. The two lay in their respective blankets. Li Baoping lay straight and said the word, "sleep," and fell into a deep sleep in an instant. Pei Qian carefully tossed and turned in bed and fell asleep very late. When he woke up the next day, he found himself wrapped in warm blankets like a dumpling. Pei Qian turned around and saw that Li Baoping's bedding was so neat that it looked like a piece of tofu cut by a knife. Pei Qian recalled that he always cleaned the bedding carelessly. He felt a little guilty and went back to sleep comfortably. He had to recuperate so that he could continue to fool the dull-witted Li Huai and the other two fellows who were even more stupid than Li Huai. As for arm wrestling with Li Baoping, Pei Qian felt that he would wait until he was as old as Li Baoping. He was still young anyway, so it was not embarrassing to lose to Li Baoping. Next year he would be 12 and Li Baoping would be 13. Naturally he would still be 1 year older than her. Pei Qian did not care. Next year and next year there would be many years. It was not bad. Li Baoping woke up early in the morning and went to find Qin Pingon. There was no one in the guest house, so she ran to the courtyard of the Maoshan master. She waited at the door. As the sage of Confucianism, Mao Xiaodong knew everything about the academy as long as he wanted to. Therefore he had to tell Qin Pingon that Li Baoping was waiting outside. Qin Pingon left the study room to pick up Li Baoping. On the way back he said that he could not visit the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom today. Li Baoping was not in a hurry after knowing that Qin Pingon would stay in the academy for at least a month. She wanted to visit some places that she had not been to before or take Pei Qian with her. However, Qin Pingon suggested that they take Pei Qian to visit the academy today. They would take Pei Qian to visit the famous places like the Teacher's Hall, the library and the Flying Bird Pavilion on Donghua Mountain. Li Baoping agreed. She ran away in a hurry before reaching the study room, saying that she wanted to have breakfast with Pei Qian. Mao Xiaodong smiled and said, "You have to worry about being assassinated when you go out, but you also don't want to disappoint Li Baoping. Do you find it troublesome?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Yes, I do." Mao Xiaodong asked, "Why don't you ask me if I know which rich and powerful families of the Great Sui Kingdom are planning this?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Even this academy is still the land of the Great Sui Kingdom. The most important thing now is to refine your body. Mao Xiaodong waved his hand and said, Cui Dongshan is full of crap, but he said something reasonable. The foundation of the academy, our lives, knowledge and skills are all based on the word, attainment. Mao Xiaodong stood up and walked slowly. Buddhism says that if you let go of your attachments, all the sufferings in your life will no longer be painful. It is a kind of great freedom. Taoism pursues peace and tranquility. Sufferings are like the flying boat in the void. Avoiding the world early is a kind of true freedom. Only our Confucian school faces difficulties. People in the world don't run away from the sufferings in this life. On the road, the books of the sages are like lanterns guiding people. Qin Pingon couldn't help but whisper, even if there are thousands of people, I will still go. Mao Xiaodong stopped and agreed. He sighed and said, that's right. In less than 4 hours, Li Baoping took Pei Qian to the academy. If she didn't have to explain to Pei Qian patiently, Li Baoping could finish it in 2 hours. In the end, Li Baoping took him to the towering tree at the top of the East Mountain. They climbed up the branches one by one and looked into the distance with Pei Qian. Then she stretched out her fingers and told Pei Qian about the fun and delicious food in the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom. She was so bold that it was as if the whole capital city was her courtyard. Pei Qian peeked at Li Baoping. He could imagine Sister Baoping in a red dress or a red cotton padded jacket standing here all these years, waiting for youngest uncle. The two sat on the branches. Li Baoping took out a red handkerchief and opened it. There were 2 soft cakes inside and they each ate one. Pei Qian said that she could go shopping by herself in the afternoon. Li Baoping nodded and said that there was an old teacher from outside the academy in the afternoon. He was very famous and said that he was even more arrogant. He was going to give a lecture in the academy. He was a master of exegesis in a Confucian classic. Since youngest uncle was busy today and didn't have to go to the capital city, she wanted to listen to the old teacher from the distant south and see if he was really that knowledgeable. Pei Qian, who didn't even know what exegesis was, asked shyly, Sister Baoping, do you understand? Li Baoping nodded and then shook her head. She said, in fact, it's all in the book I copied, but I don't understand a lot of questions. The teachers in the academy either advised me not to bite off more than I can chew, saying that Li Zhongying in the academy would be the one to ask. Even if they told me now, I wouldn't understand. But I don't really understand. How do you know that I don't understand when they don't even tell me? Forget it, they are teachers and I can't say that. So I can only swallow my words. Or there are some teachers who will change the topic. Anyway, they won't be like Mr. Qi who can always give me an answer. They won't be like youngest uncle who will tell me what he knows and tell me what he doesn't know. So I like to run around outside the academy. You probably don't know that the earliest hill master of our academy was Mr. Qi, who taught me Li Huai and Lin Shi. He said that all knowledge still lies in the word, attainment. How do you explain the word, attainment? It has 2 meanings. One is to travel thousands of miles and increase one's knowledge. The other is to master it and use what one has learned to cultivate oneself and govern the country. I'm still young, so I can only run around more. When talking about these, Pei Qian found that Li Baoping frowned, which was rare. Pei Qian sighed sincerely. Sister Baoping, you really think a lot. Li Baoping saw that Pei Qian hadn't finished eating the cake like a mouse gnawing on corn. She laughed and patted Pei Qian on the shoulder. You think a lot, youngest uncle. Li Baoping shook her feet and said seriously, Cui Dongshan once said that one day my youngest martial uncle will meet the girl he likes the most. Then I can only be the second in youngest martial uncle's heart. Maybe one day I will meet someone I like more and youngest martial uncle will be the second in my heart too. I think Cui Dongshan is talking nonsense. I don't mind if youngest uncle has a girl he likes, but how can I like someone more than youngest uncle? Right, Pei Qian? Pei Qian nodded quickly. Li Baoping was very satisfied with Pei Qian's attitude. She patted her on the shoulder and said earnestly, in the future when you follow youngest uncle to travel Jianghu, you have to work harder and be more sensible. It's okay to be naughty, but don't be naughty all the time and make youngest uncle work hard. My youngest uncle, your master, didn't fall from the sky. Youngest uncle also has troubles and needs to drink to drown his sorrows. So you have to be more sensible. Can you do it? You see, youngest uncle didn't drink in the past, but now he drinks. This shows that you, as the first disciple, have not done enough, right? Pei Qian still nodded and was convinced. As for the auspicious symbol of the small silver gourd and narrow saber, Li Baoping said what her master Qin Pingon said to Zhong Kue. The general meaning was the same. At that moment, Pei Qian admitted that Li Baoping called Qin Pingon youngest uncle for a reason. The two slipped down the tree one after another. Li Baoping wanted to listen to the foreign teacher's lecture, so she ran away quickly. Among the group of old teachers and young students of the academy, Li Baoping was undoubtedly the youngest. She was also wearing bright red, which was very eye-catching. Pei Qian went to Li Huai and the other two's school when their class ended. The three were still walking together. Lu Guan asked, "Malian, tell me, if someone in the family is an official and has received an imperial edict, is it really like what Pei Qian said? Is there so much to pay attention to just the placement?" Malian nodded hard. "There are some small differences, but it's generally like what she said. Also, Pei Qian said that she slept on a step bed when she was young. Is it really big enough to put so many things on it?" Malian still nodded. "Yes, my sister has one." Lu Guan said helplessly, "Well, she's really a noble princess. Then the next time we meet, how should we greet her? Is it enough to bow to her? We can't kneel down and kowtow, right?" Malian looked embarrassed. "His Majesty, the prince and the princess have been to my house before, but I was too young to remember." Li Huai said happily, "What's wrong with the princess? She's Qin Pingon's disciple. It's okay when you see her just like me. We'll treat it as a meeting in Jianghu. We'll sit on equal footing and bow to her." Lu Guan nodded. "That's good. Anyway, she said she's from Jianghu, so we don't have to lose face." They saw Pei Qian at the door. The three of them bowed together. Pei Qian raised his eyebrows and returned the bow. They entered the school. Pei Qian quickly described a Jianghu conflict to the three of them. A group of reckless bandits rushed out from the bushes. There were dozens of burly men with swords, spears, clubs, and all kinds of weapons. The leader of the group was holding a huge axe. He raised his arm and pointed the axe at my master. His voice was as loud as thunder from a clear sky. "This road is opened by me. If you want to pass through, you have to pay for your life. If you put yourself in my shoes, would you be afraid?" Malian nodded. Lu Guan laughed. "Anyway, your master will protect you. They're just bandits. What's there to be afraid of?" Pei Qian crossed his arms and rolled his eyes at Lu Guan. My master asked, "What if we don't pay?" You guys don't know how heroic my master was back then. When the mountain breeze blew, my master didn't even need to take a single step, but he already had the demeanor of a grandmaster who could take the head of a general in the midst of an army of 10,000 as easily as taking something out of his pocket. Look at those countless bandits. It's simply like, these juniors are nothing more than chickens and pottery dogs that can be sold to Seoul. Pei Qian couldn't help but admire himself. Those books on the battlefield in Jianghu didn't go to waste. They came in handy now. Lu Guan said impatiently, "We've heard a lot about your master's power. His fist technique is unparalleled, his swordsmanship is invincible. I know that he's both a sword immortal and a martial arts master. I just want to know how the situation will develop. Will it be a bloody battle?" Pei Qian glared. "Do you think Jianghu is only filled with reckless and crude fighting and killing? The people of Jianghu, regardless of whether they were heroes of the forest or gentlemen of the rafters, regardless of their cultivation level, were all living people. And none of them are stupid." Lu Guan was scolded, but for the first time he didn't talk back. Pei Qian jumped off the stool and walked to the side. The leader of the bandits was furious. He lifted a huge hatchet that weighed 70 to 80 pounds. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and asked my master, "Boy, are you tired of living? Do you not want to live anymore?" Pei Qian trotted a few steps, turned around and said, "I only heard my master say one word, yes." Suddenly the situation changed. The bandits were noisy and aggressive. Lu Guan and Malian listened attentively. Li Huai was eating melon seeds. Li Huai had seen the world with Qin Pingon. He had even dealt with the female ghost in the bridal dress. He, Li Huai, did not care about a group of insignificant bandits. Pei Qian ran forward again, pretending to be ferocious. She turned around and said, "I only heard that guy say, 'Boy, do you know how to write the word, death?'" Pei Qian ran back. My master said 2 words again, "Yes." Then Pei Qian immediately used her finger as a pen and wrote the word, "death," in the air. She turned to the 3 people and said, "I made this action at that time. What do you think?" Malian's eyes were dull. Lu Guan clapped his hands and cheered. Pei Qian walked over to the table and took a sip of the tea that Ma Lian had prepared earlier. After moistening her throat, she continued, "That group of vermin was so angry that they kept yelling, beating their chests and stamping their feet, just like the beating of a drum on the battlefield." The leader roared angrily toward the sky, his eyes opened wider than a copper bell. He gave his subordinates an order, "Brothers, grab your weapons and chop this guy who likes to play dumb. Especially the little girl with the sword and saber at her waist. She may be young but she looks experienced. Her cultivation is unfathomable and can't be underestimated." Pei Qian suddenly stopped storytelling. It turned out that a big warm hand was pressing on her head. Pei Qian turned around and smiled bitterly. "Master, you're here. I was talking to Li Huai and the others." Pei Qian wanted to tell him that she was talking nonsense. Unexpectedly, Qin Pingon laughed and said, "That's enough. Li Huai and the others are still students of the academy. You don't need to talk about these Jianghu things. If possible, you can be friends with Li Huai, Lu Guan and Ma Lian when they are traveling. Then you can tell them in detail." Pei Qian said, loudly and happily. Qin Pingon asked Li Huai to eat with his friends first and go to the guest house to find him later. Qin Pingon took Pei Qian to find Li Baoping. On the way, Qin Pingon reminded him in a low voice, "If you have the chance to travel with Li Huai and the others in the future, remember one thing. At that time, you must tell them clearly how much martial arts cultivation you have and how much Jianghu you have been through. Don't just brag about yourself and make them think that the so-called Jianghu is just SOSO. Then it will be easy for you to get into trouble. Do you remember?" Pei Qian nodded and said, "I remember." Qin Pingon said seriously, "Keep it in mind." Pei Qian grinned and said, "I'll engrave every word on the bamboo slips later." Qin Pingon was walking on a secluded path of the academy. He felt something and said softly, "Why do we have to travel Jianghu? Isn't it just to chase after the beautiful scenery? Isn't it just to practice boxing and martial arts to make ourselves stronger? You also want to see more Jianghu people who are better than you. Like me, I saw the starving Zhang Shanfeng on the ferry in Mount Diao, Xianxia who rushed into the haunted house with a heroic spirit, the old sword saint of Combe country who appeared in the dilapidated ancient temple, the ghostly couple who seemed scary but loved each other, Fan Air of Old Dragon City, Lu Yuzhou of the upside-down mountain ape ravage manor. I also feel ashamed, respectful, envious and sometimes even a little jealous." Pei Qian said in surprise, "Master is like that." Qin Pingon rubbed his little head. "What do you think? I also have 7 emotions and 6 desires and also many bad habits. There are many people who don't like me and don't think highly of me. It's just that when you see someone better you can't look at them for nothing. You must admire them from a high mountain. Although you can't reach them, your heart yearns for them." Pei Qian's footsteps became slower and slower. After Qin Pingon walked more than 10 steps, he turned his head and saw the little girl, Charcoal, who was standing still in the same place. He smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Pei Qian smiled. "Sister Bao Ping said that her young martial uncle didn't fall from the sky, but I think that master did fall from the sky back then." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "If you have the ability, say this to your sister Bao Ping." Pei Qian ran quickly to Qin Pingon. "I'm not stupid." He looked at his master's back. Pei Qian suddenly felt a little sad. Walking on mountains and rivers on the long journey, they once saw a lot of rolling stones on the muddy mountain road in the heavy rain. Pei Qian thought that it would be fine to just go around it. But his master would stop in the heavy rain and move the stones away from the road. Under the pitch-black curtain of rain, his master, dressed in white, was busy. They once stopped beside a wooden bridge that had been repaired for a long time on the Tea-horse path. His master stood there foolishly and looked at the wooden bridge for a long time. Then he ran deep into the mountains alone, chopped a large piece of wood and carried it back. He chopped it into pieces of wood, threw away the hatchet and replaced it with a hammer. Ding ding dong dong, mending the bridge. 10. 405. The old master who visited Donghua Mountain was invited by a deputy headmaster of the Cliff Academy. He was teaching in the School of Persuasion this afternoon. Qin Pingon led Pei Qian through the corridors. Outside the School of Persuasion, which was covered with trees, they saw Li Baoping shuttling through the crowd like a small koi fish. She took the lead and ran out of the courtyard. After leaving the courtyard, Li Baoping clenched her fists to praise herself. Soon she saw Qin Pingon and Pei Qian. Li Baoping quickened her pace. Pei Qian looked at Li Baoping, who was running fast in the academy, and admired her even more. Sister Baoping was really fearless. After the three of them met, they went to the guest house together. Li Baoping and Qin Pingon shared many interesting stories. For example, when the old teacher was lecturing, there was a snow-white elk sitting beside him. It was said that when the old teacher founded his private academy, there was a connection between man and nature. The white elk sat beside the teacher. That was why the academy, built deep in the mountains and forests, was not destroyed by wild beasts and mountain spirits. In the end, Li Baoping said, "The white deer by Master Zhao's side doesn't look as beautiful as the one that elder sister he brought to our Liju grotto heaven years ago." Qin Pingon had a headache when he thought of Xiaoyang, and then he thought of his future plans. He only hoped that he would never see this female Taoist Nuan again in his life, who was once the most blessed in the continent. Back then, Qin Pingon met Xiaoyang of the Divine Grandeur sect, who represented the unified Tao branch on the other side of the stone cliff by the Dragon Whisker River for the first time. He had seen the glowing white deer. After that, he casually asked Cui Dongshan about it and found out that the elk was not simple. Its snow-white appearance was just a camouflage cast by the Taoist Lord Qizhen. In fact, it was a five-colored deer that was coveted by the cultivators of the 5 states. Since ancient times, only those with good fortune could keep it by their side. Back then, the hierarch Lu Chen built a long bridge of luck between him and Xiaoyang. After Liju Cave collapsed, Qin Pingon could share the luck with Xiaoyang. Of course, Lu Chen had a long-term plan to target Mr. Qi. This kind of tug-of-war was very dangerous. If it were someone else, he or she would have been trapped somewhere in the 5 cities and 12 floors of the Baekokeikyung building under the blue sky. He or she would have been a puppet. Therefore, Qin Pingon had a deep understanding of the phrase "fortune and misfortune are interdependent." However, with Qin Pingon's temperament, although he was not pulled to Lu Chen's side in the Baekokeikyung building, he had left behind many problems. For example, Qin Pingon had always been against the idea of exploring the secret realm in the Broken Blessed Enclave. It was not until he traveled with Lu Tai and heard Zhu Lian's unintentional words that Qin Pingon began to change. He was more determined to travel to the North Continent in the future. That place was known to be full of sword cultivators and the most martial arts in the world. Even the sage of the Confucian Academy was so angry that he beat up the Earth Immortals. Qin Pingon wanted to go there to practice swordsmanship. Alone. The purest way to practice swordsmanship. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "How was the headmaster's lecture?" Li Baoping thought for a while and said, "There was a book by this Mr. Zhao's admirer. It said that the headmaster's lecture was like a lonely crane coming from the east. With a sudden cry, the river surged and the moon turned white. I listened to it for a long time and felt that there was some truth in it, but it was not as exaggerated as the book said." However, the headmaster's most impressive point was his comprehension of climbing the tower and overlooking the sea. He advocated using poems and prose to meet the ancient people. After hundreds and thousands of generations, they could still resonate. He then went on to further elaborate and introduce his heavenly knowledge. However, the headmaster was very detailed in his lecture this time. He only chose a Confucian classic as the subject of his exegesis. He did not bring out the specialty of his branch. I was a little disappointed. If I was not in a hurry to find youngest uncle, I would have asked the headmaster when he would talk about the heavenly knowledge and the human heart. Qin Pingon thought for a while and asked, "Is this headmaster from the Goose Lake Academy in the South Saw continent under St. Lu?" Li Baoping smiled brightly and said, "Youngest uncle, you really know a lot." Of course, the ancestor of this headmaster Zhao was the St. Lu, who was known as the Heart of the World, Heart of the Sea. Qin Pingon remembered the record of the annals of the mountains and seas that he gave to Yu Lu. St. Lu had a good relationship with the mellow scholar Qin. He wondered if Lu Xianyang had a chance to meet him. Pei Qian had been wanting to interrupt and say something, but he heard nothing from the beginning to the end. He was afraid that if he spoke, he would be treated as a fool by his master and sister Baoping. He was a little disappointed. Fortunately, Qin Pingon pulled Pei Qian's ear and lectured, "See, your sister Baoping knows so many schools of learning and the essence of the principles. Although you are not a student of the academy and studying is not your profession." Pei Qian stomped his foot and said, "Master, she is sister Baoping. Alas, how can I be like her?" If it was someone else like Li Huai? He has been studying in the academy for so many years. I am at a disadvantage compared to him. Qin Pingon stopped nagging and laughed loudly. He let go of his hand and patted Pei Qian's head. You are smart. When they returned to the guest house, Yu Lu had been waiting there for a long time. He stood side by side with Zhou Xian under the eaves and seemed to have hit it off with Zhou Xian. With Yu Lu here, Qin Ping and felt more at ease. During the incident in the academy, it was Yu Lu who made the final decision. He beat up the sage Li Zhongying in front of a swordsman and had to be carried down Mount Donghua. After dinner, Qin Pingon went to Mao Xiaodong's study to talk about refining his natal item. He asked Yu Lu to help him look after Pei Qian. Yu Lu agreed with a smile. After Qin Pingon left, Li Baoping said she wanted to go back to the academy to take notes for today's lecture. Pei Qian found an excuse and did not go. Then she went to Qin Pingon's guest house to take out the bamboo box and the treasure box. She and Li Huai had a private grandmaster battle on the peak of Mount Donghua. Yu Lu accompanied Pei Qian up the mountain. Zhou Xian had already left silently. He followed Qin Pingon's instructions and secretly protected Li Baoping. When they reached the peak of Mount Donghua, Li Huai was already sitting there. In front of him was the beautiful yellow wooden box. Pei Qian grinned and put the treasure box on the table. Yu Lu squatted on the stone bench and looked at the two children. He found it interesting. Li Huai saw the treasure box and said, Pei Qian, you make the first move. Pei Qian sneered and opened the treasure box that Yao Jinji had given him years ago. It was a 9-square box with a delicate wooden Ganoderma inside. There were also a few unique rare coins that Yao Jinji had bought which could be called famous springs. There was also a Taoist token that had been around for a long time. It was carved with a red face and beard, a golden armor and a red robe, and the eye of heaven between the eyebrows. After Master Qin Pingon had appraised it, other than the Taoist token and the Ganoderma, most of the items were treasures of the secular world. They could not be considered as immortal spiritual weapons. Pei Qian gently took out the token and put it on the table. Please take this. Li Huai opened the box and took out a clay figurine of a paladin holding a sword. He crossed his arms and said, I have a sword fairy to fight and kill the enemy. What about you? Pei Qian immediately took out the exquisite and simple wooden Ganoderma. I was hit by the sword fairy of your general. The Ganoderma is a great tonic that can prolong life. You make the next move. Li Huai groaned and took out the second clay figurine. It was a gong and drum watchman. Beat the gong and drum. It's so noisy. Pei Qian sneered and took out the spring water. He put it on the table. Money makes the world go round. Be careful that your minions betray you and make a racket outside your window. It's your turn. Li Huai took out the third clay figurine. It was a statue of an armored general. This is the most loyal and devoted general on the battlefield. If you use money, you will only be throwing meat buns at a dog. You won't be able to get it back. Then Li Huai took out a clay figurine of Taoist horsetail whisk. This is an immortal who lives in a Taoist temple on the mountain. If he throws his horsetail whisk at you, it can topple the river and overturn the sea. Do you admit defeat? Pei Qian didn't take out the treasures from the box this time. Instead, he carefully took out the money pouch that Madame Gui gave him. He turned around and poured out his private stash of money and cassia branches and leaves. After hiding them, he put the pouch that emitted a fresh fragrance on the table. This Qinkuan pouch of mine can store any kind of celestial arts and magic treasures. The horsetail whisk of a smelly old Taoist is nothing. Then Pei Qian put the crystal clear and cute cassia branch on the table and began to boast again. This is a branch from the Moon Palace's cassia tree. If you throw it on the ground, it can grow into a cassia tree taller than a building tomorrow. Li Huai quickly took out the last clay figurine, which looked like a fairy riding a crane. My maidservant's mount is a red-crowned crane. She can secretly take away your cassia branch. Pei Qian took out the bamboo blade and bamboo sword from his waist and slammed it on the table, cut off the claw of the red-crowned crane with a sword, and cut off the head of the maidservant with a knife. Li Huai finally took out the painted wooden figurine of his number 1 general. It was half an arm tall, far taller than the clay figurine given by the Wei and Jin dynasties in the Wind Snow Temple. Grab your sword with one hand and your knife with the other. Then the two began to use all kinds of methods. The mountain walking staff that had been slightly refined, and the rest of the worldly items in the treasure box were only valuable but not helpful for cultivation. On the other hand, Li Huai took out the book, Great Water Cliff. He even took out the spirit that Liang had pushed into the book with a slap back then and said. But generally speaking, Pei Qian still had the upper hand. The stone table was full of Pei Qian and Li Huai's belongings. Yu Lu watched with great interest as the two little fellows schemed against each other. In the end, Li Huai sighed and clenched his fists. Well, I lost. My skills are not as good as yours. I, Li Huai, am a man of indomitable spirit. I can afford to lose. Pei Qian crossed his arms in front of his chest and nodded. He looked at Li Huai with an admiring gaze. It's okay. You've lost honorably. In the martial arts world, there are only a few heroes who can fight with me for so many rounds. Li Huai turned his head and said to Yu Lu, you are lucky to have seen this top battle. It's your blessing. Pei Qian said like an old man, I'm not the kind of Jianghu man who likes undeserved fame, so you just need to remember it. You don't need to spread it everywhere. Li Huai and Pei Qian looked at each other and grinned at the same time. They appreciated each other. Pei Qian thought that in the future, Li Huai would travel and learn. He must let him know what a real Jianghu master was, what the top swordsmanship and overbearing bladesmanship were. Li Huai thought that when he left the academy and traveled far away, he must take Pei Qian to Jianghu with him. He would feel more at ease if they could talk together. Yu Lu silently squatted aside and sighed in amazement. He was amazed that the two little guys could have so many precious items. He was also amazed by how thick-skinned they were. Because Li Huai skipped class to come here, there were no academy students or visitors on the mountain peak. This saved Yu Lu a lot of trouble, and the two began to slowly pack up their belongings. Yu Lu was the crown prince of the Lu dynasty, and the Lu dynasty was famous in the north of the Aquarius continent for rich treasures. Except for Qin Pingon, his vision might be better than Xianxia's. So Yu Lu knew that the two little guys' belongings were almost comparable to the Dragon Gate cultivators, and even some earth immortals of Jindan realm. If they did not take their natal items into account, they might not be so rich. Yu Lu joked to Pei Qian, aren't you afraid that I will be tempted by your wealth? Yu Lu knew Li Huai's temperament very well. He was a big-hearted person, so he would not ask this question. Pei Qian rolled his eyes at Yu Lu and felt that this guy called Yu Lu was not very smart. You are my master's friend, how can I not trust your character? Yu Lu was speechless. In the study room, after the two deduced all the details of the refinement together, Mao Xiaodong patted the ruler at his waist, and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures used to refine the golden gallbladder floated out of the ruler and landed on the table. There were a total of 18 kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They were of different sizes and prices. 6 of them were still missing. 4 of them could be sent to the Cliff Academy soon, but 2 of them were more troublesome and could not be replaced. They would more or less affect the final grade of the golden gallbladder after the refinement. After all, Mao Xiaodong had high expectations. He hoped that Qin Pingon could refine a flawless natal item in Donghua Mountain, where he was in charge, and guard the second Qi residence. Mao Xiaodong had some things that he did not tell Qin Pingon. First, he wanted to give Qin Pingon an unexpected surprise. Second, he was worried that Qin Pingon would be full of worries and worry about personal gains and losses, which would not be good. Once the golden gallbladder was successfully refined, it would be like a noble opening a mansion or the master of a battlefield erecting a big banner. It could accelerate the absorption of Reiki at special times and places. For example, the branches of the 5 elements of metal were Gong, Xian, Shin, and Yu. The most suitable places to absorb Reiki were the west and the southwest of the spiritual mountains and rivers. Moreover, metal was righteous. If a cultivator was chivalrous and had a strong character and a strong murderous spirit, he would get twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, it was known as, when the autumn wind blows, the sound of bells and drums, there is no need to worry about not being famous in the dynasty. However, most of these mysteries were the potential of all the natal items of metal of the 5 elements in the world. Qin Pingon's golden gallbladder had a more secret lucky chance. Mao Xiaodong only knew the inside story because he read it in a very obscure book. Even Cui Dongshan did not know about it. Refining a golden gallbladder of a very high grade as a natal item was difficult because it was almost impossible to find. As long as the refinement was flawless and heavy, the person who needed to refine this item was not only those who had good luck and were good at killing, But also the person who needed to refine this item had to have a compatible temperament with the qi contained in the gallbladder. Then he had to refine it with the method of refining items. Every step was linked and there were no mistakes. Only then could the refined golden gallbladder reach a mysterious realm, being moral and not being tempted by external things. After entering the filthy and evil land, it was not certain that it could be invulnerable to all evils and make all the otherworldly items and ghosts in the world avoid it. At least it could be innately suppressed and defeated those who were not regarded as orthodox by the world. This kind of effect was similar to the flood dragons that lived in the rivers and lakes of ancient times. They were born to command and intimidate thousands of marine creatures. Mao Xiaodong collected his thoughts. When Qin Pingon was carefully looking at the treasures of heaven and earth, he said slowly, "In the next few days, we will try our best to avoid people during the day. At night, we will visit the temples in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom and other places with rich luck. I need to get back and advance some luck from those gods. Some of it is the Cliff Academy's equivalent to depositing with them. To put it bluntly, it is actually equivalent to the dividends of doing business. The Gao royal family of the Great Sui Kingdom and the Yamen of the Ministry of Rights will turn a blind eye to this. After all, it is just to get back Donghua Mountain for me. As you said, Donghua Mountain is still the territory of the Great Sui Kingdom after all." Mao Xiaodong reminded him, "During this period you just need to stand by my side. You don't need to say anything. The reason why I want to take you with me is to see if there is any luck that belongs to you." "What? Do you feel awkward?" "Qin Pingon, you're mistaken. You only know the surface of the struggle between the Confucian factions, and you don't know the meaning behind it. In short, you don't need to worry about these things for now. Just do as I say. It's not like I'm asking you to return to any faction, so don't worry." Qin Pingon nodded. "Okay." Mao Xiaodong said bluntly, "Now the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom is brewing evil wind and rain. It is very unpeaceful. This time I am taking you away from the academy with an idea. Can be considered as helping you out of the dilemma. However, it will be dangerous and not small. Do you have any ideas?" Mao Xiaodong obviously wanted to use himself as bait. Qin Pingon said worriedly, "Of course I am willing. However, if you leave the academy, it is equivalent to leaving the world of the saints. If the other party comes prepared, the first target will be Mountain Master Mao, who is in the academy. In this case, won't Mountain Master Mao be in great danger? If they want to deal with me, even if I leave Donghua Mountain, the other party will need a pure Jade Realm cultivator to be confident." Mao Xiaodong laughed and said, "But do you think that the 5 realms cultivators of the Aquarius continent are like those little toys collected by Pei Qian and Li Huai that can be casually taken out to show off? The only pure Jade Realm cultivator of the Great Sui Kingdom is the ancestor of the Gao family of Guiyang. He is also a storyteller who is not good at killing. He has already gone to your hometowns Mount Biyun. Now that the Ascendant Realm cultivator of the Tongye continent is dead, the fragments of the glazed golden body are scattered in the world of the Aquarius continent. Those old bastards who are qualified to fight for it, such as the Heavenly Lord Qizhen of the Divine Grandeur sect, the ancestor of the Jiang family who is rumored to have secretly ascended to the immortal realm, and the pure Jade Realm cultivator of the Wasp-tail Du Xiu, must be busy fighting with their wits. Otherwise, the rest, like the Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin, have gathered in the Aquarius continent and are preparing to fight with the Heavenly Lord Xieshur of the North continent." Mao Xiaodong said with emotion, "The Aquarius continent has more than 200 kingdoms and vassals, but how many 5 realms cultivators are there? It can be counted with 2 hands. Before Cui Dong and Qi Jingchun came to the Aquarius continent, when their luck was bad, it could be even worse. So no wonder the cultivators from other continents look down on the Aquarius continent. It is truly impossible to compare with them in all aspects, and it should be said that other than the martial Dao, after all, Song Chongjing and Li Er appeared one after another, and at such a young age, it is truly shocking." Qin Pingon then told Mao Xiaodong about what the inverted Hanging Mountain Division's saber room had seen and heard about the bounty on Song Jianqiang's head. Mao Xiaodong laughed and said, "The world is used to looking down on the Aquarius continent. When you travel to other continents in the future, if you say that you are from the smallest Aquarius continent, you will be looked down upon. When the Cliff Academy was first built, do you know what Qi Jingchun did in those 20 to 30 years?" Qin Pingon shook his head, "I don't know." Mao Xiaodong laughed, It was the hard work of nurturing a group of scholars for the Dali dynasty, but all of them wanted to go to the more famous Lakeview Academy to study. For that, Qi Jingchun did not stop them. The funniest thing was that Qi Jingchun even had to write letters of recommendation to those young scholars, to speak good words for them, so that they could successfully stay in the Lakeview Academy. Qin Pingon was startled. Mao Xiaodong's expression was indifferent. At that time in the Dali dynasty, almost all of the scholars felt that your Aquarius continent's sage's teachings were better than the Cliff Academy's mountain lord. The study room was silent for a long time. Mao Xiaodong turned his head to look out of the window and said self-deprecatingly, "So, from our teacher to Qi Jingchun and finally to me, Mao Xiaodong, no one can say for sure who is the real direct disciple, how many of them are the real inner disciples, and who is the real last disciple. Nobody can say for sure. Qin Pingon, don't you think it's fun? On the other hand, the rest of the big branches, they are all very orderly with strict laws. What a gathering of stars, a magnificent sight." Qin Pingon did not know what to say and could only take down the blade's strengthening gourd and drink the wine. Mao Xiaodong walked to the window and unknowingly, it was already night time. The tall old man turned his head and saw the young man who was unwilling to admit that he was his junior brother, and was hesitating whether to continue drinking. 14. For 06. Before Qin Pingon accompanied Mao Xiaodong down the mountain to the Confucian temple in the capital to try their luck, he made arrangements for the people in the academy in case someone took advantage of the loophole. If the bait failed, the enemy would be lured away from the mountain. First, he asked Pei Qian to move out of the guest house and live in the house where Xianxia was staying. Accompanying him was Shi Rou. Qin Pingon gave the golden demon binding rope to her. Lin Shui had been cultivating in Cui Dongshan's house during the day. Since Du Mao had moved in, Lin Shui decided to live in the house after chatting with Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon asked Zhou Lian and Yu Lu to secretly look after Li Baoping and Li Huai. Zhou Lian and Yu Lu. One was a hunchbacked old man who would smile whenever he saw a girl, while the other was a tall young man who always had a smile on his face. Who would have thought that they were two pure martial artists in the golden body state? Li Baoping and Pei Qian would live in Cui Dongshan's house at night. Cui Dongshan would not have any objections, nor would he dare to. Xianxia and Lin Shui each lived in a side house. Shi Rou was an otherworldly item and could be the night watchman. Li Huai and Lin Shui shared a room. Zhou Lian did not need to live in the house. He could sleep in the guest house. However, Yu Lu had to partner with Shi Rou to keep watch at night. Qin Pingon did not believe that Shi Rou could deal with unexpected situations. On the other hand, Yu Lu was always reassuring. In Mao Xiaodong's academy, there were always civil and martial artists among the night watchmen. For example, Dong Jing, the great Confucian who favored Lin Shui, was an old golden core cultivator who was proficient in the thunder spell. There was also a nascent soul earth immortal who came from Dali like Mao Xiaodong. He was the old man with the surname Liang who guarded the gate of the academy. At critical moments he could replace Mao Xiaodong to guard the academy. In the end, Qin Pingon called Li Baoping to one side and gave her the two items he got from Li Baozhen. One was a jade pendant engraved with the words Dragon Palace, and the other was a high-level talisman of the day and night wandering god. Li Baoping was a little puzzled. Qin Pingon did not hide anything and told Li Baoping about his encounter with Li Baoping in Qinghuan Kingdom. Finally, he rubbed Li Baoping's head and said softly, "In the future I will not take the initiative to look for your second brother. I will try my best to avoid him. However, if Li Baozhen does not give up or feels that he was humiliated in the lion's garden, I will not be merciful to him in the future. Of course, this has nothing to do with you." Li Baoping was a little depressed, but her eyes were still bright. "Youngest uncle, you and my second brother can follow the rules of Jianghu and distinguish between kindness and hatred." Li Baoping stopped and asked, "Youngest uncle, can I write a letter to my eldest brother to persuade him to stop?" Qin Pingon thought for a while and nodded. Li Baoping was about to say something and was about to give the jade pendant and the talisman to Qin Pingon. Before youngest uncle went down the mountain, he had already told them about the current situation. Li Baoping wanted to let youngest uncle have two more items. Qin Pingon was already smiling. "I was in the lion's garden with a very powerful Dharma saber female Taoist. We worked together to capture an extremely rare monster that was equivalent to a living treasure bowl. The harvest was quite bountiful. The Taoist female Taoist monopolized the monster. As compensation and reward, she gave me 62 grains of grain rain money. So I want to borrow the true body talisman of the day and night wandering gods from you, not to buy it but to borrow it. It's a bit like a pawn shop, but we'll do the opposite. You give me the talisman pawns and I'll give you the divine rain money. Because this talisman's grade is very high, and it can be used repeatedly. As long as the divine rain money can support it, the 2 day and night wandering gods can always exist in the world. Even after the spiritual aura golden body is dispersed, as long as the person who drew the talisman has the ability to add the finishing touch to the talisman's gallbladder, he can still order the 2 gods to appear. To be honest, 62 pieces of divine rain money is a lot of money, but it's still not enough to buy this priceless talisman. So I'm not buying the talisman. After holding it in for a long time, Li Baoping couldn't help it and said seriously, "Youngest uncle, I'm very sad that you treat me like an outsider." Qin Pingon explained patiently, "I don't treat you and your brother as outsiders, but I still need to treat the whole Li family of Fulu Street as outsiders. After you pawn the talismans in youngest martial uncle's temporary pawn shop, you can ask Maoshan Mountain Lord to help you send the Guyu money to Longquan County. Your grandfather is now a nascent soul immortal born and raised in our hometown. He probably doesn't lack all kinds of magic treasures. After all, when it comes to the skill of picking up scraps in Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, the 4 great families and 10 great clans are definitely the best at it. As for the immortal money, your grandfather must have more of it now. Although the magic treasures at home can also be sold for money, for Qi cultivators, they are generally not willing to sell them unless it is a spiritual weapon or magic treasure that is incompatible with their own great Tao." Li Baoping beamed with joy. "It turns out that youngest uncle is still thinking for me. I've wronged you, youngest uncle. I've been rude. I've sinned." Li Baoping began to bow and apologize to Qin Pingon. After Li Baoping stood up straight, Qin Pingon stretched out his hands and pinched her cheeks. He joked with a smile, "Hurry up and pinch the little bottle before it grows up." Li Baoping stood still, her pair of bright eyes narrowed into crescents as she smiled. Qin Pingon finally watched Li Baoping run away. They went to the gate of the academy. Mao Xiaodong had been waiting for a long time. The two left the academy, walked through the main street and turned into the white thatched street. Only then did Qin Pingon quietly pass the talisman to Mao Xiaodong. Mao Xiaodong glanced at it and kept it in his sleeve. The tall old man asked Qin Pingon through the ripples of the Heart Lake, "I've never seen this talisman before. The material is also strange. Is there any explanation?" Qin Pingon replied through the condensed sound of a pure martial artist, "It's an ancient talisman from the authentic works of alchemy. It's called the talisman of the real body of the day and night wandering god. The essence is in the word real body. The book says that it can connect with the deity. It's not like the ordinary Taoist talisman sect. It relies on a little bit of the talisman's gall to summon the Dharma image of the deity. This talisman is more like the deity. It's said that it contains a part of divinity." After that, Qin Pingon explained in detail how to use the talisman and what to pay attention to. The more Mao Xiaodong listened, the more surprised he was. Where did such a precious talisman come from? Qin Pingon skipped over the personal grudge with Li Baoping and only said that someone asked him to give it to Li Baoping. Mao Xiaodong smiled and asked, "You gave it to me just like that?" Qin Pingon said, "In the hands of Maoshan Mountain Master, everything can be used to its fullest. I'm a martial artist who uses talismans. I don't know how to use it. I haven't learned the most authentic Dharma access of the authentic works of alchemy, so it's easy to damage the essence of the talisman gall. Any talisman who receives a little bit of inspiration from me is like draining the pond to catch the fish." Mao Xiaodong said something strange. "Well, I've learned it myself." Qin Pingon was confused. Mao Xiaodong did not expose him. No wonder Cui Dongshan called him the child of wealth. He really gave gifts and money to everyone he met. The two walked on white thatched street. Qin Pingon asked, "Little Baoping skipped so many classes for me. Isn't Maoshan Mountain Master worried about her studies?" Mao Xiaodong said, "Li Baoping is the one who has learned the most in our academy. There are so many books of sages in the Cliff Academy's library. Studying is very interesting. If you are not sincere and not enlightened, The words in the books will be very delicate and arrogant. Those words will not grow legs from the books and move to the scholar's stomach. Li Baoping is very good. Some of the principles explained by the words in the books are not big. Not only did they grow legs and live in her stomach, they also went to her heart. In the end, those words returned to the world and the world. They flew out of her heart and grew wings. They flew to the ox cart she pushed to sell charcoal for the old man. They landed on the chessboard where she watched the game without saying anything. They separated the two naughty children from the quarrel and ran to the old woman she helped support. These things may seem trivial, but they are actually very impressive. Haven't our Confucian ancestors always been pursuing this? There are 3 immortals in studying. People of later generations often drool over the 3 words of speech, merit, and virtue. They don't know that standing is the key. There is a lot of knowledge in how to stand up and stand. Mao Xiaodong put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky of the capital. Qin Pingon, you missed a lot of beautiful scenery. Every time little Baoping went out to play, I secretly followed her. After this lively little girl in red appeared in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, it felt like it had come alive. Mao Xiaodong said it emotionally. Qin Pingon was simply happy for little Baoping. He was happy that little Baoping was learning well in the academy. Mao Xiaodong suddenly said, now that you are reading both Confucian and legalist books, I have to remind you. If Confucian studies are mixed but not refined, it will be easy to mess things up. It will be as if you can find the principles you want from the books, so it will be confusing. Especially when it comes to major issues, it will make people feel lost. But you should also pay attention to this. Why is it that throughout history, there has never been a country's monarch willing to publicly proclaim that legalism is the only school of thought? Without waiting for Qin Pingon to speak, Mao Xiaodong waved his hand and said, you are underestimating the tolerance of the Confucian sages and underestimating the strength of the legalist sages. Mao Xiaodong sighed softly. Do you know how the sages view the depth of a certain school of thought? Qin Pingon laughed. Of course I don't know. He subconsciously took off his wine gourd. These heartfelt words of Mao Mountain Lord tasted very good when paired with wine, giving Qin Pingon endless aftertaste. Mao Xiaodong stretched out his hand and pointed at the people on the bustling street. He smiled and said, for example, Confucianism makes people go on blind dates, while legalism makes people go far. Qin Pingon was deep in thought. Mao Xiaodong said, this is just a thought of mine. It may not be correct. If you think it's useful, then take it and chew on it as a side dish. If you think it's useless, then throw it aside. It's fine. There are so many priceless words of wisdom in the books, but I've never seen the people of the world cherish or fully comprehend them. My half-baked knowledge really isn't much. Qin Pingon drank his wine and said nothing. Mao Xiaodong was silent for a moment. He looked at the endless stream of people on the streets of the capital, and for some reason he thought of a certain little bastard's casual remark. The things that push history forward are often beautiful mistakes, certain extreme thoughts, and a few inevitable coincidences. Mao Xiaodong's thoughts drifted far away. When he came back to his senses, Qin Pingon still did not speak. The old man turned his head and said in surprise, shouldn't you say something like, Mao Mountain Lord is extremely knowledgeable and shouldn't belittle yourself? Qin Pingon was speechless. Mr. Qi Sword Immortal Tui Dong. Then there was the tall old man beside him. Qin Pingon felt that the difference between the disciples taught by old Mr. Wenxing was too great. But when he thought about it, his disciples Tui Dongshan and Pei Qian seemed to be in a similar situation. If possible, with the addition of Chao Qinglang from the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, everyone would be different. He remembered that a book once said that spring was when 100 flowers bloomed together. It made sense. In the twilight, Qin Pingon and Mao Xiaodong had not returned to the academy. Cui Dongshan's courtyard was crowded for the first time. Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shui, Yu Lu, Xiexia, Pei Qian and Shi Rou. Lin Shui and Xiexia sat at the two ends of the green bamboo corridor, each doing breathing exercises. Shi Rou, who was restrained, only felt that there was no place for her in the academy. In this courtyard she was even more uneasy. Qin Pingon had mentioned Li Huai and the others' background and cultivation strength intermittently. Shi Rou had seen Li Baoping's second brother, Li Baozhen, before. He was an extremely shrewd and ruthless person. Li Huai's father was said to be a 10th realm martial artist. He once almost killed the vassal of Dali, Song Zhangqiang. He even climbed the mountain alone with his 2 fists to tear down the ancestral hall of the Tongyi sect. Qin Pingon did not mention Yulu's identity, but Shi Rou already knew that this young tall scholar was a pure 8th realm martial artist. Xiaxia's current identity was said to be Cui Dongshan's maidservant. Shi Rou only knew that Xiaxia was once a cultivation genius of a great dynasty. Shi Rou stood at the entrance of the courtyard, intentionally or otherwise distancing herself from everyone. Shi Rou knew that this was the first time these people came to the Great Sui to study. Along the way it was Qin Pingon who was in charge. According to what she heard when Qin Pingon was chatting with Pei Qian and Zhou Xian, at that time, Qin Pingon was only a martial artist of the 2nd or 3rd realm. Why did these people who would be God's favored sons in any dynasty, seem to think that Qin Pingon, an outsider who had just arrived at the academy, was making arrangements for him as a natural and even justified thing? Li Baoping was copying books in Cui Dongshan's small study. Pei Qian and Li Huai were lying on the green bamboo floor at the entrance of the main room. They took out Cui Dongshan's favorite chessboard and chess jar and began to play 5-piece chess. The rules were the same as when Cui Dongshan cheated Pei Qian. Yulu sat cross-legged between the two. Pei Qian and Li Huai had agreed that each of them would have 3 chances to ask Yulu for help. Yulu, who was a 2-timer and acted as an incompetent advisor, was even more focused than Pei Qian and Li Huai, who often bickered. Shi Rou felt that she was an outsider. But she was clearly the master of an immortal's remains. She had great prospects for the great Tao, and her future achievements might be greater than everyone in the courtyard. If she was in any sect in the Aquarius continent, shouldn't she be worshipped? But here, everyone was polite to her. But that was it. Their politeness revealed undisguised estrangement and coldness. Shi Rou could not understand. The Kai Manor finally sent that cheap ancestor out of the door as if they were sending off a god of plague. From Kai Jingshan to the cooks in the kitchen, everyone was relieved. Perhaps the only ones who were slightly disappointed were the pretty maidservants who had the chance to serve that handsome immortal. Cui Dongshan left the city and did not go straight to the capital. Instead he stayed in a large Taoist temple in the capital. In the Taoist temple, there was an old Taoist priest who presided over the temple and guided people to enter Tao. Therefore he was called Master on the Taoist pedigree. He came to visit in the name of discussing Tao. Wei Xian was well aware that the old Taoist was definitely a spy from Great Li who had been planted in the territory of Great Sui. This was not strange at all. When Cui Dongshan had nothing to do, he showed Wei Xian a list of the Great Sui Kingdom's men of sacrifice, spies, and all kinds of people who were still lurking in Dali. Naturally, there were more spies that had not been discovered yet. There were many names circled in red. Cui Dongshan said that they were spies who specialized in selling information. They were the most fun. They did not recognize family and only recognized money. It was more refreshing to deal with them. However, to Wei Xian's surprise, although the old Taoist was undoubtedly a spy of the Great Li, after he finished his report, he really began to sit on a praying mat with Cui Dongshan. They sat down and discussed Tao, chatting about anything under the sun. Wei Xian dozed off. After the old Taoist priest left, Cui Dongshan pointed at the futon opposite him and said, "Sit down while it's still warm." Although Wei Xian sat down, he did not sit on the futon but on the ground. Cui Dongshan took out a small antique table filled with the 4 treasures of the study. He spread out a piece of paper that was probably made by the imperial court and began to write. Wei Xian asked, "Why did Mr. Cui suddenly change his mind and leave the Kai family to rush to the capital? Why did you stop here?" This was a question that Wei Xian could not understand. Cui Dongshan did not raise his head and did not give an answer. Instead he asked, "Do you think the human heart is complicated?" Wei Xian nodded and said, "Naturally." Cui Dongshan was once a master of calligraphy in the Central Plains. Even Wei Xian, who was watching from afar, felt that his calligraphy was pleasing to the eye. Cui Dongshan continued to write the summary of all the intelligence reports and said slowly, "The human heart seems to be unpredictable. In fact, it is far less complicated than you think. People are greedy for life and afraid of death. This is human nature, even the nature of all living creatures. The reason why humans are different from beasts is that they have deep affection for their children, love for their children, and the rise and fall of their country. Am I right? The more outstanding a person is, the more obvious a certain emotion will be." Wei Xian thought for a moment and said, "That's true. But there are more people who have a vague sense of balance." Cui Dongshan stopped writing and put it on the porcelain pen holder. He shook his wrist and sneered, "What sense of balance? It's just a muddle-headed person. His mind is wavering and he goes with the flow. When he sees a beauty he is lustful. When he sees money he wants fame and fortune." Lu Qingfeng, Li Baozhen, Wei Li and Wu Yuan, these four people belong to the category of smart melons. But they also have their own shortcomings and problems. Wu Yuan, who is the governor of Longquan County, agrees with my theory and is also my disciple in name. But in her early years she was indebted to the imperial concubine who practiced Tao in Eternal Spring Palace. She believes that everything she has today was bestowed by the imperial concubine. So she wavers between personal kindness and national affairs, living a very tangled life. What Li Baozhen wants is not strange, nor is it in line with the orthodoxy of Confucianism like Wu Yuan. It's all for the sake of meritorious service. One day he will rise to the top. But Li Baozhen does not understand that great wisdom can appear stupid. But the so-called smart people in the world are nothing. They're worthless. Wei Li of Huangting country is the most refined of the four. His heart is the most important: the mountains, rivers, the country and the common people. But his worldview is still small. He has seen the land of a country and the customs of 100 years, but he is not used to seeing the land of a continent and the great plan of 1,000 years. The small county magistrate of Qinghuan country, Lu Qingfeng, I think the most highly of the four. But unfortunately he has no aptitude for cultivation and can only live for 100 years at most. Is it because the heavens are jealous of the talented? Wei Xian was a little surprised when he heard this. Mr. Cui was actually willing to describe others as talented? Wei Xian had actually been thinking about Cui Dongshan's so-called theory of the human heart. Cui Dongshan grabbed a stack of classified spy reports from a few tables and threw them to Wei Xian. These are the latest failed poems of the Imperial Examination Scholars of Dali and the Great Sui Kingdom. It's one of the methods I use to relieve my boredom when I'm bored. After Wei Xian caught them, Cui Dongshan said, "You probably want to ask me about the method of determining the depth and direction of a person's heart. It seems feasible, but in fact the world is unpredictable. A person's heart fluctuates. Maybe a change will cause many temporary changes. It's still very troublesome and difficult to be precise. So it can't be considered true knowledge, right?" Wei Xian nodded and did not deny it. Cui Dongshan smiled and pointed to his head. "When cultivating in the mountains, in addition to longevity, your head will also follow the spiritual light." Cui Dongshan then flicked his wrist and scattered a bunch of immortal coins on the tables. The division of the human heart that I mentioned earlier can be supplemented by the calculation of the Shu family of the 100 schools of thought. Judge from 1 to 10. You will find that the so-called ups and downs of the human heart will not affect the final result. Before Wei Xian could speak, Cui Dongshan smiled and said, 1 to 10 is still not accurate enough. What if you can do 1 to 100? Wei Xian sighed. The method of the Shu family has always been regarded as a small Tao in the vast world. Isn't it always praised by merchants with bad reputations? Can Mr. Cui use it like this? Could it be that Mr. Cui is also one of the supporters of the Shu family in addition to Confucianism? Cui Dongshan sneered. Is the Shu family worthy of my praise? Cui Dongshan stood up. I even want to know the difference between God and man, the 3 souls and 6 spirits, and the most minute things in the world. The Shu family of the Shu family of thought is nothing. Wei Xian held the stack of papers filled with the poems of the scholars of the 2 countries and was speechless. Cui Dongshan took a detour and finally returned to the question that Wei Xian had asked at the beginning. I know everything about the academy. The only variable now is the weak master Zhao. Wei Xian was puzzled. An old scholar and a scholarly sage who is in charge of a small world in the academy. Can the former cause any trouble? Moreover, according to Mr. Cui, Mao Xiaodong is not a rigid Confucian. How can he make a mistake? Moreover, according to Mr. Cui's explanation, the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom would not dare to make a move against Li Baoping and Li Huai unless he is seeking his own destruction. Cui Dongshan looked at Wei Xian in disdain. Think about it carefully. I reminded you before to look at the problem from a higher perspective. Wei Xian was shocked. Cui Dongshan rubbed his cheeks and sneered. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom is in charge of the country. However, would the people behind the scenes care about Dali and the Great Sui Kingdom fighting to the death and destroying each other? If the assassination of one or two people could decide the direction of the situation of a continent, would you be tempted? The disciples of the Shang family would be happy to see it happen. After all, in a war you can make a lot of money from the dead. As for those who like to sneak around and hide behind the scenes, they would be even more so. Wei Xian's emotions were surging and his hands were trembling. This was the world that the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom really yearned for. Chaos and war. Whether it was on the mountain or under the mountain, the emperor, general, minister, immortal, or deity, they would all be wrapped in the torrent of the general trend. They would all be chess pieces that could not control themselves. However, Cui Dongshan seemed to have thought of something sad. He wiped his face and said sadly, "Look, I have such great ability and knowledge, but now I am doing such a shitty thing? Scheming and scheming, it's just cutting meat from a mosquito's leg. It's a small business. The old bastard is happily scheming for the entire Aquarius continent. I can only watch over his house and watch over a place like the Great Sui Kingdom. Using a snail's shell as a training ground, my family business is too small and I can only mess around. I also have to worry about being expelled from the school if I don't do my job well." Cui Dongshan clenched his fist and pounded his chest. "Old Wei, my heart hurts." Wei Xian looked at the white-clothed youth rolling on the floor in the room and then looked down at the poems in his hands that were said to show his true temperament. He did not feel heartache, but his heart was tired. The Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom treated scholars well. This was a tradition since the founding of the country. Not to mention the new top scholar Zhang Dai. Although he was still in the Hanlin Academy, he already had a courtyard with 10 rooms in the capital. This was paid for by the Ministry of Revenue of the Imperial Court. That evening, Zhang Dai took a walk in the empty courtyard. After feeding the red carps in the large vat, he went to the study room to play chess by himself. Zhang Dai was born of a local cold family. His writing in the county and provincial examinations was commendable, but he could not be considered a genius. He only shocked the world in the court examinations and became a fish that leaped over the dragon gate. After becoming the top scholar, he moved to this courtyard. The only change was that Zhang Dai hired a coachman and a carriage. Other than that, Zhang Dai did not have many banquets or social gatherings. It was hard to imagine that this young man in his early 20s was the new top scholar of the Great Sui Kingdom. It was even harder to imagine that he would appear in the Kai family's residence and speak so generously. Finally, he would be able to leave in the same carriage as the Dragon Bull General Miao Ren, who had contributed to the founding of the country. Whether it was Kai Feng or Miao Ren, they all thought that it was reasonable. Zhang Dai had a very valuable status as the top scholar and was one of the 4 spirits of Great Sui whose reputation spread throughout the court. His status was humble but clean, and he was hot-blooded, so he was easy to control. They felt that this person was willing to take the lead for the sake of the country. Zhang Dai heard a knock on the door and stopped playing. He looked up and said, "Come in." It was the old coachman who was staying in the courtyard. The old man stood at the door of the slightly dark study and said slowly, "Mao Xiaodong has already left the academy with a young man called Qin Pingon. Didn't they say that they wanted to kill the scholar demon Mao Xiaodong? Just kill him." Zhang Dai said expressionlessly, "Ask the spies in the academy to find a reason to let Zhao Shi and the White Deer leave the academy together. Find a secluded place, knock them out and hide them. After controlling the White Deer, you must remember not to let Liang Renzi, the nascent soul cultivator guarding the door, become suspicious. As long as you can enter the academy smoothly, you must act decisively. You must kill at least 1 or 2, even better." The old man nodded. Zhang Dai hesitated for a moment. "I will leave the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom tonight." The old man smiled and said, "After this matter is done, when you return to the Central Divine Continent, you will definitely have a bright future." Zhang Dai did not comment. After the old man left, Zhang Dai put down the chess record in his hand and looked down at the chessboard. It was a crisscross game. Southeast of the Aquarius continent, at the edge of the capital of the Qingyuan Kingdom, there was a private residence that was not well known. As one of the leaders of the Dali Green Pavilion spies, the young man's face was gloomy. Everyone in the hall had different identities. They were all experts in the Qingyuan Kingdom's official and literary circles. Of course, they were also the trusted aides of the Dali dynasty. Li Baozhen looked at the ground, his fingers spinning the teacup that had not even a sip of tea. Everyone was trembling with fear. The reason why they were gathered here was to do one thing. They wanted to use the pen of the Qingyuan kingdom's scholarly sect leader, the leader of the literary circle, the old assistant minister Lu Jingting, who had already retired to the Lion's Garden. They wanted to consign this person to eternal damnation, and make it difficult for him to form a cohesive force with the people who were fleeing south. The Qingyuan kingdom still needed a scholarly community, but it did not need Lu Jingting to outshine everyone else. As long as Lu Jingting's reputation was destroyed, those aristocratic families would fall apart. Dali was willing to see this scene. Even the emperor of the Qingyuan kingdom would feel that there were pros and cons. He would not be held back by those people who did not understand the situation. Every day, these people who did not know how to follow the customs of the Qingyuan kingdom would criticize the current affairs of the Qingyuan kingdom. At that time, the emperor of the Tang family would be able to split the spoils with Dali, and each of them would be able to rope in those aristocratic families. But tonight, the dozens of people present had used all of their family's power and influence to attack Lu Jingting. They had practically flipped through every single article of the old assistant minister Lu. Poems, official documents, word by word, looking for loopholes. They did not expect that the results would not be obvious. Instead, it had caused the majority of the scholars in the Qingyuan kingdom to be indignant. Some of the officials who did not agree with Lu Jingting's political views, as well as many scholars, could not stand it any longer. They began to speak up for Lu Jingting, especially those aristocratic families who had rushed to the south. They were even more agitated and ran around for Lu Jingting. Even the rumors that Lu Jingting was about to return to the center of the court and be promoted to the Minister of Rights began to spread in the capital. Li Baozhen raised his head and smiled. Everyone, don't be nervous. This matter was not done well. Instead of opening the door, we were smeared with black and fell. The first one to be stabbed is me, Li Baozhen. After that, it will be your turn. If the imperial tutor understands, perhaps he will feel that our actions are pardonable. He will change the chessboard and give us another chance. It would have been better if he did not say these comforting words. Once Li Baozhen said this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Their hair stood on end. The candlelight in the main hall swayed. Li Baozhen was, of course, extremely annoyed. A bunch of good-for-nothings. At this moment, two figures appeared in the main hall. One person walked in and the other stayed outside the door. Li Baozhen felt somewhat helpless as he looked at the scholarly man who had walked into the main hall. He had originally thought that by avoiding this person he would be able to do this matter beautifully. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? That person's voice was not loud. He slowly said, "Everyone, we are already halfway done. There are still 3 small steps left. The first step is to stop slandering Lu Jingting and turn around to flatter the old assistant minister. In this step there are 3 segments. First, everyone and your friends will first throw out some neutral, moderate and prudent articles to conclude this matter. Try your best not to make your articles completely unconvincing. Second, begin to invite another group of people to deify Lu Jingting. The more corny the wording, the better. Exaggerate Lu Jingting's moral articles to the point that they can be worshipped at the Confucian temple after his death. Third, write another article to attack all the officials and scholars who have defended Lu Jingting. Do not distinguish between right and wrong. The worse the wording, the better. However, take note that the general idea of the article must be to describe everyone as Lu Jingting's accomplices and lackeys. At first, when everyone in the main hall heard this person's first sentence, they sneered in their hearts and criticized him incessantly. However, the more they listened, the more they felt that the method was novel. That person continued, "The second step is to wait quietly for a period of time before turning the spearhead again and pointing it directly at Lu Jingting. This requires some small tricks. All the articles, principles and foundations must be based on the words even though and even though. For example, even though Lu Jingting's morals are flawed, the flaws do not obscure the jade. There are many talents among his disciples. Then you can list them one by one. The killing intent lies in the prominent official positions that make people jealous. Another example is even though Lu Jingting's political achievements are mediocre, he can still be considered honest. He is just a famous Lion's Garden." That person explained, "Why do you have to do this? Because to the onlookers, these articles seem calm on the surface, and they are also defending Lu Jingting. Many neutral people who originally didn't want to participate in this literary battle have unknowingly started to tacitly agree with these hypothetical facts. Coupled with the so-called explanations that are filled with hidden murderous intent, it just makes things worse. Everyone in the main hall looked at each other in dismay. That person smiled and said, "The third step is to make a fuss about personal morality. For example, if you ask someone to be a ghostwriter, you don't need to care about the quality of the writing. You only need a gimmick. For example, Lu Jingting's romantic affair of staying in the nunnery on a stormy night. Or an old man plucking the ashes. Or for example, the lion's garden and the pretty servant girl's pear blossom suppressing the begonia. While you're at it, you can also write some catchy limericks and weave them into a storytelling story." That person saw that everyone was shocked and puzzled, but he still explained patiently, "Don't think that it's useless. Down-and-out scholars without scholarly honors love to read this. Common people who don't care about the truth love to hear this. In the scholarly forest, 3 men make a tiger. In the marketplace, mosquitoes gather and become thunder." The man finally smiled and took out a piece of paper. He walked over to Li Baozhen and handed it over. Looking around, he said, "Everyone present here may not know the way to print an erotic book, the price and how much money you should pay to hire a storyteller. I've written down all kinds of trivial matters that are not worth mentioning on this paper, so as to prevent you from being taken advantage of. Moreover, there are many common people who do business. Although their positions are low, they are actually quite cunning and intelligent. Each of them has their own way of living. Once you give them a big advantage in terms of money, they may even look down on you." The person said goodbye and left. When he was near the door, he suddenly turned around and said with a smile, "You're all in front of me, so I have the opportunity to show off my small skills. I hope I can help you a little." Everyone stared at that person, leaving in a daze. Li Baozhen's mouth was dry and his tongue was dry. He clenched the paper in his hand tightly. The rest of the people felt their scalps tingle. That person was called Lu Qingfeng. He was Lu Jingting's eldest son. 9. (407) Mao Xiaodong was going to the capital temple of the Great Sui Kingdom to ask for some luck. This involved Qin Pingan's foundation of cultivation. However, Mao Xiaodong did not rush Qin Pingan to the temple. Instead, he took Qin Pingan slowly and chatted with him. Along the way, Mao Xiaodong asked Qin Pingan about the many interesting things he had seen and heard during his travels. Qin Pingan had traveled far twice, but he had spent most of his time in the depths of the mountains, forests and rivers. He had not encountered many martial temples. Qin Pingan casually talked about his good friend, the bearded hero Xianxia, who looked boorish but was actually quite talented. This man, who had left the army, not only recorded the mountains and rivers of various places, but also painted the ancient buildings of various countries with fine brushwork. Mao Xiaodong said that Xianxia could come to the academy as a nominal teacher and give lectures to the students of the academy. He could talk about the magnificence of the mountains and rivers and the gathering of people. The academy could even open up a room for him to hang his fine brushwork manuscripts. Qin Pingan promised Mao Xiaodong that he would send a letter to Xianxia, who had returned to his hometown, and invite him to travel to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. The largest and most ceremonial temple in the Great Sui dynasty was located in the northwest. Therefore, when the two of them set out from Donghua Mountain, they had to pass through half of the capital. During this time, Mao Xiaodong treated Qin Pingan to lunch. It was a small restaurant hidden in the depths of a shabby alley, but business was not bad. The wine was fragrant, and the restaurant's home-brewed rice wine was very good. Mao Xiaodong said that every time he made wine, the owner would not only select the glutinous rice, but also take his son out of the city to fetch water from the Songfeng spring, which was 60 miles away from the capital. The father and son took turns to carry the water, leaving early in the morning and returning late at night. That was how the rice wine was brewed. When Qin Pingan left the restaurant, he bought a large jar of rice wine. He went to the deserted alley and carefully poured it into the blade-strengthening gourd, which was almost empty. Then he put the empty jar into the near things. In the near things, everything is there. Clothes, books, offerings, pots and pans, choppers, needles and thread, herbs, flint and so on. Seeing Qin Pingon put away the empty wine jar that was not worth much, Mao Xiaodong reminded him, "Many a little makes a mickle and many grains of sand make a tower. It's a good thing, but don't go down a dead end and nitpick everything. Otherwise, it will be difficult for your mind to be clear and bright, or it will be hard for you to be mentally and physically exhausted. Although your muscles and bones are majestic, your mind and spirit have long been exhausted." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I'll remember it." Mao Xiaodong stroked his beard and smiled. In fact, the one who was nitpicking was him, senior brother Mao. But if he didn't put on airs in front of Qin Pingon, how could he show his dignity as a senior brother? Since his teacher did not miss him or nag him, he, Mao Xiaodong, had to make up for it by becoming his teacher's last disciple. After walking for nearly an hour, they arrived at the capital temple, the sacred place of all the local students of the Great Sui Kingdom. Temples were scattered all over the vast world, like stars in the sky and chess pieces on a chessboard. They were like lights on the earth, shining on the world. Unless it was a very remote place, even the smallest county had to build a martial temple. All the county governors and county magistrates had to go to the martial temple to offer incense and worship the saints after they were appointed. Then they would go to the martial temple to worship the heroes. Therefore, even the small town where Qin Pingon grew up in Liju Cave was blocked and blocked. After it fell and took root in the territory of Dali, the first thing that happened was that the Dali imperial court asked the first county magistrate, Wu Yuan, to immediately prepare the location of the martial temple and the martial temple. Mao Xiaodong stood outside the temple and Qin Pingon and the old man stood side by side. Mao Xiaodong asked, "You drank rice wine before and now you're looking at the temple. What do you think?" Qin Pingon replied, "Wine is made with good glutinous rice and there is an endless stream of people buying wine. It's clear that the people in the capital don't have to worry about food and clothing, and they have a lot of spare money. As for this temple, I haven't seen anything." Qin Pingon answered half of the questions correctly. Mao Xiaodong nodded, but this time, Mao Xiaodong was not deliberately mystifying. He pointed out to Qin Pingon, "There's no movement over there. This means that the guys living in the mud in the temple of the Great Sui Kingdom don't think highly of Qin Pingon's luck." Speaking of this, Mao Xiaodong was a little sarcastic. Probably because they've been burned by incense for hundreds of years, their eyesight is not good. Mao Xiaodong continued, "Scholars who travel to study are pious. When they visit the temple, if they have good luck, the gods in the temple will sense it and secretly share some of the increased luck as a gift. The so-called wonderful brush blossoms, Zhang Tiancheng, when he puts down the brush, his wrist is like the help of ghosts and gods. This is the principle. But what the ancestors and gods of the temple can do is only to add flowers to the brocade. In the final analysis, it still depends on whether the scholar's own skill is profound or not. Those who are willing to do these little tricks are mostly the actions of the incense gods who have become gods in their own countries. The temples in the capital cities of the various countries that worship the Holy Master and the 72 sages are just clay statues of gods. Of course, nothing is absolute. There are very few exceptions. The temples in the capital cities of the 9 great dynasties usually have a great saint. Hearing this, Qin Pingon asked softly, "Now in the south of the Aquarius continent, there are rumors that Dali is already the 10th great dynasty." Mao Xiaodong smiled and said, "Wait until all the new 5 peaks of Dali appear, then we'll talk about this. Now there's only the northern peak, the Cloud Mountain. It's still too early to talk about it." Mao Xiaodong walked forward and said, "Let's go, let's meet the Great Sui Kingdom's temple saints." Qin Pingon followed behind. The temple occupied a large area. There were many literati and devotees here, but it did not seem crowded. But when Qin Pingon followed Mao Xiaodong to the main hall of the temple, he realized that there was no one around. It seemed that the temple had received instructions to temporarily not allow tourists and pilgrims to approach the main hall, where the front hall was used to worship the world and the back hall was used to worship the country's saints. The courtyard was quiet and ancient trees towered into the sky. An old Confucian scholar with large sleeves and a tall crown on his head appeared in his golden body. A long sword hung from his waist as he walked out of the rear hall. He crossed the threshold and walked into the courtyard. Mao Xiaodong and this famous official in the history books of the Great Sui Kingdom bowed to each other. Before stepping into the courtyard, Mao Xiaodong had already told Qin Pingon about the lives of the gods in the temples of the capital who were still alive, as well as their achievements in their respective dynasties. He had mentioned all of them. The temple god in front of them was called Yuan Gaofeng. He was one of the founding heroes of the Great Sui Kingdom. He was also a Confucian general with outstanding military achievements. He gave up his writing brush and joined the army. He followed the founding emperor of the Gao family of Guiyang to conquer the country. After he got off the horse, he was appointed as the Minister of Personnel Affairs and the Grand Secretary of the Wu Ying Palace. He worked hard and achieved great political achievements. After his death, he was posthumously reinstated. The Yuan family was still one of the most powerful families in the Great Sui Kingdom. The current head of the Yuan family used to be the Minister of Justice. He resigned due to illness. He had many outstanding descendants. He had made great achievements in politics, the battlefield, and the study. Yuan Gaofeng was also the first official to be posthumously reinstated by the emperor since the founding of the Great Sui Kingdom. Yuan Gaofeng asked, "What brings you here, Master Mao?" Mao Xiaodong asked back, "Why do you ask when you already know the answer?" Yuan Gaofeng's expression did not change. "Master Mao, please speak clearly." Mao Xiaodong said slowly, "I want to take a share of luck from your temple and then I want to borrow another share. As for the ritual utensils of your temple, I want to temporarily take away a set of chimes and a set of chimes. In addition, there is a set of chimes and cauldrons as well as 2 candlesticks. This is the share that our Cliff Academy should have. As for the blue and white porcelain jar that you later moved from the local temple and was funded by censor Yan Qingguang, I will borrow it from your temple. In addition to the luck it contains, I will return the items to you." Yuan Gaofeng asked, "Why don't you rob them?" He was indeed a Confucian general. He was straightforward and did not hesitate. Mao Xiaodong smiled and said, "If I can rob them, I will not be polite to you." Yuan Gaofeng said sarcastically, "You know it too. You are so straightforward and arrogant. I thought you were already a sage of the academy in the pure jade state." Yuan Gaofeng then said, "But it seems that the pure jade state is not enough. You can only succeed if you can move the entire Donghua mountain to the temple, right? It is difficult to move the luck of Donghua mountain with the celestial skill of moving the mountain. It is even more difficult. I am sorry to trouble you, Master Mao." Mao Xiaodong looked around and laughed. "How can I move it? The temple is big. Do you want to smash it all at once? Wouldn't the Great Sui dynasty's top temple be destroyed in a day?" Yuan Gaofeng said sternly, "Mao Xiaodong, don't try to play the tricks of a businessman. You want me, Yuan Gaofeng, to accompany you to bargain? You can be shameless, but I'm not afraid of humiliation. You know the bottom line of the temple." Mao Xiaodong did not notice. Qin Pingon, on the other hand, sensed a majestic aura of righteousness. Vaguely, streaks of 7-colored flowing lights appeared, gathering and dispersing as they wandered about. They almost seemed to be solidifying. The genuine qi in Qin Pingon's body stagnated. The gate of the water mansion, which contained the natal item of the water seal, closed involuntarily. The children in green who were born from the essence of water were trembling. Mao Xiaodong did not stop Yuan Gaofeng's deliberate demonstration. He let Qin Pingon bear the suppression of the rich luck alone. Mao Xiaodong stretched out his hand and pointed to the main hall. "Let's go to the back hall to talk." Yuan Gaofeng hesitated for a moment and agreed. Mao Xiaodong let Qin Pingon go to the front hall. As for the back hall, there was no need. After Mao Xiaodong and Yuan Gaofeng entered the back hall, a few more golden-bodied gods walked out of the clay statues. Qin Pingon walked slowly in the solemn front hall. This was the first time that Qin Pingon walked into the main hall of a temple in the capital of a country. When he was in Tongya Continent, he did not follow Yao to the Mirage City of the Great Quan Dynasty. Otherwise he would have gone to take a look. Later, when he was in the capital of Qinghuan Kingdom, Qin Pingon did not have the chance to visit because of the debate between Buddhism and Taoism. As for the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, there was no temple to worship the 72 sages. No matter how far he walked or how carefully he looked, he would miss something. It was impossible to really see everything. Time passed and it was close to dusk. Qin Pingon was alone and almost did not make any sound of footsteps. He had already looked at the statues in the front hall twice. Previously, in the immortal book, Annals of Mountains and Seas, the writings of people from different countries and the scattered travel notes, he had more or less come into contact with the life stories of these sages in the sacrificial temple. This was something that was difficult for the common people to understand in the vast world of Confucianism. Even the masters of the 72 academies were used to calling them sages. Why were these great sages with great knowledge and merit called sages by the orthodox Confucianism? It should be known that in the major academies, there were many sages who were even rarer. Mao Xiaodong returned from the back hall. Qin Pingon found that the old man's face was not very good. Since they were in the temple, Qin Pingon did not ask much. After the two walked out of the temple, Mao Xiaodong took the initiative to say, "They are all stingy and stingy. It's really hard to talk to them." Qin Pingon nodded. Mao Xiaodong looked up at the sky and said, "After visiting the temple openly and having dinner later, we can take advantage of the darkness to go to the other places where luck gathers to try our luck. At that time we won't dawdle on our way. Let's finish it quickly and try to get back to the academy before the rooster crows tomorrow morning. As for the temple, we can't let them be so stingy. In the future we will come here every day." After crossing 2 streets, the two found a restaurant nearby. Before waiting for the table to be served, Mao Xiaodong told Qin Pingon telepathically, "The atmosphere in the temple is not right. I can understand why Yuan Gaofeng is so unreasonable. But the other 2 sages of the Great Sui Kingdom who came out today to cheer for Yuan Gaofeng have always been known for their gentle temperament. They should not be so tough." Qin Pingon poured 2 bowls of rice wine from the blade's strengthening gourd and asked, "Is it possible that Yuan Gaofeng is actually using this method to remind us? The gods in the capital temple must have seen the current undercurrent in the Great Sui Kingdom. However, they are all flesh and blood, and it is also related to the Great Sui Kingdom's national power and luck. It is difficult for them to make a decision, so they can only stand by and watch. But they are unwilling to see us being kept in the dark and destroy the Donghua Academy's bloodline. So they deliberately show a dark face and use illogical words and actions to warn us of the situation outside the temple?" Mao Xiaodong was a little relieved and said with a smile, "That's right." Mao Xiaodong looked out of the window of the restaurant and clicked his tongue. "I thought that since we were baits, they would observe us more carefully or send some small fish and shrimps to take a bite out of us. Unexpectedly, it's not dark yet and we're not far from the temple. There are so many people on the street. They've directly used their trump card, which is a crazy move." Mao Xiaodong looked out of the window and clicked his tongue. When did the people of the Great Sui Kingdom become so decisive? Qin Pingon drank the bowl of mellow rice wine slowly. Mao Xiaodong asked with a smile, "Are you not nervous at all?" Qin Pingon put down his wine bowl and said, "To be honest, I've been through a lot of fighting and killing. I've seen a lot of the world." Mao Xiaodong asked again, "How much of the world?" Qin Pingon thought for a moment and said frankly, "I fought an old Yuan Ing realm dragon guarding a small world in the flood dragon ditch, carried the sword of the big boss of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and was hit by the natal magic weapon of an ascendant realm cultivator, the sword-swallowing boat." Mao Xiaodong laughed heartily. Qin Pingon held back his laughter and added a flattering sentence, "I also drank with you at the same table." Mao Xiaodong quickly picked up the big white bowl and said, "Let's not talk about the first part, but the last part should drink a big bowl of wine." Qin Pingon finished the bowl of wine and suddenly asked, "Can you check the approximate number of people and cultivation level?" Mao Xiaodong nodded and said, "I seem to be wandering around with little treasure bottle for the past few years, but in fact I have some plans. I've been trying to do something. Let's not talk about what it is first. Anyway, within 1,000 feet of me, I know all the Qi refinement warriors below the 5th level and pure martial artists below the 9th level. Among the 5 assassins, one is a 9th level golden core sword cultivator, one is a military dragon gate cultivator, one is a dragon gate formation master, one is a remote travel realm martial artist, and one is a golden body realm martial artist." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "I may not be of much help." Mao Xiaodong smiled and got up. He took out the true body talisman of the day and night wandering god from his sleeve and returned it to Qin Pingon. He laughed in his mind and said, "How can a senior brother squander his junior brother's belongings? Keep it." Qin Pingon hesitated. Mao Xiaodong smiled and asked, "Why? Do you think that I am too conceited because the enemy is so aggressive?" Have you forgotten what I said before? As long as there is no Jade Pure Realm cultivator to help them, I can handle it. Qin Pingon frowned and said, what if there is? Mao Xiaodong smiled and said, then I am more relieved. They can't kill me if they appear here. At the same time, it proves that the academy has no backup plan or killing move. While Mao Xiaodong did not show any signs of attacking, Qin Pingon silently poured another bowl of wine. Mao Xiaodong asked curiously, what? Qin Pingon lowered his head and drank wine. Learn from Zhou Xian and drink forfeit wine. Mao Xiaodong scolded jokingly, good boy, you are waiting for a Jade Pure Realm cultivator to appear here, right? Qin Pingon smiled slightly. Mao Xiaodong glanced at the jade hairpin and did not speak. 14. (408). The fourth issue of the journal has been updated. 1. The average number of subscriptions has exceeded 30,000 a long time ago. 2. There are a lot of things happening this month, but I will try to update at least 150,000 words. It was strange. Mao Xiaodong had left, but the main hall of the Confucian Temple was still closed to the public. Instead, it seemed to be under martial law. In the back hall, other than Yuan Gaofeng and the other deities of the Confucian Temple, there were two groups of distinguished guests and some rare guests. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom came out of the palace in plain clothes. A white-haired eunuch in a red python costume was standing next to him. There were two other men. An old man with white hair still looked domineering among the sovereigns of the mortal world and the saints of the Confucian Temple. There was also a relatively young and elegant man. Perhaps he thought that he was not qualified to participate in the secret meeting, so he went to the front hall to pay his respects to the 72 sages. The old man was not from the Aquarius continent. He called himself Lin Shuangjiang, but he spoke the official language of the Aquarius continent and the Great Sui Kingdom. Lin Shuangjiang was most likely a pseudonym. However, this was not important. What was important was that after the old man appeared in the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom, his spells were so powerful that even the eunuch in the python costume who stood behind the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom and a consecrator in the palace could not hurt the old man. Lin Shuangjiang glanced at Yuan Gaofeng and the other two deities of the Confucian Temple who were chatting with Mao Xiaodong. Shifting his gaze, he saw some gods who were Confucian generals who made meritorious contributions to the founding of the country, as well as some gods who were civil officials in the history of the Great Sui dynasty who made contributions to the expansion of the country. These two groups of gods naturally gathered together like a temple. There was an indistinct boundary between them and Yuan Gaofeng's small group of people. Lin Shuangjiang finally looked at the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom and said, Your Majesty, the Great Sui Kingdom has both the military and the people. We have courage in the court and courage in the battlefield. Since the situation is like this, do you still want to endure the humiliation? When the Mountain Alliance was signed, the Great Sui Kingdom was indeed unable to stop the Dali Iron Cavalry and could not escape the fate of being destroyed. But now that the situation has changed, does Your Majesty still want to drag out an ignoble existence? Lin Shuangjiang laughed coldly and said, Do you want me, a foreigner, to tell His Majesty exactly how many of the Great Sui Kingdom's officials in the capital and scholars who fled to the mountains and forests to escape Zen in the past few years? Also, from the capital to other places in the Great Sui Kingdom, how serious was the decline of the luck of the martial temples? Do I need to talk about it? Although it was said to be 100-year covenant, His Majesty had used his infamy in exchange for 100 years of peace for the people of the Great Sui Kingdom. Was His Majesty really sure that even if the barbarians of the Song clan kept their promise and did not send a single soldier to the Great Sui Kingdom, could the Great Sui Kingdom really survive for 100 years in peace? And then look at the sky and wait for a pie to fall from the sky? The Song clan dug their own graves and then let the Gao family of Guiyang reap the fruits? Lin Shuangjiang's expression was cold. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. I'm sure Your Majesty knows what the Song clan is like. Now that the vassal King Song Zhengqiang is in charge and Wu Fu is in charge, Emperor Dali could even plot against the 5 mountain gods related to the Gao family and revoke their titles. Is the mountain alliance between the Great Sui Kingdom's Mount Donghua and Dali's Mount Biyun really effective? I dare say that in less than 50 years, at most 30 years, even if the Dali Iron Cavalry is blocked in the Zhuang dynasty, the successor to the throne of Dali, and that embroidered tiger can successfully digest the entire northern part of the Aquarius continent. After 30 years, the people of the Great Sui Kingdom, from the people of the Great Sui Kingdom to the border army, then to the petty officials and finally to the important officials in the imperial court, will use the Dali dynasty as their dream home. Lin Shuangjiang said sternly, when the people of the Great Sui Kingdom think that a foreign country is better than their homeland, how can you, the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom who single-handedly caused the downfall of the country, face the ancestors of the Gao family of Guiyang? Yuan Gaofeng shouted angrily, Lin Shuangjiang, how dare you? The national affairs of the Great Sui Kingdom do not allow you to speak nonsense here. A civil official of the Great Sui Kingdom who made the national policy and made the Huangting state a vassal state in one fell swoop, said softly, Your Majesty, please reconsider. Lin Shuangjiang did not say anything else. The art of political maneuvering was to open and speak at the same time. To close and speak at the same time. To leave a blank after speaking. Those who did not speak bluntly were more skillful and more capable of bewitching people. While the back of the hall was silent, at the front of the hall, a young and handsome man in a long robe like Qin Pingon looked at the statues of the 72 sages. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom finally spoke. The death of Song Yongchun brought the two of you here today, am I right? Lin Shuangjiang nodded in acknowledgement. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom pointed at himself and said with a smile, What if I'm killed by a level 10 warrior one day, or stabbed to death by the Mahist paladin named Su Ruo with his flying sword? The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom pointed at the top of his head and then at the front of the hall behind him. If Su Ruo kills the king as a cultivator, he will most likely be punished by one of the sages over there. Su Ruo is an important figure in the Mahist family. Previously, the replica of the Baek Okekyung building built by the collateral branch of the Mahist family was destroyed. The main branch of the Mahist family in Central Land changed their mind and bet on the Song clan. Su Ruo is very likely to be a key figure. Therefore Su Ruo may not be willing to kill me. If he kills me, he is a pure warrior. According to the rules of your mountain, the sages of the scholarly school will not care. Lin Shuangjiang said calmly, As long as Li Er has not reached the divine realm of level 10 warriors, I can make sure that he can't even enter the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. The premise is that the Confucian Temple is willing to cooperate with me and activate the city defense formation. Even so, the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom was still not convinced. He continued to ask, We are not afraid of thieves, but we are afraid of thieves. Can we guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Are you going to stay in the Great Sui Kingdom forever? Lin Shuangjiang frowned. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded in everyone's heart. If Li Er dares to come to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom to kill someone, I will go out of the city and kill him. I can only guarantee this one thing. I will not interfere with anything else. Yuan Gaofeng sneered and said, Well, the Qi cultivators of the Central Divine Continent are indeed powerful. Killing a level 10 warrior is as easy as killing a chicken. Lin Shuangjiang did not say much. He said in a low voice, Mr. Fan said, If he can do it, he can do it. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom smiled and said, Really? The person in the front hall answered with a smile. The Shang family is passed down from generation to generation. Honesty is the foundation of success. Li Huai followed Pei Qian's instructions and played 5 pieces in a row. He lost miserably. After admitting defeat, he was so angry that he wiped the chessboard that was densely filled with chess pieces with his hands. I don't want to play anymore. This game is so boring. I feel dizzy and hungry. He listened to the crisp sounds of the chess pieces colliding with each other. Xianxia, who was cultivating at the end of the corridor with the green bamboo floor, felt his eyelashes trembling. He felt uneasy and had to open his eyes. He turned his head and glanced over. Pei Qian and Li Huai were picking the black and white chess pieces and throwing them back to the chess jar beside them. Although the chess jar was made in the official kiln of the Great Sui Kingdom and was worth a few dozen taels of silver, Xianxia knew that the chess pieces were priceless. If Cui Dongshan was still in this small courtyard, Xianxia would occasionally be dragged by him to play chess with him. Whenever she placed a chess piece with a little too much force, Cui Dongshan would slap her and send her flying into the wall. He said that if she broke one of the chess pieces, it would mean that his collection was incomplete. If it was damaged, Xianxia would not be able to pay for it with her life. In the world, chess pieces were only made of beautiful stones. In the rich, they were usually made of pottery or porcelain. In the immortals on the mountain, they were made of special jade. However, Cui Dongshan's 2 jars of chess pieces had an amazing origin. They were the Kaiyunzi that all chess players in the world were jealous of. 1,000 years ago, they were made by the junior brother of the city lord of White Emperor City, the owner of the lapis lazuli pavilion, with a secret technique. As the lapis lazuli pavilion collapsed, the owner disappeared for 1,000 years. The special technique of great refining Kaiyunzi had been cut off. There was once an immortal in the central region who loved chess as much as his life. He got 1.5 jars of Kaiyunzi. In order to make it complete, he asked for a chess piece at a sky-high price. However, at this moment, the Kaiyunzi in the hands of Pei Qian and Li Huai was no better than the stones on the ground. Xianxia sighed in his heart. Fortunately, the Kaiyunzi was worth the money. The strong young man used all his strength but still couldn't break it. Instead, it made more and more clanging sounds. Li Huai was unwilling to play consecutive chess, so Pei Qian suggested playing a rural game of catching stones. Li Huai was immediately filled with confidence. He was good at this. When he was in school, he often played this game with his classmates. The girl with ponytails called Xianxia often lost to him. At home, he played catching stones with his sister Li Huai and never lost. The two of them picked up 5 chess pieces from their respective jars. After playing for a while, they found that the difficulty was too low and wanted to increase it to 10 pieces. Xianxia's heart trembled when he heard the sounds that were clearer than the sound of chess pieces landing. He only hoped that Cui Dongshan wouldn't know about this tragedy. From time to time, 1 or 2 Kaiyunzi would fly out of the back of his hand and fall on the bluestone floor of the courtyard. Then they would be picked up by the 2 little guys who didn't care about it at all. Xianxia was completely unable to meditate. He simply stood up and went to his side room to read books. Li Baoping walked out of the study room and squatted beside Pei Qian and Li Huai to watch the game. Li Huai was still defeated. Li Baoping silently grabbed 5 black chess pieces from another jar and put the 5 white chess pieces back into the jar. On the floor there were 5 black and white chess pieces each. Li Baoping explained to the 2 who were looking at each other, "It's more interesting to play this way. Each of you choose a black chess piece and grab a stone each time. For example, Pei Qian, you choose a black chess piece. After grabbing 7 chess pieces, there will be 2 white chess pieces. So you can only count as grabbing 3 black chess pieces." Pei Qian said timidly, "Sister Baoping, I want to choose the white chess piece." Li Baoping nodded, "Okay." Li Huai said angrily, "I want to choose the white chess piece too." Li Baoping glanced at him. Li Huai immediately changed his mind. "Forget it. The black chess piece is more pleasing to the eye." Shiro was slightly moved. This little girl in a red dress always seemed to have such strange ideas. Among all of them, Shiro was the most observant because Qin Pingon was obviously biased towards Li Baoping. She noticed that this young lady's words and actions were not deliberately acting like an old person. In fact, she was quite innocent. However, many of her thoughts were actually within the rules but also beyond them. Not long after Shiro secretly observed Li Baoping, the battle over there had ended. According to Li Baoping's rules, Li Huai lost even more miserably. Pei Qian shook his head. He weighed a few chess pieces in his palm and gently tossed them up and down. "Lonely. Is it so difficult to lose?" Li Huai slyly rolled his eyes. He wanted to find another way to get back at Pei Qian. Pei Qian threw away the chess pieces, picked up the mountaineering staff at his feet and jumped into the courtyard. "Sister Baoping defeated Li Huai. Let me show you what it means to fly over the roof with a long pole. My divine skill is not complete yet. For now I can only leap onto roofs and vault over walls. Watch carefully. You must watch carefully." Pei Qian retreated to the end of a wall in the courtyard and faced the opposite wall. He took a deep breath and ran over. Suddenly, he accurately poked the mountaineering staff into the gap between the tiles in the courtyard. Pei Qian's feet left the ground. The long pole bent in a big arc. As the mountaineering staff straightened, Pei Qian jumped up high. His petite body stretched in the air and stood firmly on the wall. He turned around and grinned at Li Baoping and Li Huai. "Watch?" Li Huai was dumbstruck and shouted, "I want to give it a try too." Pei Qian's figure lightly jumped down from the top of the wall. Like a small wild cat, he landed silently. He generously threw the mountaineering staff to Li Huai. Li Huai also learned from Pei Qian. He retreated to the foot of the wall and ran forward with small hurried steps. He glanced at the ground and suddenly poked the mountaineering staff into the gap between the tiles. With a light shout, the mountaineering staff bent in an arc. Li Huai's body was lifted up. However, his body posture and the angle of force were not right. As a result, Li Huai's legs were facing the sky and his head was facing the ground. His body was slanted and he groaned a few times before falling back to the ground. Yu Lu instantly rushed over like a breeze and caught Li Huai and helped him stand upright. Li Huai boasted shamelessly, failed at the last step. I was so close. What a pity. Pei Qian sneered, then I'll give you 10 more chances? Li Huai said in all seriousness, although I, Li Huai, have extraordinary talent, I should be a martial arts genius that is hard to come by in 800 years, if not 1,000 years. However, my ambition does not lie here. I will not compete with you on this kind of matter. Li Baoping took the mountaineering staff from Li Huai and tried once. In the end, this little girl in a red dress not only succeeded but was so successful that she directly flew over the wall. A slight sound came from outside the wall. Li Baoping, who was familiar with this kind of thing, was not injured. She just fell unsteadily and her knees gradually bent. After squatting on the ground, her body fell back and sat on the ground. Li Baoping stood up, completely unharmed. A stooped old man stood not far away with a smile. Are you okay? Li Baoping smiled and said, what can happen? Zhou Xian smiled and nodded. Li Baoping ran back to the courtyard. As a martial arts grandmaster in the far travel state, Zhou Xian had excellent foresight. Of course, he knew that Li Baoping would be fine, so he did not help. Zhou Xian continued to stroll around the courtyard. Before Qin Pingon left the academy, Zhou Xian had heard the conversation with Li Baoping not far away. Qin Pingon did not deliberately hide anything from him. Zhou Xian even felt sorry for Sui Yuyu that he could not hear the conversation. Before the four of them went their separate ways, the old man surnamed Sun, who had long taken a fancy to Sui Yuyu's sword immortal potential, liked to go to the medicine shop. One time Sui Yuyu and Lu Baixiang were playing chess in the courtyard. The old man only said a few words, using the theory of chess to explain the way of the sword. Horizontal and vertical, the pieces were placed on points. The subtlety was in the word cut. This was swordsmanship. The quality of a chess style depended on the word define. Occupying a mountain as king, establishing a separate state, mountains and rivers as barriers, these were all sword intent. After the game ended and the game was replayed, Sui Yuyu remained indifferent. This made the old man surnamed Sun very embarrassed. He even laughed at Pei Qian for a long time, boasting and using empty words to scare people. No wonder Sister Sui did not appreciate it. But that night Sui Yuyu went into seclusion to comprehend the sword. He did not leave the house for a day and 2 nights. Now Sui Yuyu went to Tongye continent. He wanted to go to Yugui sect, which had inexplicably become the leader of the immortals in the continent, to become a sword cultivator. Wei Xian ran away with Cui Dongshan. Lu Baixiang wanted to travel the mountains and rivers alone. Zhou Xian was the only one left who chose to follow Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon made 2 moves at the Lion's Denver. One was against the demon causing trouble and the other was against Li Baozhen. Zhou Xian did not think it was too outstanding. But the conversation between Qin Pingon and Li Baoping made Zhou Xian think about it again and again, and he sincerely admired it. Li Baozhen, Li Baoping, Li Shixing and the Li family of Fulu Street. The 4 of them were tied together by blood. Although Qin Pingon was called junior martial uncle by Li Baoping, he was still an outsider. It was extremely complicated how Qin Pingon would deal with Li Baoping. It was even more difficult to hope that no matter what the result was, it would not hurt Li Baoping's heart. It was a dead-end situation where everything he did was not wrong, but also wrong. If Qin Pingon concealed this matter, or simply explained the situation of Li Baoping and Qin Pingon meeting in the Lion's Den, Li Baoping would definitely not have any problems and would get along with Qin Pingon as before. But if one day Qin Pingon killed Li Baozhen, who was courting death, even if Qin Pingon was completely reasonable and Li Baoping understood the reason, it would not have much to do with the depths of the little girl's heart. This was the crux of the matter. Thus there was that conversation. Zhou Xian walked slowly, muttering to himself, This is the sword art of the human heart. It is extremely accurate to cut. What was cutting? Qin Pingan did not kill Li Baozhen once because he kept his promise to Li Shixing. In essence, it was similar to obeying the law. Then he used Li Baoping's family heirloom to pawn it with Li Baoping and the entire Li family of Fulu Street. It was reasonable, it was human nature. This separated Li Baozhen from the entire Li family of Fulu Street. It was like Cui Dongshan's flying sword, the Thunderpool secret technique that confined Li Baozhen within it. Li Baoping was Li Baozhen. The Li family behind Li Baoping and Li Shixing was the Li family that separated Li Baozhen. Qin Pingan drew circles and boundaries. He also quietly pointed out a path of thought for Li Baoping, providing a kind of open-minded possibility that no one is wrong. When the time comes, everyone can be responsible for their own life and death. Looking back, even if Qin Pingan and Li Baoping fought to the death, even if Li Baoping was still sad, she would not change from one extreme to the other. This was the so-called sword art of the old man surnamed Sun. Qin Pingan's sword was incomparably compatible with this Tao. It was a subtle tug-of-war in the human heart. Thus, on that day, Qin Pingan was also watching the chess game in the medicine shop's backyard. He also heard the old man surnamed Sun's priceless advice. However, Zhou Xian dared to assert that even if Sui Yuyu entered seclusion to comprehend the sword for a day and 2 nights, no matter how talented Sui Yuyu was, he might not be able to compare to Qin Pingan's understanding of the true meaning. There were differences in the distance of the great Tao under everyone's feet, but there were also differences in height. He still remembered the 2 sentences that Li Baoping taught Pei Qian. Carrying a bamboo box, wearing straw sandals and punching 1,000,000 times, an elegant youth is the most composed. Carrying an immortal sword, wearing a white robe, thousands of miles away, the best martial uncle in the world. Zhou Xian muttered to himself, "Little treasure bottle, your martial uncle, although he is not a sword cultivator yet, his sword immortal temperament should already be in its embryonic form, right?" Zhou Xian suddenly stopped and looked towards the end of the path that led to the small courtyard. He narrowed his eyes and looked over. An old Confucian scholar accompanied by a white deer appeared there. 10. 409. It was still noisy inside and outside the restaurant. The Great Sui dynasty had always been rich. The people were willing and dared to spend money. After all, the Gao family of Guiyang, who sat on the throne, had created an incomparably stable and peaceful grand event in the past few hundred years. On the 2nd floor, Mao Xiaodong looked out of the window and reminded Qin Pingan behind him, "Remember to protect yourself. Don't worry about me." Level 9 Golden Core Sword Cultivator, Dragon Gate Realm Military Cultivator, Dragon Gate Realm Array Master, Remote Wandering Realm Martial Artist and Golden Body Martial Artist. 5 assassins. Regardless of their identities or positions, they were all gathered together and hid within a radius of 1,000 feet around the restaurant. With such a lineup, they could even kill Jade unyielding realm cultivators, let alone Earth immortals who were not sword cultivators. Qin Pingan remembered the girl with bells on her wrists and ankles in Tsai Nation's city god pavilion. They met by chance at that time. As the daughter of the county governor, although her cultivation level was not high, every time she helped, she left a good impression on Qin Pingan. After that, when he traveled to 2 continents and the inverted mountain, it was always Qin Pingan who fought against the strong alone, or with the help of the 4 people in the painting scroll. The one who made the final decision was still Qin Pingan. This time in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, Qin Pingan only needed to stand behind Mao Xiaodong. This situation was a bit strange to Qin Pingan. But deep down he still felt a bit regretful. After all, he was not in the lotus flower blessed land, where there was a heavenly Tao above his head. Qin Pingan's cultivation level was still too low to return to the world. Mao Xiaodong smiled. "When you reach my age, if you are still a useless nascent soul cultivator, I will scold you for master." Qin Pingan patted the blade-strengthening gourd on his waist and told Flying Sword 1 and Flying Sword 15 to be ready for the appearance of the assassins. Inside the sleeves of the golden gourd, there was a shrinking talisman on the fingertips of his right hand to prevent sneak attacks, and the true body talisman of the day and night wandering god. Mao Xiaodong was relieved. Little junior brother's long journey to Jianghu was not in vain. Mao Xiaodong's voice suddenly resounded in Qin Pingan's mind lake, asking, Have you ever walked by the river of time before? Compared to the suppression from the righteous qi at the Confucian temple, it's even worse. On the other hand, Qin Pingon used his voice to form a line and replied, I've been there twice. The first time I didn't practice martial arts and I walked through the small town of Lizhu Grotto Heaven. The second time I was at Lotus Flower Blessed Land, I was dragged by the old master of the Taoist temple. I probably saw at least 200 years of time flow, and the order was often reversed, so even though I was already a Realm 5 martial artist, I still felt that it was abnormally unbearable. It was no worse than when I was punching people at Luopa Mountain. Mao Xiaodong asked with a smile. Why didn't you tell me earlier when we were chatting about our journey in the study? It's such a great feat to be proud of, why didn't you share it with others? Even a nascent soul cultivator like me had never seen the scenery of the River of Time before I became the overseer of the Cliff Academy. It's a scroll that only cultivators at the Jade Unyielding state can come into contact with. Qin Pingon had a sudden idea and his words hit the nail on the head. Does Mount Mao really have the ability to move mountains and temporarily turn this place into a small world of the academy? Mao Xiaodong nodded. That's right, I've been using the protection of the little bottle to travel around the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom for the past few years. I've been deceiving everyone to complete this secret. I have to be wary of the people around me since I'm carrying the legacy of an academy on my shoulders. Qin Pingon nodded. I understand. Mao Xiaodong laughed angrily. You didn't even call me senior brother Mao. Why do I need you to understand? Qin Pingon admitted that he was in the wrong, so he stopped talking. With one hand behind his back, Mao Xiaodong raised his other arm and used his finger as a pen. In the blink of an eye, he wrote the words Cliff Academy. With each stroke, a golden light flowed out of his fingers and did not dissipate. After he finished writing, Mao Xiaodong shook his sleeves and smiled. Heaven and earth in 4 directions. The 4 golden words flashed and disappeared in 4 directions. Mao Xiaodong turned his head and said, Just sit and drink. As soon as he finished speaking, Mao Xiaodong had already disappeared. Qin Pingon took a deep breath. The familiar feeling that was engraved in his heart surged like a river. Qin Pingon was like a person who was not good at swimming, and he was instantly submerged in the water. The world was silent. Not a single sound could be heard from the restaurant. The Dragon Gate State Array Master was secretly arranging his troops. When his spiritual qi suddenly stagnated, he raised his head and saw that the pedestrians on the road had stopped moving. The birds in the sky from the corner of his eyes were only hovering in the air. The Array Master did not care about being discovered by Mao Xiaodong of the Cliff Academy. He immediately stopped hiding his aura and poured out majestically. He held a golden talisman between his fingers and was about to move. A hand pressed on the man's shoulder and said with a smile, This array of yours is derived from the Dragon Gate array passed down by Ning Chuanzhen, the Taoist of the Central Plains, right? The Array Master was stunned. He actually could not break free from the big hand of the person behind him on his shoulder. The man's face was red, and he hoped that one of the other 4 could help him in time and help him escape. An Array Master needed to borrow the power of heaven and earth drawn by the array to temper his body. Compared to sword cultivators, military cultivators and pure martial artists, there was a huge gap. Fortunately, the Array Master did not completely despair. A dazzling sword light that originated from the northeast flew over like a white line. The tip of the sword was pointing at the center of Mao Xiaodong's eyebrows behind the Array Master. The sword light was not completely straight in the small world. The tip of the sword trembled subtly, and the body of the natal flying sword was undulating. Wherever the flying sword went, a series of sparks would fly out from the friction. It was extremely eye-catching. It was the sharp flying sword that had a conflict with the small world. Mao Xiaodong did not dodge, and there was no sign of a nascent soul cultivator's abundant spiritual qi at all. The flying sword that was less than 10 feet away from the tall old man and the Array Master suddenly caused a ripple, and like a stone thrown into a lake, it hit the water and disappeared. At the same time, the Array Master bled from his orifices, and his body involuntarily trembled. This movement caused him to collide with the water of time that existed everywhere in the small world, and he bled even more. What was even more terrifying was that not only was the energy in his body in chaos, but all the qi houses that nurtured his life bond items, the heart and the doors of the qi houses seemed to be nailed by thousands of needles. The array master tried to move the 2 fingers that held the life-saving talisman. He could move his fingers, but the thick mercury-like spiritual qi in his body seemed to freeze and he could not move at all. Mao Xiaodong grabbed the person's neck and threw him somewhere behind him. The natal flying sword of the Jindan sword cultivator caused a whirlpool of water behind Mao Xiaodong, and like an evil guest breaking through the door it stabbed out. But it was already too late. The array master, who was already seriously injured and on the verge of death, just happened to block the path of the flying sword. The Realm 9 sword cultivator in the distance did not have any intention of stopping the flying sword, and directly pierced through the body of the array master. He used his mind to control the flying sword and continued to assassinate Mao Xiaodong. The array master died on the spot, and he died with everlasting regret. Didn't they say that Mao Xiaodong was only a nascent soul cultivator after leaving Donghua Mountain? On the path of cultivation, the 3 schools of thought and hundreds of schools of thought, and there were many paths such as refining pills, picking herbs, eating to maintain health, inviting gods and ghosts, looking at qi and guiding, and burning and refining inner cores. Once he crossed the big threshold and entered the middle 5 realms, he would become an immortal in the eyes of ordinary people. But it was not without reason that cultivators cut themselves off from the mortal world on the mountain and ignored the disputes of the mortal world. Because there were also qi refinement warriors who did not believe in heresy at the foot of the mountain. There were also Confucian academies. Mao Xiaodong took a step forward and his figure appeared hundreds of feet away. He turned around and not too late and just happened to use 2 fingers to clamp the flying sword that was following him. The flying sword. Although the feat of easily stopping the flying sword with 2 fingers could be said to be shocking, and it was enough to scare the teeth of an earth immortal of a continent. But while Mao Xiaodong was wearing down the sword intent, the small world that Mao Xiaodong was presiding over was actually shaking slightly, imperceptibly. The remote traversing realm martial artist was in someone else's world, and could no longer travel with the wind, but he still flew like lightning. In the end he directly smashed through 2 walls, passed through the entire shop and punched towards Mao Xiaodong. Several people in the shop were directly smashed by him, and the broken pieces finally slowly floated in the air inside the shop. This person's punch gathered all the stellar energy of that puff of pure true qi, and did not accumulate any strength at all. It was a fighting method that did not hesitate to exchange life for life. Mao Xiaodong mobilized the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to form a stone tablet with gently swaying golden characters, and a memorial arch that also appeared out of thin air, but both of them were smashed into powder by the remote traversing realm martial artist's punch. The old Realm 8 martial artist rushed forward with large strides, and his momentum was unstoppable. The other golden body realm martial artist, who had leapt onto the roof, like a dragonfly skimming the water, did not have the speed of the remote traversing realm old man. His golden body stellar energy collided with the flowing water of time of the small world, and the golden body realm martial artist's body seemed to ignite with a large ball of flame. In the end he leapt down and directly pounced on Mao Xiaodong, who was standing on the street. Mao Xiaodong, who had tiny cuts on his fingers, threw the flying sword trapped in his fingertips at the golden body realm martial artist. Mao Xiaodong stretched out his palm and blocked the fist of the remote traversing realm martial artist. Mao Xiaodong's large sleeves billowed violently and his beard fluttered. The golden body realm martial artist was most likely close friends with the golden core sword cultivator, and ignored the flying sword that was aimed at his heart, and continued to attack Mao Xiaodong. As expected, the sword cultivator's heart lake moved slightly, and with all his strength he slightly shifted the tip of the sword, and only pierced through the martial artist's shoulder. Mao Xiaodong was punched in the back by the Realm 7 martial artist, who should have been the weakest. The small world shook as a result. The remote traversing realm martial artist, whose fist had been blocked, but whose momentum and will were still strong, used this opportunity to smoothly punch like a drum. Like a flash of light, Mao Xiaodong retreated step by step. The remote traversing realm martial artist's arm muscles bulged and blood seeped out, soaking his clothes, but each punch was more valiant than the last. The golden body realm martial artist did not take advantage of the situation to fight Mao Xiaodong in close combat with the remote traversing realm martial artist, and instead did his best to keep up with the two. It was not that he did not want to heavily injure Mao Xiaodong in one go, but that he knew the severity of the situation. Qin Pingon did not stand where he was and instead leapt out of the window and onto the roof of the restaurant that had a wide view. He also did not interfere in this battle. The remote traversing realm martial artist's final punch sent Mao Xiaodong flying back dozens of meters. The elder immediately stopped and flew backwards. He wanted to catch a breath of fresh air. The golden body realm martial artist immediately took a few steps to the side and stood in front of the remote traversing realm martial artist, standing in the line between the latter and Mao Xiaodong. Even so, it was not safe enough. The Realm 9 sword cultivator took advantage of every opening. The flying sword swept forward. It went straight for Mao Xiaodong. It was so fast that it had exceeded the first time the intrinsic flying sword had appeared. Mao Xiaodong's qi was unstable and the rules of the world were not strict enough. In addition, the old golden core sword cultivator had begun to find some gaps and shortcuts in this short period of time with just a few revolutions of the flying sword. The saints of the three sects presided over the small world, and it was said that the heavenly net had a wide net, but no matter how fine the mesh of a fishing net was, and the net was constantly spinning, there were still loopholes that could be exploited. To be able to become the sword cultivator who ate the most deities' money in the world, and become a golden core earth immortal, none of them were easy to deal with. Mao Xiaodong reached out to grab the ruler at his waist and immediately steadied himself. His snow-white beard was already stained with specks of blood. Facing the slender flying sword that was like maggots in one's bones, Mao Xiaodong did not use 2 fingers to stop it. He rolled up his sleeves and the flying sword was directly trapped in his sleeves. Then threads of sword qi bloomed from the sleeves and at the same time, there was a sound of silk tearing. The martial artist in the far travel state had already finished breathing, and with a stomp on the ground, the street cracked like a spider web. This martial arts grandmaster carried the momentum of wind and thunder, and once again took advantage of the opportunity created by his allies to fight Mao Xiaodong in close combat, not giving this unexpectedly ascended, jade unyielding state mountain master of the academy a chance to increase the distance between them and wear them down. He was stared at by a far travel state grandmaster. Ordinary earth immortal cultivators' sea of qi would be attracted, and they could not afford to be distracted. A burly man clad in silver-white armor had used 2 extremely rare high-grade core talismans and a green straw cape talisman to conceal his presence. He was able to find the weakest spot in the flowing water of time, allowing him to descend from the sky. He clasped his hands together into a fist and smashed it down on Mao Xiaodong's head. At the critical moment, the flying sword in Mao Xiaodong's sleeves was about to break out. The far travel grandmaster's fist was about to arrive. However, the most dangerous killing move was still the Dragon Gate realm militarist cultivator who had covered his body with armor pellets. Apart from the array master who was almost useless, the other 4 assassins could be said to be seamless. It was hard to imagine that among the 4, only the Realm 9 sword cultivator and the golden body state martial artist were old acquaintances. The ruler hanging on Mao Xiaodong's waist fell off. Like a slap to the face of the military cultivator, he flew out and smashed into a roof in the distance and a large number of tiles were shattered. Mao Xiaodong rubbed the ground with the tip of his feet, raised his sleeves and pointed at the sword cultivator furthest from him. "I'll return it to you." In an instant the world turned upside down and twisted. Like a piece of Xian paper that was twisted by a naughty child, but did not crumple into a ball, it was indescribably strange and absurd. The far travel state martial artist watched as Mao Xiaodong and himself brushed past each other. And Mao Xiaodong was in a handstand position. He was so close. But he was so far away. And that layer of paper was densely packed with golden characters, each the size of a fist. They were classic writings of Confucian sages to educate the common people. He turned and roared, "Watch out." Mao Xiaodong seemed to be moving slowly, but he was in the east. After one Mao Xiaodong disappeared, he would appear in the west and then in the north. But no matter where he went, Mao Xiaodong was constantly closing the distance between him and the golden body state martial artist. That golden body state martial artist did not even know where he should hide. Just like that, the tall old man who had mysteriously appeared in front of him slapped his head off. As for that Dragon's Gate realm military cultivator, his armor was constantly being struck by the ruler like raindrops. The small world returned to normal. Mao Xiaodong held the shoulder of the headless body, not letting the corpse fall to the ground. He looked at the red-eyed Realm 9 sword cultivator and asked, "Not avenging your friend?" Mao Xiaodong suddenly shook his wrist. The corpse flew out and hit the wall of a shop, turning into a big pile of flesh. The Realm 9 sword Xiao and the far-traversing realm martial practitioners saw countless tiny golden characters surging into the Qi palace of the tall old man from all directions. Their expressions were solemn and stirring, and their hearts were desolate. How could they fight? The two looked at each other. They could see the determination in each other's eyes. Mao Xiaodong looked around. From beginning to end there were no traces. There should be no jade uncut state cultivator hiding here. In other words, these 5 assassins who were determined to die did not have any backup plans. Mao Xiaodong lifted the tattered sleeve and looked at it. He looked up and said, "You sword cultivators, earth immortals, martial arts grandmasters, don't you always say that the academy cultivators are just embroidered pillows that only know how to talk?" Mao Xiaodong smiled. "Yes, you are right." The sword cultivator and far-travel state martial artist felt their hearts tighten. Mao Xiaodong strolled leisurely like a scholar in his study. At the border of this small world, flying swords that looked like natal objects of sword cultivators flew up. Flying swords were not of high quality, roughly equivalent to the natal flying swords of sword cultivators in the Sea Observation State and Dragon Gate State. But there were so many of them who dared to be careless. Not only that, but there were also green-robed Confucians of different ages on the roofs. Some held books, some carried swords. Their cultivation was not high. They won with numbers. Groups of burly soldiers in metal armor rushed out of the streets and alleys. Those flying swords of different shapes and sizes flew towards the golden core sword cultivators. The Confucians on the roofs and the armored soldiers on the ground rushed towards the far-travel state martial artists. Mao Xiaodong came to the side of the military cultivator who was tired of dealing with the ruler, but he did not get close. He said, "You are the real death warrior. You use the military pill as a cover and have an earth immortal cultivator's golden core. As long as you get close to me you will die with me. Even if you can't kill me you will lose half your life and leave it for the other assassins. That will be enough to keep me here." The Dragon Gate State cultivator of the military school had a determined look in his eyes. He ignored Mao Xiaodong's words and only blocked the ruler with his fists to prevent the armor pill from shattering. Mao Xiaodong reached out his hand and pointed at the cultivator. Golden words rose from the ground around the cultivator, like the beams of a house rising from the ground. Finally it formed a cage. The military cultivator smiled bitterly. His expression was ferocious. Countless golden rays bloomed from his body and qi dwelling, and his entire body shattered. Even if he could not kill Mao Xiaodong he still wanted to destroy the ruler, which was definitely a crucial life-bound item. It was just that the suicide of a Dragon Gate realm militarist cultivator and the explosion of a golden core had destroyed the golden cage made of sage inscriptions, but it was not enough to destroy it completely. The ruler was unscathed, but the spirituality of the words engraved on it dimmed a little. It floated back to Mao Xiaodong's hand. Mao Xiaodong hung it on his waist. While the Realm 9 sword cultivator was surrounded by danger, his life was not in danger. The far-travel state martial artist went on a killing spree. The Confucians and armored soldiers within 10 feet of him were all destroyed. Then he mixed it with his stellar energy, turning the spirit qi contained in the puppets into a turbid qi that Mao Xiaodong could not control. Mao Xiaodong was expressionless. He let the last 2 assassins slowly consume their spirit qi and true qi. The spirit qi in the small world had a limit. This directly affected the stability of the Cliff Academy, and how long it could last. Thus the small world had unknowingly shrunk to a radius of 4,000 feet. If Mao Xiaodong was on Mount Donghua where the real Cliff Academy was, he might still be able to maintain a radius of 8,000 feet. This wasn't the orthodox mountain-moving secret art of the Confucian Academy, but it allowed Mao Xiaodong to enter the jade unyielding state. The flaw was that the Cliff Academy was incomplete, so it was still on Mount Donghua. But it wasn't a big problem. As long as no outsiders intervened, the 2 remaining assassins would still have to give up their lives here. Even if Mao Xiaodong withdrew the small world divine power and temporarily returned Mount Donghua to the nascent soul cultivator who guarded the gate of the academy, it was difficult to kill the enemy, but it wasn't difficult to protect himself. However, if that really happened it wouldn't be a pleasant thing. Mao Xiaodong frowned. A flying sword that looked like golden wheat suddenly broke into this small world. After it hovered in the air, the tip of the sword rose and fell, repeatedly pointing in a direction. Mao Xiaodong withdrew the divine power without saying anything and dropped back to the nascent soul level. Qin Pingon, who had been standing on the roof and watching the battle, didn't even need Mao Xiaodong to tell him. He patted the blade's strengthening gourd and flew out. A dimension talisman in Qin Pingon's sleeve suddenly burned. He didn't choose to target the old man in the remote traversing state. Instead, he shrank the ground to an inch and went straight for the more terrifying Realm 9 Sword Cultivator. If someone was watching, they would definitely think that Qin Pingon had chosen the wrong opponent. At the same time, the divine true bodies of the day cruising god and the night cruising god descended from the sky with a more majestic aura than the previous military cultivator. Before Qin Pingon could make a move, they first smashed toward the martial grandmaster. The day cruising god was wearing golden armor and holding an axe with both hands. The night patrol god wore a pitch-black armor and held a large halberd in his hand. Mao Xiaodong smiled knowingly. He also patted the ruler and rushed toward the Realm 9 Sword Cultivator. The remote traversing state martial artist who was determined to die here wasn't afraid of fighting in the small world created by Mao Xiaodong. When Mao Xiaodong hurriedly withdrew his supernatural power for some unknown reason, he might have a chance of winning as long as he cooperated with the Golden Core Sword Cultivator. But just as the situation took a turn for the better and he was no longer in a situation of certain death, the remote traversing state martial artist hesitated for a moment before rising from the ground and fleeing far away. The sword cultivator was slightly surprised at first, but then he also rushed away without a word. Mao Xiaodong said, "Since you don't have the upper hand, don't chase a cornered enemy." But he found that Qin Pingon had already stopped and had no intention of chasing at all. But he didn't immediately put away the two-day cruising gods either, letting the immortal money slip out of the money bag. Mao Xiaodong came to Qin Pingon's side. "Wait for me to rest for a while, then I will bring you back to the academy." Qin Pingon nodded, still looking and listening in all directions. He didn't even loosen his grip on the sword hilt behind his shoulder. He let his palm burn and turn into a bloody mess. He was experienced at such a young age. That Realm 9 Sword Cultivator had lost a close friend here, and his killing intent was even stronger. So Qin Pingon chose this person as his target at the first moment. No one could predict that the remote traversing state old martial artist would definitely retreat when he had a way out. But at least compared to the Golden Core Sword Cultivator, this person was more likely to abandon his allies and leave the danger zone, retreating on his own. Mao Xiaodong withdrew his little heaven and earth in an instant. Qin Pingon also made this decision in an instant. Because of this action would make a remote traversing state martial artist feel fear and speculate. For example, why did the other choose the more dangerous sword cultivator to attack? Was he really planning to pull in the net? Or was there another trap waiting for them? Qin Pingon loosened his grip on the sword, and at the same time, put the two gods' will back into the true body talisman. After the world returned to normal, the surrounding screams of terror rose and fell. Qin Pingon glanced at the head of the golden body state martial artist that rolled on the ground not far away. 3 were dead and 2 had escaped. Get ready to leave. (410). Zhou Xian had never met the headmaster Zhao Shi, who had been invited to visit the academy, but Li Baoping had mentioned the eye-catching white deer. Zhao Shi, who was wearing a laurel belt, walked with loud footsteps and slow breathing, just like an ordinary old man. Even though Zhou Xian did not notice anything strange, Zhou Xian's heart immediately tightened. At this moment, everyone who appeared in the courtyard was likely to be the great Sui Kingdom's men of sacrifice. Celestial spells were ever-changing and impossible to guard against. Celestial spells were a battle of wits and courage. Zhou Xian had sparred with Cui Dongshan twice and knew the many magical uses of cultivators' magic treasures. This was an eye-opener for him, who was once the most powerful person in the Lotus Flower-blessed land. If not for the fact that he had followed Qin Pingon and that his household register was in the Dali dynasty, Zhou Xian would have already made his move. It was better to kill the wrong person than to let the wrong person go. However, just because he was stubborn and did not kill, it did not mean that Zhou Xian did not have the means to test the other party's strength. Zhou Xian glanced at a sycamore tree on both sides of the road. A green sycamore leaf quietly broke off and shot like an arrow toward Old Master Zhao Shi, who was accompanied by the white deer. Zhao Shi did not notice and just continued forward. Just as the sycamore leaf was about to cut off the old master's head, it suddenly lost control and turned into an ordinary leaf. It fluttered and fell to the ground. Zhou Xian had been to 2 continents and knew the weight of a Confucian academy. Even if it was not one of the 72 academies, but a private academy set up by the Confucians of various countries, it was the best protective talisman. This kind of status was similar to that of a human monarch or a king of the imperial family. They would be protected by the Confucians. If a cultivator dared to assassinate without permission, they would be hunted down by the Confucian Academy. The entire world was under the control of the Confucians, so where could they run to? They could either hide in some unknown and broken blessed land through secret channels, or they could just stay away from the world. However, if the treacherous officials, eunuchs, or relatives of vassals killed the monarch, usurped the throne, or supported a puppet, the 72 academies would not interfere. If Zhou Xian really cut off the head of a hill master of a private academy, and if Zhao Shi was not a death warrior, but a genuine old Confucian who had come to visit Cui Dongshan on a whim, Zhou Xian would definitely be in deep trouble. However, Zhou Xian did not give up. He kicked a cobblestone on the side of the road towards Zhao Shi's calf. He had skillfully controlled his strength at the level of level 7 golden body. The pitiful old master cried out in pain. He looked down and saw a bloody groove on one side of his calf. His head was covered in cold sweat. Zhao Shi raised his head and gritted his teeth. Who are you? Why do you want to hurt people? Don't you know this is Cliff Academy? Zhou Xian looked surprised and a little scared. He muttered and scolded. Didn't they say that the master of the academy was a brilliant qi cultivator who spoke with the heavenly constitution? Since he had the white deer as his companion, how could he be so easily beaten up and turned out to be a good-for-nothing? Miserable, miserable. Then Zhao Shi saw that person jogging over. He smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry. I was in a trance just now and was kicking stones for fun. I accidentally blocked Mountain Lord Zhao's path. I deserve to die 10,000 times. Zhao Shi was in so much pain that he had to bend over. His face was pale and he was sweating profusely. He probably did not dare to look at the bloody wound and glared fiercely at the trembling old man. Zhou Xian came to Zhao Shi's side and reached out to support him. Hill Master Zhao, I'll help you to the courtyard to heal. Zhao Shi allowed Zhou Xian to hold his arm and sighed. How can there be such a careless and impatient martial artist like you? Since you have learned some martial arts, you should restrain yourself even more. How can a child throwing a tantrum and rolling on the ground and fighting with a strong young man be the same? Chivalrous people use martial arts to restrain others. It's referring to people like you. Zhou Xian nodded repeatedly in agreement. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xian, who was already used to bending over, suddenly shrank his body like an old ape. He turned sideways and stomped heavily on the ground, fiercely crashing into Zhao Shi's arms. A natal flying sword that should have pierced between Zhou Lian's eyebrows only pierced through his shoulder after Zhou Lian turned into an ape. Zhao Shi was knocked back by Zhou Lian's powerful impact and flew backward, directly knocking the white deer behind him away. Zhao Shi's body floated and landed firmly on the ground. He was in a bad mood. Why was there a martial artist of the distant travel state hiding in the academy? Zhou Lian ignored the wound on his shoulder that was soaked with blood. His eyes were burning and he grinned. I've finally learned the ability of an earth immortal sword cultivator. Listen. In the courtyard, Yu Lu leaped onto the high wall and said in a low voice, They're here. He reminded them, Bao Ping, Li Huai, Pei Qian, the 3 of you retreat to the study in the main room. Remember to close the door. Unless I open it, none of you can take a single step out. The 3 children did not ask any more questions and ran into the house. Lin Shui said softly, I may not be able to help now. Yu Lu stared at Zhou Lian and old master Zhao Shi who were confronting each other on the road. Find your own chance. Xia Lian came to the courtyard and silently chanted incantations in her heart. Her hands formed a seal and her feet moved. According to the secret technique taught by Cui Dongshan, she began to control the small courtyard's spiritual qi and temporarily turned it into an exquisite pocket world. She would have a chance to taste the feeling of a sage controlling the river of time. If the time controlled by Mao Xiaodong was a river, then Xiaolian could only control a stream. Fortunately, the courtyard did not occupy a large area and it was not easy to have too many loopholes. The old master who had mysteriously become an assassin did not use his natal flying sword to fight to the death with Zhou Xian. The flying sword drew a long rainbow in the air and swept into the courtyard again and again. Every time the flying sword tried to break into the courtyard, it was blocked by the canopy of the small world and exploded into a ball of brilliant light, like pieces of glass shattering. Yulu had already retreated into the courtyard and asked softly, "How long can you last?" Xiaolian's forehead was covered in sweat and her voice trembled. She smiled bitterly and said, "Even if Zhu Lian can delay the swordsman and prevent him from using his flying sword, I can only hold on for half an hour at most. The flying sword's attacks are too fierce and the spiritual qi stored in the courtyard is too quickly consumed." Swordsmen were the best at breaking through all kinds of barriers in the world. It was not a boast that swordsmen in the world could break everything with one sword. Xiaolian said helplessly, "It's a pity that Mountain Master Mao has left Mount Donghua." Yulu shook his head and said, "If Mountain Master Mao does not leave Mount Donghua, the enemy will have other countermeasures. Maybe Mountain Master Mao and Qin Pingon have already succeeded in luring the enemy's main force. It's more dangerous than here." On the small path outside the courtyard, Zhu Lian's figure was so fast that only a trail of green smoke could be seen. The swordsman tried his best to avoid him and focused more on breaking through the small world with his sword kinesis flight. The sky above the small courtyard bloomed with colorful glaze. Facing a long-distance grandmaster who had the geographical advantage and could fight in close combat, the old swordsman was having a hard time dealing with him. If it were a pure martial artist and a qi cultivator who were on par with each other, once the former closed the distance, the latter would complain incessantly. However, the reason why no one wanted to provoke a swordsman was because of their long distance and close combat abilities. Their sudden outburst of killing power was terrifying. Zhu Lian swept the swordsman's head with his leg, causing it to crash into a sycamore tree and break the tree. Zhu Lian did not have it easy either. His opponent's natal flying sword pierced through his abdomen. Zhu Lian was indeed a martial arts fanatic. He wiped the blood flowing from his stomach and looked at it. He laughed loudly and wiped the blood on his face. He continued to chase after the swordsman. The battle was in full swing and life was on the line. Zhu Lian still had the leisure to remind the people in the small courtyard, "Be careful, this old man is hiding his cultivation level. I don't think he's an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. What if he uses some *T secret technique?" The old swordsman Zhao Shi vomited a mouthful of blood. He smiled after hearing Zhu Lian's words and took out a military armor pill. He covered his body with armor and planned to be a coward. He then turned his head to look at the small courtyard and shouted angrily, "Open!" He swung his sword. The natal flying sword, which had always been fast, overflowed with a purestly fire. It crashed into the small heaven and earth barrier with a boom. The water of time in the entire small courtyard began to shake violently. As a martial artist of the Golden Body realm, Yulu was still able to stand firm. However, Lin Shi, who was sitting on the other side of the green bamboo corridor and had yet to reach the middle 5 realms, found it extremely difficult to endure. Traces of blood seeped from the corner of Xiaolian's mouth. He did not move at all. As the eye of this heaven and earth formation, Xiaolian's cultivation level was too low. He did not dare to move his feet. Otherwise, the entire small courtyard's heaven and earth would become unstable and more flaws would appear. Xiaolian formed a sword seal with both hands. A drop of blood began to flow from his eyes. The old swordsman Zhao Shi put on the military armor pill. In the process of fighting with Zhu Lian, he laughed and said, "You've made up your mind to fight with me and let my flying sword break through the barrier. Aren't you going to save him?" If his leaf fire flying sword's intrinsic sword was cultivated to the extreme, it would not be difficult for him to burn rivers and boil lakes after he became a pure Jade Realm sword cultivator. What was a small world that did not live up to its name and was guarded by a little girl who had not even reached the Dragon Gate realm? Xiaolian's face was already covered in blood. He still persisted. However, there was a limit to one's strength. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fainted backwards and fell limp to the ground. Not only did the flying sword pierce into the small heaven and earth inch by inch, it seemed that the leaf fire contained within the sword could even tear out a dustpan-sized hole. Therefore Zhou Xian's small heaven and earth, whether he was awake or unconscious, did not have much meaning. Yu Lu leapt high and punched the flying sword. The fist aura exploded. The flying sword of an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm directly pierced through his finger and broke through the ground from the back of his hand. It directly swept towards the study room of the main house. Being in the flowing water of time was already suffering. The sudden withdrawal of the small heaven and earth caught one unprepared. Lin Shi's consciousness was blurred and he was on the verge of collapse. He reached out to hold on to the corridor pillar and said in a hoarse voice, "Block it." Ro's figure appeared by the window of the study room. She closed her eyes and let the leaf fire flying sword pierce into the abdomen of the immortal's remains. A finger snap sounded softly but clearly in the ears of everyone in the small courtyard. At the foot of Mount Donghua, the old swordsman surnamed Liang handed over a jade token. He stared at the young man in white who had a golden flying sword circling around him and said sternly, "Cui Dongshan, I'll trust you this time. I'll temporarily leave the academy in your hands. If anything goes wrong." The guy standing at the door clenched the jade token tightly and took a deep breath. He smiled and said, I know. You're the most talkative one." The flying sword shaped like a golden wheat ear and named Golden Autumn, was the flying sword that went to Mao Xiaodong's place to warn him of the changes in Mount Donghua. Cui Dongshan stepped over the gate of the academy. He closed his eyes and looked up with an intoxicated expression. "How many years has it been since I breathed in the great righteous qi as an immortal of the upper 5 realms?" Cui Dongshan opened his eyes and snapped his fingers. Mount Donghua instantly became a world of its own. First, close the door and beat the dog. Then he took a step forward and came to his own small courtyard. He rubbed his hands and laughed. Next, beat the dog. Senior sister's words are indeed wise. If you want to beat the wildest dog. Ro had already fainted. Lin Shi, who was suddenly thrown into the small heaven and earth, also fainted. Even though Yu Lu was in the golden body realm, he could not move. Ro's current situation was the most comical. Because she had an immortal's shed skin, it was relatively difficult for her soul to receive the cleansing of the river of time in the small heaven and earth. However, after eating the leaf fire flying sword in her stomach, the flying sword seemed to have entered a lightning cage. It flew around crazily like a headless fly. It caused Ro, who was blocking outside the window, to fall back and forth in the air, tossing and turning. Seeing Ro's behavior, Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes. He felt that it was too embarrassing for him. He stretched out a palm and gently patted the void. Ro's entire immortal's shed skin was slapped into the green bamboo corridor. The floor shattered into countless pieces. The seemingly casual slap directly knocked out Ro's spirit and consciousness, who were hiding in the remains. Cui Dongshan stepped on Ro's abdomen. The leaf fire flying sword, which was accidentally knocked into by Ro, immediately stopped and quieted down. Cui Dongshan squatted down and was about to use a secret technique to pick up the flying sword of good quality from Ro's abdomen. On the road outside the small courtyard, the nascent soul sword cultivator drew a long rainbow and fled towards the west of Mount Donghua. He actually saw that the situation was not good. After confirming that killing anyone had become an extravagant hope, he was even willing to abandon his natal flying sword. Cui Dongshan yawned and stood up. Fortunately, Mao Xiaodong is not in the academy. Otherwise, if he saw the next scene, he, as the saint of the academy, would be so ashamed that he would dig a hole and bury himself in it. At the edge of the small heaven and earth of the academy to the west of Mount Donghua, a golden body statue of a Confucian saint appeared. The sword cultivator was so frightened that he immediately flew towards the north. Another golden body Dharma idol that accompanied the saint stood between heaven and earth. Probably because Cui Dongshan's patience was not good today and did not want to play cat and mouse with the sword cultivator. In the east and south, 2 statues were erected at the same time. The sword cultivator gritted his teeth and suddenly rushed towards the sky dome of the small heaven and earth of the academy. At the peak of Mount Donghua, the tallest statue appeared. It was the image of the Dali imperial tutor Cui Dong. It stretched out a big golden hand and directly grabbed the nascent soul sword cultivator. After clenching it, there was a rumbling sound in the palm of the hand, as if thunder was rolling in the palm of the god. A young man in white stood on the shoulder of the old embroidered tiger statue. He was as handsome as jade. He rubbed the red mole between his eyebrows and slowly waited for the nascent soul sword cultivator's cultivation to be worn down by the abundant spiritual energy of Mount Donghua. Of course, if the old man was willing to go all out and explode his golden core and nascent soul, Cui Dongshan would not stop him. After all, only the literary luck and spiritual energy of Mount Donghua would be damaged. However, Cui Dongshan still hoped to squeeze something out of the hands of this nascent soul cultivator, such as the natal flying sword that was temporarily isolated in the abdomen of the immortal's remains. Cui Dongshan turned his head and looked at the small courtyard. The white deer was indeed the spiritual object of the sour scholar, Zhou Xian. It was just that an expert had used a secret technique on it. As for the old man that was caught in the palm of the golden body, naturally it was not Zhou Xian. Although Zhou Xian was the mountain master of a secular academy, his body did not have the aptitude for cultivation, and his knowledge had not reached the level of heaven's perception. One day when he read to the point where he could connect with the saint, he could suddenly form a small cave. Therefore, how could he suddenly become an extremely rare nascent soul stage sword cultivator? In the Aquarius continent, there were only a few nascent soul sword cultivators. This poor earth immortal who failed the assassination, even if Cui Dongshan used his buttocks and knees to guess, he would know that he was not a native cultivator of the Aquarius continent. He was most likely the follower of the Great Sui Kingdom's new champion Zhang Dai. The direct descendants of the House of Zongheng traveled the world secretly with various identities. They usually had one or two great cultivators as their follower. Cui Dongshan sat down cross-legged and said, "You ran fast, killing two birds with one stone. It was a good plan. The Song clan and the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao clan were both tricked by you. You have my style back then. We should really have a good chat. Think about it, you almost ruined my big plan. If I don't stuff your spirit into a woman's body, I won't take your surname? Yes, and it has to be a virgin. I want you to know that a man who bleeds but does not cry is not a hero at all." Cui Dongshan seemed to be rambling, but in fact half of his attention was on the palm of the golden body and the other half was on Shiro's stomach. For this kind of follower there was no need to torture them. They would definitely not carry anything that could give them away. Cui Dongshan had to carefully keep an eye on the Li Fire flying sword. Although he had countless magic weapons, who in the world would complain about having more money? Even if the sword cultivator's nascent soul did not have a natal flying sword to control, his combat power was still very good. He used his yang spirit to break the golden body's fist and then used his yin spirit to escape. The three of them each chose a direction to escape. Among them, the body of the real body, which was seriously injured and seemed to be the slowest, suddenly drew an arc of lightning and hurriedly fell and landed in the small courtyard. He still did not give up on the assassination. Cui Dongshan, who was still sitting on the shoulder of the Dharma form, sighed. "You want to compete with me in scheming? This good grandson of yours has met his ancestor and will kowtow to me." The wandering yin spirit was slapped into powder by a scholarly sage's Dharma form in the opposite direction. The surging spiritual energy was a compensation for Mount Donghua. The yang spirit's body was thrown into the lake of the academy by another golden body of the sage. The Dharma form stepped down and splashed a huge wave, crushing the body into pieces. The old nascent soul, whose soul was incomplete and without a flying sword to control, was about to explode a golden elixir, wanting to drag the whole courtyard down with him. However, the old man suddenly froze. The immortal's flying sword Golden Autumn, that Cui Dongshan won from a chess bet years ago, was nailed into the old man's golden elixir and smashed. Then the old man's body was covered with strange black and gold characters. They were slightly different from the golden characters that were full of righteousness when Mao Xiaodong was in charge of the small world. Cui Dongshan stood in front of this Zhao Xian and wiped the old man's face. He took off a bloody face, made by the school of Moism, and peeled off the layer of flesh that originally belonged to the old man's original face with his fingertips. He shook it a few times to shake off the blood and pieces of flesh and put them into his sleeve. He looked up at the terrifying face with white bones visible and smiled. "Thank you for helping me make a small fortune." The old man could no longer speak. Not only was his skin broken like porcelain, even his eyeballs were full of cracks and broken. Only the depths of the old man's soul were violently agitated, full of hatred and unwillingness. Cui Dongshan widened his eyes and took a step forward, staring at the man. "What, do you want to kill me with your eyes? Come, 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 I'll give you a chance." After a moment, Cui Dongshan flicked his finger on the man's forehead. The old man, who had completely lost his life, flew backward and turned into a rain of blood in the air. Cui Dongshan stood in the courtyard and walked to the main house. He passed by the unconscious Xianxia and said angrily, "Useless thing." He kicked Xianxia into the wall. Yu Lu stood where he was and smiled bitterly. Cui Dongshan brushed past him and said angrily, "I don't even want to talk about you." He approached the steps. Cui Dongshan slapped his head and remembered that his master was about to come with Mao Xiaodong. He quickly grabbed and placed Xiaxia's body on the other side of the green bamboo corridor. Cui Dongshan even ran over, squatted in front of her and touched her face. In the end it became a thank you, sitting and smiling. Cui Dongshan looked and was satisfied with his handiwork. However, the more he looked, the angrier he became. He slapped Xiaxia's face and woke her up. Before Xiaxia could speak in a daze, he knocked her out again. The smiling face just now is more pleasing to the eye. He fiddled with her again. Xiaxia continued to sit with a smile. Cui Dongshan confirmed that the unconscious Shi Rou and the fleeting fire-flying sword in her stomach were crying sadly. There was no possibility of it breaking free for the time being. He raised his hands and clapped heavily. He withdrew from the small world of the academy on Donghua Mountain. Zhou Xian returned to the courtyard and sat beside the stone bench. He looked down at his stomach and felt a little regretful. The nascent soul sword cultivator was restrained and he was not injured enough. He guessed that both sides did not fight to their heart's content. Cui Dongshan ran into the main house and knocked on the door of the study. He said flatteringly, "Little treasure bottle, guess who I am?" Not to mention Kai Feng and Miao Ren, even the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom was kept in the dark about the insidious assassination. After Mao Xiaodong told the deputy headmasters and the headmaster of the academy, everyone in the academy began to clean up the mess in an orderly manner. At the gate of the academy, Mao Xiaodong and Qin Pingon walked side by side on the hillside. Mao Xiaodong smiled and said, "One day you will be able to protect the people you care about and protect them in that courtyard. The wind and rain outside and the changes of the mountains and rivers will not hurt them at all. Of course, when they grow up and walk out of that courtyard, unless someone is too unreasonable, the younger generation will suffer by themselves. If they have to cry and bleed, then they will bleed. Otherwise, no matter how old they are, they will never truly grow up." Mao Xiaodong sighed and said, "As a parent and a teacher, I can take care of someone for a lifetime. Can someone as knowledgeable as the Holy Master take care of all the sentient beings in the world? He can't." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "That's true." Mao Xiaodong was furious at the thought of seeing Cui Dongshan soon. Mao Xiaodong was silent for a long time. As he walked on the broken road outside the courtyard, he suddenly said something that surprised Qin Pingon. "I think the most safe place in the world is not on the dragon throne or even on the mountain. It is in the classrooms of all the schools in the world. If there is a problem here, it will be difficult to save. Those poor scholars and teachers who have no hope of becoming scholars and who may hear the sound of chickens and dogs barking every day decide the future of the country." Cui Dong, or Cui Dongshan, did countless powerful and dirty things in the Dali dynasty. In my opinion, there is only one thing that even the Holy Master could not find fault with. The imperial tutor Cui Dong followed the principle of, when the country is about to rise, it must respect the teacher, in the Dali dynasty. For this reason, he introduced many policies to treat teachers well and personally watched the local officials, including this into the local evaluation to determine the promotion of officials. The imperial tutor, this is what an imperial tutor should be like. The Great Sui Kingdom lost because most of the scholars were relatively empty. The so-called barbarian Dali was not only strong, but even the scholars were pragmatic. Finally, Mao Xiaodong stopped and said, "Although I am suspicious, I still have to say something. Cui Dongshan is now tied to your Dao, but who in the world would harm themselves? In the end, he wants to be closer to Cui Dong. Although it is destined that the two will not become one in the future, you still have to be careful. This old bastard and little brat are full of evil tricks. They are the kind that will feel uncomfortable if they don't scheme against others for a day. At the entrance of the courtyard, Cui Dongshan, who still had a red seal on his forehead, jumped and cursed, "Mao Xiaodong, did I dig up your ancestral grave or kidnap your wife? How can you drive a wedge between our teacher and his student?" Mao Xiaodong waved his sleeve and took the jade pendant that Cui Dongshan had hidden back into his hand. "Make the best use of it. You, me, and Qin Pingon will go to the study room to review the Go game. This matter might not end here." Cui Dongshan was about to curse Mao Xiaodong when the three of them appeared in the study room. The three of them sat down. Mao Xiaodong was surprised that Cui Dongshan did not pester him. Mao Xiaodong roughly told him about the trip to the Confucian temple and the assassination attempt. Qin Pingon would occasionally fill in the gaps. After listening to the story, Cui Dongshan stared at Mao Xiaodong in a daze. Mao Xiaodong glared at him and said, "Watch your dog eyes." Cui Dongshan sighed. "Didn't Yuan Gaofeng tell you all the answers?" "It's just that you, Mao Xiaodong, are too narrow-minded. You're not much better than Wei Xian. Yuan Gaofeng has put in a lot of effort and is also very brave. He's only one step away from telling you the truth. How did Yuan Gaofeng scold you? Haggling is a businessman's trick. It's a disgrace to the educated." Mao Xiaodong frowned and said, "Is there really a businessman involved? Are they trying to stir up trouble?" Cui Dongshan sneered and said, "That's not all. There's a guy who appeared in the Great Sui Kingdom as Zhang Dai. He's most likely a direct disciple of a school of vertical and horizontal big shot. He's participating in a secret examination." Mao Xiaodong was puzzled. There are two groups of assassins. Weren't they the same group of people who had agreed on this long ago? How could they move so stealthily and grasp the timing so accurately? "Let's not talk about anything else. Qin Pingon and I went out as bait." Cui Dongshan sneered and said, "Can't there be smart people among the bad guys?" Mao Xiaodong's heart was heavy. He waved his hand and said, "It's your turn." Cui Dongshan coughed a few times to moisten his throat. He turned around and asked, "Xiaodong, don't you have a cup of tea to drink?" Mao Xiaodong ignored him and closed his eyes to think. Cui Dongshan sighed and looked at Qin Pingon with a smile. "I'll have to trouble you to listen to my vulgar opinions." Mao Xiaodong could not stand it anymore. He shouted angrily, "You little bastard. Can't you be more shameless? Stop disgusting me." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "You'll get used to it." Cui Dongshan was smug. He squinted at Mao Xiaodong and said, "I didn't know that Xiaodong had improved after coming to the Great Sui Kingdom from Dali. It seems that you've been with me for a long time and have been influenced by me a lot. You already know how to prepare for moving the mountain early. Not only do you have the advantage of time, place, and opportunity, but you also know that you should be the first to kill the most important array master. Otherwise, you would have been killed by the explosion of the hidden Jindan of that military cultivator in that sneak attack. You, Mao Xiaodong, can die, but if my master is hurt, I'll spit on your corpse." As a result, Cui Dongshan was kicked by Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon said, "Let's get down to business." Cui Dongshan immediately sat down and bowed. He said respectfully, "I'll listen to you." Mao Xiaodong closed his eyes again. Out of sight, out of mind. After a while, Cui Dongshan stood up, walked around the chair and habitually paced. He said slowly, "This layout is roughly divided into 4 levels of people and realms." Cui Dongshan stretched out a finger. First, the descendants of Kai Jingshan in the Great Sui Kingdom, like Kai Feng, don't have a high official position. But when there are many of them, they can make the court and the common people talk about them. They hope to leave their names in history and admire the style of the founding Confucian general. Kai Feng is considered good among them. He has a nascent soul ancestor who has great ambition. He wants to die one day and be conferred the title of Wenzheng. As for the other scholars, most of them are idiots who don't know how to manage affairs. If they can really achieve great things, they'll be lucky. If they can't, they don't necessarily fear death. If they die, then they die. They talk about their temperament with folded arms. In the face of danger, they die to repay the king. They live freely and die tragically, as if life and death are very important. As for whether there will be a mess left behind and how bad the mess is, they don't care. They can't think of these. The book records the tragedy of people being sold and cooked as 2-legged sheep. They've seen it before, but it's too far away from them. I've seen a lot of them. Cui Dongshan smiled. Of course, you should have seen them in the lotus flower-blessed land. Cui Dongshan stretched out a second finger. The left assistant minister of rights Zhou Xian and the Dragon Bull General Miao Ren are descendants of powerful families. The Great Sui Kingdom has been peaceful for a long time. They've been in the capital for a long time. They seem to be glorious, but in reality they're just empty titles. They see the capital and the court as a cage. They want to carry forward the legacy of their ancestors on the battlefield. In addition, they have a lot of family friends who have real power in the border army. They work together with people like Miao Ren, the right assistant minister of the Ministry of War Tao Jiao, and the deputy commander of the infantry yamen Zhou Xian. They're relatively pragmatic and are more familiar with military affairs. After the sudden death of the Emperor Dali Song Yongchun, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's fleeting and can't be missed. At this time they're tearing up the alliance and taking advantage of the resentment of the Great Sui Kingdom. They're planning to follow the people's wishes and use the powerful border army of the Great Sui Kingdom to gamble. They're not willing to sit still and wait for death to come. They're going to be replaced by the rising Dali and become the vassal of the Great Sui Kingdom. These kinds of people are the ones who come to the conclusion after weighing the pros and cons. They're a little better than Zhou Xian and Miao Ren, but they're still on the same level. The foundation of the Great Sui Kingdom lies in these kinds of people. There are many of them in the court and at the border. They can barely be considered the strength of a country. Cui Dongshan stretched out his third finger. Third, the next one is the pitiful emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. This person's situation is the most awkward. He was prepared to bear the infamy. He stood his ground against the opinions of the masses and signed a shameful alliance. He even sent Prince Zhou Xian, whom he had high hopes for, to the Deer Academy in the Cloud Forest as a hostage. In the end, he still underestimated the turbulent situation in the court. Kai Feng and his group assassinated Mao Xiaodong behind his back. Once they succeeded, they slandered him as a Dali spy and deceived the masses. They told the court of the Great Sui Kingdom that Mao Xiaodong was scheming to use the Cliff Academy to dig out the roots of the Great Sui Kingdom's literary fortune. The people of the Great Sui Kingdom have the right to punish such a literary monster with evil intentions. Mao Xiaodong didn't refute anything. Literary monster? Mao Xiaodong felt that it was a compliment. Who was the person who was once called the greatest literary monster in the world? He and Cui Dong's teacher. Cui Dongshan smiled. Of course, Emperor Dali may or may not know about Kai Feng and his group's actions. The latter is more likely. After all, he isn't very popular now. But it doesn't matter because Kai Feng and his group don't know that the Song clan doesn't care about the literary monster Mao Xiaodong's death at all. The Great Sui Kingdom's emperor cares more. Anyway, no matter what, he won't break the oath. This is what Kai Feng and his group don't understand. But Kai Feng and his group definitely want to kill Mao Xiaodong first, then deal with the Dali students like Little Treasure Bottle, Li Huai and Lin Shi. But at that time, the Great Sui Kingdom's emperor doesn't intend to break the oath and will definitely stop them. But Cui Dongshan smiled eerily. It seems that Song Yongchun's death has indeed moved the Great Sui Kingdom's emperor. As an emperor, do you really think he's willing to be blamed by the court? Is he willing to live under someone else's roof to the extent that the country is surrounded by Dali cavalry or the vassal troops of the Song clan while the Gao clan of Guiyang hides and struggles at death's door? Tao Jiao and Zhou Xian can see the opportunity. The Great Sui Kingdom's emperor is not stupid and will see further. This person is sitting on that chair and watching Kai Feng and his group's actions. How should I say it? It's half happy and half sad. It's not all disappointment and anger. He's happy because the Gao clan of Guiyang has nurtured soldiers for hundreds of years. There are indeed countless people who are willing to generously repay the Gao clan with their lives. He's worried because the Great Sui Kingdom's emperor has no confidence in winning the gamble. Once the oath is publicly broken, there will be no room for negotiation between the two countries. Once defeated, the Great Sui Kingdom's territory will inevitably suffer the wrath of Dali's court. Cui Dongshan maintained 3 fingers on his hand and smiled. When I first convinced Song Zhangqiang not to attack the Great Sui Kingdom, it took a lot of effort. Because of this, Song Zhangqiang was furious and had a big argument with His Majesty, saying that he was nurturing a tiger and treating the lives of the Dali soldiers who went out to war as child's play. It was very amusing. A martial artist loudly reprimanded the emperor, using the words of a scholar. At that time His Majesty hid from everyone that his lifespan was about to end. Not 10 years but 3 years. He was probably worried about the two cultivators from the school of Moism and the school of Yinyang. At that time even the old bastard was fooled. Facts have proven that His Majesty was right. That Yinyang cultivator from the school of Yinyang did indeed have bad intentions. He wanted to slowly turn him into a puppet. If it weren't for Alliance breaking His Majesty's longevity bridge, the Song clan would have become the biggest joke in the Aquarius continent. Cui Dongshan narrowed his eyes and stretched out a fourth finger. Then it was the turn of the people behind the scenes. They were divided into two groups. I guess that group of real masters came from the Shang clan and the school of vertical and horizontal. They didn't do anything unnecessary. They didn't target Mao Xiaodong nor did they target you. They didn't target anyone. They just took advantage of the situation and tempted the Great Sui Kingdom's emperor with benefits to replace Dali. Not to mention that Dali's cavalry had already crushed half of the continent. Half of the continent was enough to make the ancestors of the Great Sui Kingdom laugh so hard that they couldn't even close their coffins. The most interesting one wasn't the masters at the top of the mountain, but the guy who knocked out Zhou Xian, a disciple of Saint Lu. He used the identity of the new top scorer, Zhang Dai, to hide among the people of Kai Feng's level. After that he left the city in the middle of the night. The Great Sui Kingdom and Dali couldn't wait to scour the ground, but no one could find him. As I said before, the heir of the school of vertical and horizontal used this plan as a test to apply what he had learned. What's so ingenious about this Zhang Dai? Let's put it this way. As long as the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom was persuaded by the first group of people behind the scenes, he would stake everything on this one throw. Whether it was Mao Xiaodong or Little Treasure Bottle, it wouldn't change the overall situation. If he still hesitated, then after making such a big mistake for Zhang Dai, the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom could only go down the path of darkness. Then Zhang Dai would leave, and the general situation of the entire Aquarius continent would change because of him. It's a big taboo for a cultivator to kill the monarch of the human world and cause the mountains and rivers to change, and it would be dealt with by the saints of the academy. But manipulating people's hearts, cultivating puppets, trapping and controlling the emperor, or having skills to support the dragon, the Confucian Academy would only record it silently. As for whether the consequences are serious or not, haha, it depends on how high the Qi refinement warrior climbs. The higher he climbs, the harder he falls. If he can't climb high, it would be a blessing in disguise. Cui Dongshan retracted the four fingers and gently clenched his fist. He smiled and said, "The reason why I've laid out so much besides helping Xiaodong to clear up his doubts, is actually because there's something more important." Cui Dongshan sat back in his chair and said seriously, "The essence of breaking through to the upper 5 levels in the nascent soul realm lies in the 2 words unification of Tao. I'm telling you this in detail because I hope you can see this world more comprehensively and thoroughly. You should know the rules and regulations of how the world works now. Which must not be touched, which can be broken and then rebuilt. Once built, that is the unification of Tao. Recognized by the orthodoxy of the world, even if the Confucian Academy and the saints of the Academy don't recognize it, they have to hold their noses obediently. Because the Holy Master and the Sage of Rites recognize it." Qin Pingon fell into deep thought. Cui Dongshan walked to the window and looked at the mountain scenery. Suddenly he turned his head and said with a smile, "Teacher, I also have a question to ask. I hope you can clear it up for me." Qin Pingon raised his head and said with a smile, "Tell me about it." Mao Xiaodong seemed to be dozing off, but in fact he was facing a great enemy. Cui Dongshan asked, "If a wrong method is used to pursue a correct result, is it right or wrong?" Qin Pingon smiled. He had talked about this with Lu Qingfeng. Cui Dongshan asked again, "Then if a wrong method is used to achieve an extremely rare correct result, is it wrong?" Don't show off your old age in front of me. How could you have the face to reminisce about the past years of study? Hovering in the air, Cui Dongshan circled around Mao Xiaodong's chair, who was sitting upright. "Xiaodong, you have a good heart. You were afraid that the old bastard and I would team up to plot against my husband, so you were busy with the matter of the Heart Lake. It's just that you're not very knowledgeable after all. But I still have to thank you. I, Cui Dongshan, am no longer a scholar with a sweet mouth and a sword in his heart. Because of your kindness, I really helped you kill that Yuanying sword practitioner. The buildings of the academy were not damaged much. If you were in charge of the academy, would you be able to do it? Could you let the literary talents of Mount Donghua not suffer any damage? Mao Xiaodong laughed. Then I have to thank your parents for giving birth to such a kind person like you. Cui Dongshan flipped his body and turned into a posture of paddling on his back. He said angrily, if you want to quarrel, just quarrel. If you want to scold, just scold. What's the point of involving your parents and ancestors? Mao Xiaodong clicked his tongue and said, after you betrayed your master Cui Dongshan, you traveled alone in the central divine continent. Don't you know what you did and what you said? I only learned a little from you. Cui Dongshan floated to the ground and said with a smile, Xiaodong, you are not my disciple. Why are you learning from me? If you are willing to spend money to learn, I don't mind teaching you. Otherwise, let me tell you, a scholar who steals knowledge is also stealing. Mao Xiaodong suddenly stood up and walked to the window. He frowned and disappeared in a flash. Cui Dongshan also disappeared. The two of them stood on the big tree at the top of Mount Donghua. Mao Xiaodong asked, I can only vaguely feel some erratic signs through the literary talents of the Great Sui Kingdom. But it is difficult to really find them. Do you know who is behind this? Can you name a name? Cui Dongshan sat on the high branch and took out the mask made by the mechanism master of the school of Mo with the help of the yin-yang technique. He loved it so much that he could not put it down. It was the best magic treasure for killing and robbing. It could definitely be sold at a high price. Cui Dongshan laughed at Mao Xiaodong's question and said, I advise you not to do anything unnecessary. They are already giving you face by not deliberately targeting anyone. Mao Xiaodong, you are not the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. Now the Cliff Academy does not have the title of one of the 72 anymore. If you meet a Tao Unification Stage big shot who belongs to the upper school of the 100 schools of thought and acts according to their own principles, you will be courting death. The Middle Earth Academy will not help you. It's not like there have never been such a tragedy in history. This little bastard was sent crashing into the lake at the mountainside. Cui Dongshan, who was deliberately not dodging, did not fall into the lake. Instead he kept spinning, drawing circles that grew larger and larger. In the end, the entire lake became a scene of pure white snow. It was as if there was a heavy snowfall and the accumulated snow covered the lake. Cui Dongshan floated out of the lake and stood by the lake, admiring the beautiful scenery in front of him. It was summer, but it was as beautiful as winter. He nodded and said, well done. I'm convinced. Qin Pingon came to Cui Dongshan's courtyard. Zhou Xian had finished bandaging his wounds. Apart from the faint smell of blood on his body, Zhou Xian was talking and laughing as he sat on the steps. He was talking to Li Huai and Pei Qian, the two little brats, about how soul-stirring that battle was. Lin Shi was calming his mind and qi. It was more difficult for him, but to enter and exit the river of time again and again, as long as no illness was left behind, it would be greatly beneficial to any cultivator. It would be especially helpful for him to break through to the Golden Core Earth Immortal Realm in the future. Xiao Yan's face was pale and her injuries were not light. Her spirit had fluctuated with the small world and the river of time. However, she did not sit on the green bamboo corridor to recuperate. Instead, she sat not far from Pei Qian, looking at the entrance of the courtyard from time to time. Shi Ro was pulled out from the broken floor by Yu Lu, lying flat in the corridor. She was already awake, but there was a Yuanying sword cultivator's leaf fire flying sword living in her stomach. It was overturning rivers and seas, causing her stomach to be in pain. She was waiting for Cui Dongshan to return and save her. Li Baoping squatted beside Du Mao, and asked curiously, Pei Qian said I should call you Sister Shi Ro. Why? Shi Ro was about to speak when Li Baoping said considerately, let's chat after the flying sword in your stomach comes out. Shi Ro smiled bitterly and nodded. Yu Lu was sweeping the courtyard with a broom. His injured hand had been bandaged. Qin Pingon let out a sigh of relief. On the way here he saw the white deer that belonged to old Master Zhao Shi. It was still lying there stiffly after being hit by the secret restriction. Qin Pingon didn't dare to move it, so he could only leave it to Cui Dongshan. Qin Pingon stopped beside Yu Lu and raised his hand. When he held the sword hilt of the sword immortal on his back, it was badly mutilated. He applied the hemostatic herbs from the mountains and the raw meat ointment from the immortals on the mountains. After he finished bandaging it, he shook his hand at Yu Lu and smiled. "Brother in distress?" Yu Lu smiled and asked, "How did you get injured?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "It's embarrassing to say it." "Forget it." Qin Pingon turned to look at Li Baoping and Pei Qian. "You guys can continue playing. It should be fine now, but you guys still need to stay here for the time being. Don't be too formal when you're staying in someone else's house." Li Huai said. "Qin Pingon, what are you talking about? Cui Dongshan is familiar with me. I'm Li Huai's friend, so your friend is Qin Pingon's friend. Since we're all friends, it's right not to be formal." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Tell someone else your fallacious reasoning." Li Huai suddenly turned his head and said to Pei Qian, "Pei Qian, do you think my reasoning makes sense?" Pei Qian said decisively, "My master is right. It's fallacious reasoning." Li Huai said bitterly, "Pei Qian, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Where's the morality of Jianghu? Didn't we agree to explore Jianghu together and dig for treasures? In the end, we haven't even started to make money in Jianghu and we have to break up?" Pei Qian laughed and said, "Let's break up after we finish eating." Li Huai rubbed his chin and said, "It seems quite reasonable." Qin Pingon came to Lin Shui and sat down. He asked softly, "What do you think?" Lin Shui sighed and said self-deprecatingly, "When the gods fight, the ants suffer." Qin Pingon did not say anything. Lin Shui smiled and said, "When Cui Dongshan comes back, you tell him that I will come here often in the future. Remember to pay attention to your words. It's your idea, Master Cui Dongshan. I can't go against my destiny, so I came here." Qin Pingon restrained himself. After all, Xianxia was present, so he did not tell the truth that it was Cui Dongshan who invited Lin Shui to cultivate here. He said, "It's not a problem if you say so." Lin Shui lowered his voice and said, "I owe Cui Dongshan a favor and I have to pay it back sooner or later. It's up to him to decide. It's better to owe you a favor, but at least it's up to me to decide." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Are you bullying the weak and fearing the strong?" Lin Shui shook his head and said, "I'm bullying the weak and not the weak." Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and drank the sweet rice wine inside. Lin Shui asked, "The library of the academy is not bad. I'm familiar with it. If you want to go there to look for books, I can help to lead the way." Qin Pingon said, "I don't know how to go there. I can't eat so much knowledge." Lin Shui laughed angrily and said, "At least you agreed to let me return a small favor. Why are you so ignorant of the ways of the world?" Qin Pingon coughed and wiped the corner of his mouth. He turned his head and said, "Lin Shui, you entered a fake cliff academy and studied fake books for several years, right?" Lin Shui laughed. Pei Qian elbowed Li Huai and whispered, "Is my master so close to Lin Shui?" Li Huai didn't even raise his head. He was busy playing with his painted puppet and said casually, "No, Qin Pingon is only close to me. He doesn't have a good relationship with others." Li Baoping quietly came behind Li Huai and kicked Li Huai to the ground. Li Huai sat up and said with a sad face, "Li Baoping, if you continue to be like this, I'll take Pei Qian and set up my own sect. I won't recognize you as the chief of Wulin anymore." Li Baoping curled his lips and looked at him with disdain. Li Huai and Pei Qian. Li Huai had gotten the position of the Donghua Mountain branch under the Longquan County headquarters and was only expelled once. Later, when Qin Pingon came to the academy and Li Huai shamelessly promised that he wouldn't be at the bottom in the next class, Li Baoping showed mercy and restored Li Huai's Jianghu identity. As for Pei Qian, Li Baoping said that public and private matters must be separated. Pei Qian's experience was still shallow, so he could only temporarily rely on the position of a small branch in the lowest level of Jianghu as a nominal disciple. Pei Qian felt that it was good, but Li Huai felt that it was even better. Then he turned to look at Qin Pingon and said pitifully, "Master, when can I have a little donkey?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "When we reach Longquan County in the future, I'll help you find a suitable one. Pei Qian beamed. Cui Dongshan walked to Shi Rou's side. Shi Rou was already sitting in the corridor with her back against the wall. It was still difficult for her to get up. Facing Cui Dongshan, she was very afraid and didn't even dare to look up at him. Cui Dongshan squatted down and moved so that his back was facing Qin Pingan. He was about to say something comforting and then do something to make Shi Rou suffer a fate worse than death, but unable to make a sound. Shi Rou was shocked to find that she could no longer move. She saw Cui Dongshan's sinister and sneering face. Fortunately, Qin Pingan said something that sounded like a heavenly sound to Shi Rou's ears. Just take the sword. Don't do anything unnecessary. Cui Dongshan frowned and sighed. Qin Pingan sat there and slowly drank his wine as he looked at the slightly crowded courtyard. Compared to the Great Sui Kingdom back then, there were Zhou Xian, Pei Qian and Shi Rou this time. The only thing missing was a swordsman wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a saber. Qin Pingan put away his thoughts and suddenly looked at Cui Dongshan's back. He said, I need to think about it again. Cui Dongshan was focused on subduing the leaf-fire flying sword that had begun to hide in the immortal's remains. He didn't seem to have heard this sentence. 7. For 12. The Cliff Academy had to be thoroughly investigated after such a big thing happened. The cause of the disaster was Zhou Xian, who was invited to give a lecture by a deputy headmaster of the academy. Therefore, Mao Xiaodong and the deputy headmaster of the Great Sui Kingdom had a chat and parted on bad terms. The deputy headmaster of the academy felt that Mao Xiaodong was purging his dissidents and smearing his reputation. He simply gave up and said that he would stay in his own study. Whether the academy directly punished him or Mao Xiaodong ordered the imperial court of the Great Sui Kingdom to exterminate his family, he would accept it. In the end, he shouted that Mao Xiaodong should stop slandering him. Mao Xiaodong was really annoyed by the pedantic old man. Therefore, he really let his dog bite him and asked Cui Dongshan to do it. Cui Dongshan was very happy and went to find someone to talk to. In less than an hour, Cui Dongshan went to Mao Xiaodong's study to ask for credit. He said that the deputy headmaster of the academy and Zhou Xian were all right. It was indeed an unexpected disaster. Mao Xiaodong was not at ease. He felt that Cui Dongshan looked like a weasel who had secretly eaten a big fat chicken. He had to remind him that this involved the safety of Li Baoping and the others. If Cui Dongshan had the guts to use his official position for personal gain and play tricks. Before Mao Xiaodong could finish, Cui Dongshan patted his chest and promised that he would do it impartially. Mao Xiaodong was skeptical. Then Cui Dongshan swaggered out of the academy. He used the skin that he had just peeled off from the nascent soul sword cultivator's face and some unusual camouflage skills to walk into a new Dali post in the capital city. It was the place where the Dali envoy stayed. Mao Xiaodong hesitated for a moment and went down the mountain without following Cui Dongshan. Qin Pingan needed to refine the treasure of heaven with the golden script. He needed to find the last two things through personal connections. He still needed to go to the Confucian temple in the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom. But now he needed to see the attitude of the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. As for Kai Feng and Miao Ren who were involved in the assassination, they would be sent to prison to give the Cliff Academy an explanation. Or they would just make a big deal out of it. Mao Xiaodong was very simple. If the imperial court of the Great Sui Kingdom vaguely responded, then since the academy was built on Donghua Mountain and Cliff Academy would continue teaching, Mao Xiaodong would never threaten the Gao family of Guiyang. However, Mao Xiaodong was not angry. Mao Xiaodong's attitude towards the Great Kingdom. Mao Zayedly enough. Since the academy was built. Do thieves and bandits come and go as they please? Then Mao Xiaodong would not mind going to the Confucian temple and other places where the luck of literature gathered. He would do whatever he could to plunder them. As for whether he would leave the words Mao Xiaodong was here on the wall, it depended on his mood. After all, it was the Gao family of Guiyang who was shameless first. Cui Dongshan did not stay at the post house for long. He soon returned to the academy. Qin Pingan discussed the matter of cultivating his natal item in Mao Xiaodong's study, especially the matter of borrowing the luck of literature from the Great Sui Kingdom. He needed to make a new plan. Lin Shuyi went to the great scholar Dong Jing to ask for advice on cultivation problems. Li Baoping, Li Huai, and the other children continued their lessons. Pei Qian was dragged to the class by Li Baoping, saying that the headmaster had agreed to let Pei Qian sit in. Although Pei Qian thanked Sister Baoping verbally, he felt bitter in his heart. Zhou Xian continued to wander around the academy alone. Therefore only Xianxia and Shiro were left in the courtyard. When Cui Dongshan returned to the courtyard with a smile, Xianxia and Shiro knew that something bad was going to happen. The fleeting fire-flying sword in Shiro's belly had been stripped of the immortal slew by Cui Dongshan using a secret technique. At first, Shiro felt like a woman who had just given birth. It was very difficult for her to bear, and she suspected that Cui Dongshan did it on purpose. However, Shiro did not dare to question him. Cui Dongshan kicked off his boots and walked up the stairs. He lay down in the corridor and complained, "Capable people have more work to do. Must have been hard on your master." Xianxia and Shiro sat not far from the corridor. They did not even dare to breathe. Cui Dongshan sat up and said, "Go and get my 2 jars of colored cloud seeds and chessboard." Xianxia's heart tightened and his face paled. He and Shiro brought over the chessboard and 2 celadone jars. After opening the jar, Cui Dongshan picked up one of the jars. He exhaled and carefully wiped it. Suddenly his eyes widened. He pinched the colored cloud seed that he had obtained from White Emperor City's colored glass pavilion with 2 fingers and raised it high. It shone brightly under the sun. His 2 fingers gently twirled it. For some reason, the cloud seed at Cui Dongshan's fingertips was surrounded by mist. It was like a veritable cloud of White Emperor City. Cui Dongshan turned his head and stared at Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked. Could it be that Li Huai and Pei Qian had damaged this colored cloud seed? Cui Dongshan suddenly laughed heartily. "Well done. You've given the young master quite a bit of face. Otherwise, based on your terrible performance as Xianxia overseeing the core of the array, I really wouldn't be able to resist kicking you out. After raising you for so long, how much better are you than Lin Shi? You're a once-in-a-century cultivation genius of the Liu dynasty? In my opinion, you're just an ordinary so-called genius." Xianxia timidly said, "Young master doesn't blame me for allowing Pei Qian and Li Huai to abuse the colored cloud seed?" Cui Dongshan slapped his forehead. "You're really stupid. Fortune favors fools." If Xianxia had been petty, wouldn't it have been Cui Dongshan's fault for not teaching him properly? Who would his master blame in the end? 2 jars of colored cloud seeds. Compared to Li Baoping, Pei Qian and Li Huai, was a strand of hair really that important in his master's heart? Cui Dongshan was in a great mood. He casually tossed the colored cloud seed back into the jar. With a crisp sound as if he had triggered some kind of secret restriction, the jar actually produced a mirage. Colored clouds floated above the jar, and the outline of a pocket-sized White Emperor City could be vaguely seen. There was also a rainbow hanging in the sky, and snow-white cranes the size of rice grains cried out in the sky. Shiro's mind swayed as she watched. Just how many secrets was this Cui Dongshan hiding? For the first time, Cui Dongshan revealed a sincere smile to Xianxia. "No matter what, you've done well in this matter. Young master has always been fair in his rewards and punishments. Speak. What reward do you want? Just ask." Xianxia looked at the white-clothed demon who made her feel like a stranger, and all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. Cui Dongshan sighed and stood up. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Xianxia. He lectured, "Great personage, just a casual word of concern is enough to make many people deeply grateful and engrave it in their hearts. Is this really all right?" Xianxia felt as if she had fallen into an icy cavern. Cui Dongshan walked to Xianxia's side. The latter's limbs were stiff, so Cui Dongshan stretched out his hand and patted her cheek. "It wasn't heavy. It's all right. Compared to the beginning, you've improved a lot. This is enough." Cui Dongshan raised his hand and spread open his palm. The firelight flying sword of extraordinary quality slowly revolved above his palm, and the completely scarlet-red flying sword was coiled with strands of deep and lustrous pure tongues of flames. Cui Dongshan smiled. "This life-flying sword no longer has an owner. I'll give it to you. Cultivate it well. Don't expect to refine it into your life artifact. It's too difficult. You only need to secretly nourish it in a certain chi dwelling. You can use it as a trump card. When the time comes, although you're not a sword cultivator, you'll have a greater chance of winning against an enemy. Don't make a fool of your young master." Don't look at how Lin Shi's realm isn't high right now. That's because Dong Jing deliberately suppressed Lin Shi's realm. If you don't put in more effort, sooner or later Lin Shi will catch up to you. Xianxia saw that Cui Dongshan didn't seem to be joking. She carefully circulated her spiritual energy and controlled the Li Fire Flying Sword to fly into her palm. A nascent soul sword cultivator's life flying sword. What did this mean? It meant that all of a nascent soul sword cultivator's belongings and life's work were almost all in this little thing. If it had to be converted into divine money, then it would be at least 100 grain rain coins. Before the Lu family dynasty was destroyed, how much was the annual tax revenue of a country? Cui Dongshan looked at the tearful Xianxia. Because of the skin covering her face was dark and ugly. Cui Dongshan put his feet together and jumped back. He scolded. You look so evil, yet you still want to cry endlessly. Do you want to scare your young master to death? Xianxia blushed with shame. She quickly turned her head and wiped her tears. Cui Dongshan's body was crooked. He crooked his finger at Shiro. Old sister, come here. Let's have a talk. You've protected my young master all this time. You didn't do anything, but you did some hard work. This time you helped me catch a Li Fire Flying Sword. I have to reward you. Shiro's hair stood on end. She shook her head vigorously. Her intuition told her that if she walked over, she would be in a situation worse than death. Cui Dongshan grinned. His wrist suddenly flipped. Blood bloomed from Du Mao's abdomen. A dragon-trapping nail was brutally pulled out of the acupoint. He then grabbed at the air and pulled Shiro in front of him. He slapped Shiro's forehead. The dragon-trapping nail pierced between Du Mao's eyebrows and into the dim light in Shiro's soul. Xianxia collapsed on the ground. She sat and covered her abdomen. Although the pain pierced her heart, it was still a great thing. Her expression was dispirited, but her heart was filled with joy. Cui Dongshan's 5 fingers grabbed Shiro's head. He looked down at Shiro, whose soul was wailing endlessly. She didn't make any sound. He smiled. How does it feel? Affected by Shiro's soul, Du Mao's immortal body began to tremble violently. Why are you siding with an outsider? Do you believe that I will ask Li Baoping to remove you from the list? Li Huai secretly winked at Cui Dongshan, indicating that he was afraid that the old master would go back on his word and take the white deer away. Cui Dongshan should cooperate. Then I will invite Hill Master Zhao to have some tea. Cui Dongshan walked down the steps and immediately moved the tea set to the stone table. Cui Dongshan looked up at the sky. Su Ruo should have seen the mastermind by now. If the conversation went well, everything could be discussed. If the conversation went badly, the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom could be saved. It would be the good fortune of the Gao family of Guiyang. However, whether it went well or not, it had little to do with the Cliff Academy. Cui Dongshan was no longer Cui. He would want a piece of pure land, a paradise in his heart. While Cui Dongshan was drinking tea with the old master, Zhao Shi, a tall old man finished talking with someone and went to Mr. Fan's side. They left the city together. Looking at the young Mr. Fan, he smiled and asked, "Is it done?" The old man nodded and said, "It's mostly done. It's just that personal matters are convenient and some things are not very pleasant." Mr. Fan asked curiously, "What do you mean?" The old man smiled and said, "It's just a muddled account of old sesame seeds. I dare not dirty your ears." Mr. Fan smiled and said nothing. Swear words. He had been scolded for so many years, and the people who scolded him were either the scholarly sage or the other ancestors of the 100 schools of thought. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been scolded to death. The old man probably realized this and stopped hiding. He smiled and said, "Mr. Fan, you should know that Su Ruo has a personal relationship with that person, right?" Mr. Fan nodded and said, "I've heard that Su Ruo admires that person very much." The old man laughed and said, "I will say in front of Su Ruo that Alliance is not that great. He is not as exaggerated as the rumors say." Mr. Fan was puzzled and asked, "Why do you say that?" The old man seemed to have thought of a feat that was worth bragging about. He smiled proudly and said, "Back then 10 of us set up a trap to kill him. Didn't I escape alone?" Mr. Fan was stunned and said helplessly, "I have nothing to say." Outside the gate at the foot of the Cliff Academy, A young man and a young woman who looked like master and servant, seemed to be hesitating whether to go in or not. He wanted to go in and have a look. He wondered if it was better than the Linlu Academy in his hometown. He was not very willing. She said that she disliked places like academies more than schools. In the end, he climbed the mountain and entered the academy alone. She was left alone at the gate. The gatekeeper of the academy, surnamed Liang, had been closing his eyes and dozing off. He deliberately ignored the two from the beginning to the end. What a heavy dragon aura. It was even heavier on the woman. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.